A Dog in Durer's Etching, The Night, Death, and the Devil, by Marco Denevi. In 1966, I was working for Galerna, a small publishing company in Buenos Aires. I had almost total freedom, and, full of enthusiasm, I set up a short and ultimately unsuccessful series called Variations on a Theme. The idea was to choose one subject per volume. The subject might be anything, a newspaper clipping, a painting, and offer it to a dozen writers who would then make their own variation on that given theme. For one of the volumes I chose Durer's engraving, The Night, Death, and the Devil. Among the authors I asked to write on the theme was Marco Denevi. Denevi had become famous in Argentina through two books, a superb detective novel, badly translated into English as Rose at 10 o'clock, and a novella, Secret Ceremony, which won Life magazine's prize for the best Latin American short story in 1960, and which was then completely changed by a Joseph Losey gone haywire in his terrible film of the same name. Denevi called me back barely a day later and said that my order was ready. I went to his office to collect it. He was then working as an insurance broker, dressed in impeccable black, and I read the typewriter pages on the bus on my way back home. I remember the thrill of the first lines, the enjoyment of the virtuoso performance that revealed itself almost immediately, the happiness of the last 50 words that round up the story like a symphonic finale. In all these years, my enthusiasm for this subtle, fantastic tale has not waned. The Night, as we all know, is back from the war, the 7 Years' War, the 30 Years' War, the War of the Roses, the War of the Three Henrys, a dynastic or religious war, or a gallant war, in the Palatinate, in the Netherlands, in Bohemia, no matter where, no matter when. All wars are fragments of a single war. All wars make up the nameless war, simply the war. The war, so that, although the knight returns from traveling through a fragment of the war, it is as if he had journeyed through all wars and all the war, because all wars, even if they seem different when seen from close to, seen from a distance, only repeat the same infamies and the same clamor. So let us not be scrupulous about names or dates. Let us not worry if out of the Plantagenets and the Hohenstaufen we make one wayward family, if we mix Lansquenet with grenadiers, crossbowmen with archers, or if we muddle our geography and mix cities with cities, castles with castles, towers with towers, and so, returning to the night, we were saying that at last he is back from the war, back from a link in the chain of war, believing the war to be the very last link, not knowing that the chain is endless, or that it has an end, but, being circular, that time makes it turn as if it were endless, for he left young and brave, and war returns him old, wizened and bald, although this is nothing new. War lacks imagination, and repeats its tricks, so the knight, like all knights who have been through a war without falling into death's trap, is unshaven, grimy, smelling of sweat, blood, and filth, his armpits infested with fleas, a rash burning the insides of his thighs, coughing greenish phlegm marbled with scarlet threads, speaking in a voice made harsh by frost, fire, hard drinking, oaths, cries of terror and courage. He can no longer utter 2 words without swearing. He has forgotten the florid language of his childhood when he served as a page at the court of some margrave or archbishop. He has forgotten the beautiful manners and graceful bows with which he charmed the ladies, because now he no longer asks women for love. He asks them for wine, food, a bed, and while his soldiers rape the girls, he drinks alone, in silence, until the soldiers come back, yawning, and then he slams his hand on the table and curses. He curses the little kings, fleeing pale and tattered on panting horses, those kings who will return in triumph as soon as the battle is over, dressed in cloth of gold, under a golden canopy, in the midst of an army of pennants and banners. He curses the popes dressed in ermine, who from the height of their gestatorial chairs sprinkle holy water on the scarlet seals of alliances and coalitions. He curses the emperor, whom he once saw walking between spears erect as phalluses at the sight of that damsel of war, and the knight jumps to his feet, knocks over his chair, knocks over the table, the glasses and the jug of wine. A violent quarrel flares up, the tavern or whatever is burnt to the ground, the innkeeper beaten, and the troop, led by the knight, rides on once more. and now it passes through a forest in the moonlight. But the night no longer curses, no longer makes a sound. He rides on, silent, his eyes staring deep into the night. And one by one the soldiers stop talking. They fall asleep in their saddles, each dreaming alone with his head fallen on his breastplate. One hearing perhaps a distant music, the music of his childhood in a village in the Duchy of Milan or in Catalonia, while another hears voices which call to him, the voice of his mother, the voice of his wife or his sweetheart, and another cries out and wakens with a start. But the night doesn't stop. He doesn't turn to see who cried. As if the cry were the cry of a bird in the wood, he rides on with his eyes fixed upon the darkness, the moon polishing his armor, and the soldier behind him, the one nearest to him, the one carrying a tattered flag burnt by gunpowder, a flag now hanging over the rump of his horse like a filthy rag. That soldier, a blond youth, very much like a minstrel, suddenly has a strange thought. He thinks that perhaps the knight's armor is riding empty, that the knight has vanished, and all that is left is the armor, like a hollow iron doll, or that perhaps the armor has overpowered the knight, sucked him up like a sponge, sucked his blood, crushed his bones, and now is an empty, fleshless shell riding on. And he imagines this because he has never seen the knight without his armor and his spear, without his greaves and his gauntlets that point to the north of war, without his howling helmet beneath which lies a tangle of hair, but hair that belongs perhaps to a faceless beard, hair that is perhaps the helmet's stuffing, perhaps the whole armor is stuffed with hair. And the thought makes the blond soldier laugh, because it occurs to him that the knight may have dried up in his armor a long time ago, that the armor became empty a long time ago, and they, the soldiers, never learnt the truth. And they, the soldiers, have tramped behind this empty armor from battle to battle, defying death in the firm belief that the knight would protect them from death. And as the blond standard-bearer laughs, like a sleepwalker or a drunkard, the knight hoists himself on the edge of his stirrups and utters a curse, as if guessing the reason for the standard-bearer's laughter, trying to show him that deep down inside the armor he is still alive, or maybe to rebuke him for dreaming. And the blond soldier shrinks in fright until he realizes that the knight has not even woken, that he isn't cursing because of his laughter, but because the trees in the forest, which up to that moment seemed frozen under the moon and under the winter snow, have suddenly burst into flower and are covered with fruit, which is to say, even though the image is old and you have all understood, that the trees have flowered with the blossoms that the heat of war brings forth in all 4 seasons, in good and in bad weather, in fertile lands as in wastelands, that the trees have been covered with that fruit which is always in season, always ripe for plucking or picking. I mean the enemy. I mean the unquenchable enemy who waits patiently, stubbornly, hidden in the shadow, blurred by the fog and the smoke. And then the slumbering horses turn in a flash. But all this has already happened. All this is over now, and the knight has returned to his castle, without the clashing of metal, of horses and of men that followed him in his journey through one of the provinces of war. He has left behind the shouting. He has freed himself forever from the soggy camps, the plundering, the ambushes, from hunger, terror, lack of sleep. He has kept nothing of the war except his horse, his panoply, his spear with the foxskin at one end to stop the blood from dripping down and soaking his hand. He has kept the smell of sweat and filth, the lice, the rash, the exhaustion, the feebleness, old age and memories out of the loud tableau of war, like that youth fallen on the grass, face skywards, sinking both his legs up to the knees in an uncaring river, the Rhine, the Tajo, the Arno, and the water passing by the body, lifting the legs, softening and tearing at them until it carries them downstream, transformed into ravelled threads, first crimson, then pink, finally grey and ochre, or like those 10 gallows in a dark and empty square, a body hanging from each one, 10 dangling objects with their tongues out, and the wind made music with the bodies while in the steeple a bell sounded, one same hour out of time. Or like the old man crouched to empty his bowels on the hard ground, covered in frost and suddenly collapsing over a blossom of blood and feces, the ancient rose of dysentery. Or like that lofty tower, square and built of bricks, rising against a row of cypresses, the jet of burning pitch spewing from one of the battlements, falling on the knights dressed in white tunics with a red cross on their chests, on the knights who were all so refined and beautiful, and who had attended Mass only a short while before. A Mass conducted by an archbishop studded with precious stones, and the black crater dug by the boiling pitch, the whole smoking and crackling like a pan on the fire, until he, our knight, became aware of a sweetish smell, a smell of frying and burnt cloth, and felt a sting, and saw that a little piece of meat had landed on his hand, a little piece of flesh from one of those knights who a short while before had heard Mass and commended themselves to God, because that is what the war had been for him, though perhaps for the little kings it had been something else, and something else again for the popes and the emperors, perhaps a game of chess played at a distance, each of them locked up in a city, in a fortress, in a palace, until the game is over and they come out and meet and shake hands like good sportsmen, and split their share of harvested land. But now the knight has jumped off the chessboard of popes and emperors. Now he returns to his castle, to his wife whom he left young, and whom he expects to find as young as when he left her, to the sumptuously laden table and the warm, well-made bed, to the falcon that used to perch on his gloved fist on the morning of the hunt, to the lute he once plucked, singing at a court in Provence or Sicily, the roundelays of Cino de Pistoia, to the castle where he will at last cast off his armor like a dried scab, where he will take off his helmet like an alien head that could do nothing but swear and seek the track of the enemy's army. He returns to his castle, where the little kings whom he saved from the ignominy of defeat will cover him with honors, where the Pope and the Emperor who moved the pieces on the chessboard of war will make him Duke or Count Palatine. And then, turning a bend in the road, he sees upon an untouched hill his untouched castle. He sees around it the fields and the peasants bent over the soil. He sees a dog, a domestic dog, a stray dog belonging to no one, a dog running among the stones, stopping here and there to sniff the traces of other dogs, and confronted with the idyllic picture of the castle, the peasants and the dog, the knight thinks that just as he cannot grasp the true key to war, held fast in the hands of popes and emperors, and furiously coveted by little kings, these peasants bent over their furrows are denied the knowledge of the terrible task of war which has been his for so long, because for these peasants war will have been a blurred rumour, the glow of a fire in the distance, the marching of troops down the road. And as for the dog, the knight thinks, it did not even know there was a war. It did not even know there was plunder and murder, treaties blessed by the Pope, an emperor who made spears rise like phalluses. It would have carried on eating, sleeping, coupling with other dogs, and ignoring the fact that far away, where the knight was fighting, the frontiers were being undone in order to be done up again in another pattern. Indeed, the dog would never know that a vicar of Christ was being dragged bleeding through the streets, or that an emperor was kneeling day and night, naked, outside a door that never opened. It would never know that the flower of Christendom had been fried alive in pitch and oil, and that a chime of hanged men tolled the hours on a dark and empty square. Because for the dog, the thunder of war made the same terrible noise as the thunder of a storm. And had the dog seen the damsel of war, it would have barked at her as it would bark at a stranger, or wagged its tail if it had found her friendly, or been given some food. And now the knight feels proud of being a knight, of having been one of the pieces on the chessboard of war, of belonging to history, even though his name will not appear in history, even though only the names of the popes and emperors will appear in the annals of history, and in smaller letters the names of the little kings. And the knight feels sorry for the peasants who do not even belong to history, and amazed at the dog, contemporary of popes and emperors, who will never know there have been popes and emperors, who will never even know there have been knights. He feels a kind of awe seeing this dog, who comes to greet him as it would come to greet a peasant, or an emperor, without distinguishing one from the other. who comes to greet him without suspecting the disasters and heroic deeds that girdle his armor, and following his thought, following this train of thought that begins with the dog, the knight thinks that perhaps the last links in the chain are not the popes or the emperors, because in the same way that the dog ignores what the peasants know, in the same way that the peasants ignore what the knight knows, and in the same way that the knight ignores what the little kings know, and the little kings what the popes and the emperors know, in the same way the popes and the emperors ignore what only God knows as a whole and in the perfection of truth, and thinking this of war, believing that for God, too, war is something different from that which popes and emperors see, fills the knight with a hope that, in God's mind, history will include the knight's name, hope that if the pope and the emperor, masters of the game of war, will make him, the knight, a duke or a count in recognition of his bravery, then God, master of the game of popes and emperors, will absolve him of the murders, the rapes, and the plunders, in recognition of his suffering, his hunger, and his lack of sleep, and will receive him in paradise. And this hope makes him smile. It comforts him and makes the past ills of the war seem worthwhile. When all of a sudden, just as hope is comforting the knight and making him smile, the dog, running to meet him, stops in its tracks as in front of a wall, digs its paws into the ground, its hackles rise, its jaws part in a snarl, and it bares its fangs and starts to howl mournfully. But the knight attributes its behavior to some insignificant circumstance. He attributes it to the fact that the dog does not know him, and is frightened of the horse, or the armor, or the spear with the fox's tail hanging from one end. It's hardly surprising that this peasant's dog should be frightened of a knight dressed in iron, and of a horse adorned with headstall and snaffle. So the knight pays no attention to the dog's behavior, and follows the road that leads to the hill on top of which stands his castle. And the hoofs of his horse are about to trample the dog, but it jumps to one side at the last minute, and continues to howl, continues to whimper and bare its teeth, while the knight remembers again his young wife, his falcon, and his love-lute, and has forgotten about the dog now left behind him like the war. And what the knight will never know is that the dog has smelt on the knight's armor the stench of death and hell, because the dog already knows what the knight does not know. It knows that in the knight's groin a pustule has begun to distill the juices of the plague, and that death and the devil are waiting for the knight at the foot of the hill, to take him with them, because if the knight could read what I now write, he would perhaps think, following an analogous train of thought, but in reverse, he would think that just as the dog stopped there where he rides on, so knights perhaps stop there where popes and emperors ride on, and perhaps, therefore, the popes and emperors will ignore his heroic deeds, and not make him a duke or a count. He would think that the war of knights is, for popes and emperors, like the stench of death and the devil that only dogs can smell. And still within the circle of this reasoning, the knight would think that perhaps popes and emperors stop there where God rides on, that perhaps they play a game of chess which God does not take into account. I mean, which God does not watch. Perhaps God does not even see their chessboard, and the sacrifice of the pieces serves no purpose in God's eyes, and the knight will not be absolved of his sins, nor admitted into paradise. I mean that if the knight reasoned in this manner, he would think that perhaps for God the realities that trap men form a web which cannot trap God, in the same way that the knight had passed through, without seeing it, the web in which the dog became entangled, even though the web was woven for the knight and not for the dog, even though the prayers, the hopes, and the sufferings of men are woven for God. But the knight will never read what I now write, and he reaches the bottom of the hill, happy with the hope that his valor has woven a web that will trap the fly pope, the fly emperor, happy with the hope that popes and emperors have woven another web that will trap the fly God, while down there on the road, the dog who confuses the thunder of war with the thunder of a storm continues to wage another, vaster war, in which the knight confuses the barking of death with the barking of a dog. Translated from the Spanish by Alberto Manguel. The Large Ant by Howard Fast. It comes as a surprise to realize that Howard Fast, the author of such vast bestsellers as Spartacus, Citizen Tom Paine, My Glorious Brothers, and Moses, Prince of Egypt, readable but not remarkable historical novels, is also the author of wonderful, fantastic stories such as The Martian Shop, The Cold, Cold Box, Cato the Martian, The Trap, and The Large Ant. They have been collected under the title Time and the Riddle, echoing perhaps Thomas Wolfe's famous novel, and subtitled 21 Zen Stories, but this should not deter the reader. After a lifetime of writing fiction, says Fast, I find it most engaging to clothe whatever philosophy and conclusions my life has brought me in stories that primarily entertain. There had been all kinds of notions and guesses as to how it would end. One held that sooner or later there would be too many people, another that we would do each other in, and the atom bomb made that a very good likelihood. All sorts of notions, except the simple fact that we were what we were. We could find a way to feed any number of people, and perhaps even a way to avoid wiping each other out with the bomb. Those things we are very good at, but we have never been any good at changing ourselves or the way we behave. I know. I am not a bad man or a cruel man. Quite to the contrary. I am an ordinary, humane person, and I love my wife and my children, and I get along with my neighbors. I am like a great many other men, and I do the things they would do, and just as thoughtlessly. There it is in a nutshell. I am also a writer, and I told Lieberman, the curator, and Fitzgerald, the government man, that I would like to write down the story. They shrugged their shoulders. Go ahead, they said, because it won't make one bit of difference. You don't think it would alarm people? How can it alarm anyone when nobody will believe it? If I could have a photograph or two— Oh, no, they said then, no photographs. What kind of sense does that make? I asked them. You are willing to let me write the story. Why not the photographs, so that people could believe me? They still won't believe you. They will just say you faked the photographs, but no one will believe you. It will make for more confusion, and if we have a chance of getting out of this, confusion won't help. What will help? They weren't ready to say that, because they didn't know. So here is what happened to me, in a very straightforward and ordinary manner. Every summer, sometime in August, 4 good friends of mine and I go for a week's fishing on the St. Regis chain of lakes in the Adirondacks. We rent the same shack each summer. We drift around in canoes, and sometimes we catch a few bass. The fishing isn't very good, but we play cards well together, and we cook out and generally relax. This summer past, I had some things to do that couldn't be put off. I arrived 3 days late, and the weather was so warm and even and beguiling that I decided to stay on by myself for a day or two after the others left. There was a small, flat lawn in front of the shack, and I made up my mind to spend at least 3 or 4 hours at short putts. That was how I happened to have the putting iron next to my bed. The first day I was alone, I opened a can of beans and a can of beer for my supper. Then I lay down on my bed with Life on the Mississippi, a pack of cigarettes, and an 8-ounce chocolate bar. There was nothing I had to do, no telephone, no demands, and no newspapers. At the moment, I was about as contented as any man can be in these nervous times. It was still light outside, and enough light came in through the window above my head for me to read by. I was just reaching for a fresh cigarette when I looked up and saw it on the foot of my bed. The edge of my hand was touching the golf club, and with a single motion I swept the club over and down, struck it a savage and accurate blow, and killed it. This is what I referred to before. Whatever kind of a man I am, I react as a man does. I think that any man, black, white, or yellow, in China, Africa, or Russia, would have done the same thing. First, I found that I was sweating all over, and then I knew I was going to be sick. I went outside to vomit, recalling that this hadn't happened to me since 1943, on my way to Europe on a tub of a Liberty ship. Then I felt better, and was able to go back into the shack and look at it. It was quite dead, but I had already made up my mind that I was not going to sleep alone in this shack. I couldn't bear to touch it with my bare hands. With a piece of brown paper, I picked it up and dropped it into my fishing creel. That I put into the trunk case of my car, along with what luggage I carried. Then I closed the door of the shack, got into my car, and drove back to New York. I stopped once along the road, just before I reached the thruway, to nap in the car for a little over an hour. It was almost dawn when I reached the city, and I had shaved, had a hot bath, and changed my clothes before my wife awoke. During breakfast, I explained that I was never much of a hand at the solitary business, and since she knew that, and since driving alone all night was by no means an extraordinary procedure for me, she didn't press me with any questions. I had 2 eggs, coffee, and a cigarette. Then I went into my study, lit another cigarette, and contemplated my fishing creel, which sat upon my desk. My wife looked in, saw the creel, remarked that it had too ripe a smell, and asked me to remove it to the basement. "I'm going to dress," she said. The kids were still at camp. "I have a date with Anne for lunch. I had no idea you were coming back. Shall I break it?" "No, please don't. I can find things to do that have to be done." Then I sat and smoked some more, and finally I called the museum and asked who the curator of insects was. They told me his name was Bertram Lieberman, and I asked to talk to him. He had a pleasant voice. I told him that my name was Morgan, and that I was a writer, and he politely indicated that he had seen my name and read something that I had written. That is formal procedure when a writer introduces himself to a thoughtful person. I asked Lieberman if I could see him, and he said that he had a busy morning ahead of him. Could it be tomorrow? "I am afraid it has to be now," I said firmly. "Oh, some information you require?" "No, I have a specimen for you." "Oh?" The O was a cultivated, neutral interval. It asked and answered and said nothing. You have to develop that particular O. "Yes, I think you will be interested." "An insect?" he asked mildly. "I think so." "Oh? Large?" "Quite large," I told him. 11 o'clock? Can you be here then? On the main floor to the right as you enter." "I'll be there," I said. "One thing. Dead?" "Yes, it's dead." "Oh?" Again. "I'll be happy to see you at 11 o'clock, Mr. Morgan." My wife was dressed now. She opened the door of my study and said firmly, "Do get rid of the fishing creel. It smells." "Yes, darling, I'll get rid of it. I should think you'd want to take a nap after driving all night." "Funny that I'm not sleepy," I said. "I think I'll drop around to the museum." My wife said that was what she liked about me, that I never tired of places like museums, police courts, and third-rate nightclubs. Anyway, aside from a racetrack, a museum is the most interesting and unexpected place in the world. It was unexpected to have 2 other men waiting for me, along with Mr. Lieberman in his office. Lieberman was a skinny, sharp-faced man of about 60. The government man, Fitzgerald, was small, dark-eyed, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was very alert, but he never told me what part of the government he represented. He just said "we," and it meant the government. Hopper, the third man, was comfortable-looking, pudgy, and genial. He was a United States Senator with an interest in entomology, although before this morning I would have taken better than even money that such a thing not only wasn't but could not be. The room was large and square and plainly furnished, with shelves and cupboards on all walls. We shook hands, and then Lieberman asked me, nodding at the creel, "Is that it?" "That's it. May I?" "Go ahead," I told him. "It's nothing that I want to stuff for the parlor. I'm making you a gift of it." "Thank you, Mr. Morgan," he said, and then he opened the creel and looked inside. Then he straightened up, and the other 2 men looked at him inquiringly. He nodded. "Yes." The senator closed his eyes for a long moment. Fitzgerald took off his glasses and wiped them industriously. Lieberman spread a piece of plastic on his desk, and then lifted the thing out of my creel and laid it on the plastic. The 2 men didn't move. They just sat where they were and looked at it. "What do you think it is, Mr. Morgan?" Lieberman asked me. "I thought that was your department." "Yes, of course, I only wanted your impression." "An ant. That's my impression. The first time I saw an ant 14-15 inches long. I hope it's the last." "An understandable wish," Lieberman nodded. Fitzgerald said to me, "May I ask you how you killed it, Mr. Morgan?" "With an iron, a golf club, I mean. I was doing a little fishing with some friends up at St. Regis in the Adirondacks, and I brought the iron for my short shots. They're the worst part of my game. And when my friends left, I intended to stay on at our shack and do 4 or 5 hours of short putts. You see—" "There's no need to explain." Hopper smiled, a trace of sadness on his face. "Some of our very best golfers have the same trouble. I was lying in bed reading, and I saw it at the foot of my bed. I had the club." "I understand," Fitzgerald nodded. "You avoid looking at it," Hopper said. "It turns my stomach." Yes, I suppose so. Lieberman said, "Would you mind telling us why you killed it, Mr. Morgan?" "Why?" "Yes, why?" "I don't understand you," I said. "I don't know what you're driving at." "Sit down, please, Mr. Morgan." Hopper nodded. "Try to relax. I'm sure this has been very trying." "I still haven't slept. I want a chance to dream before I say how trying." "We are not trying to upset you, Mr. Morgan," Lieberman said. "We do feel, however, that certain aspects of this are very important. That is why I am asking you why you killed it. You must have had a reason. Did it seem about to attack you?" "No." "Or make any sudden motion towards you?" "No, it was just there." "Then why?" "This is to no purpose," Fitzgerald put in. "We know why he killed it." "Do you?" "The answer is very simple, Mr. Morgan. You killed it because you are a human being." "Oh?" "Yes. Do you understand?" "No, I don't." "Then why did you kill it?" Hopper put in. "I was scared to death. I still am, to tell the truth." Lieberman said, "You are an intelligent man, Mr. Morgan. Let me show you something." He then opened the doors of one of the wall cupboards, and there were 8 jars of formaldehyde, and in each jar a specimen like mine, and in each case mutilated by the violence of its death. I said nothing. I just stared. Lieberman closed the cupboard doors. "All in 5 days," he shrugged. "A new race of ants?" I whispered, stupidly. "No, they're not ants. Come here." He motioned me to the desk, and the other 2 joined me. Lieberman took a set of dissecting instruments out of his drawer, used one to turn the thing over, and then pointed to the underpart of what would be the thorax in an insect. "That looks like part of him, doesn't it, Mr. Morgan?" "Yes, it does." Using 2 of the tools, he found a fissure and pried the bottom apart. It came open like the belly of a bomber. It was a pocket, a pouch, a receptacle that the thing wore, and in it were 4 beautiful little tools or instruments or weapons, each about 1.5 inches long. They were beautiful, the way any object of functional purpose and loving creation is beautiful. The way the creature itself would have been beautiful had it not been an insect and myself a man. Using tweezers, Lieberman took each instrument off the brackets that held it, offering each to me, and I took each one, felt it, examined it, and then put it down. I had to look at the ant now, and I realized that I had not truly looked at it before. We don't look carefully at a thing that is horrible or repugnant to us. You can't look at anything through a screen of hatred. But now the hatred and the fear was dilute, and as I looked, I realized it was not an ant, although like an ant. It was nothing that I had ever seen or dreamed of. All 3 men were watching me, and suddenly I was on the defensive. "I didn't know. What do you expect when you see an insect that size?" Lieberman nodded. "What in the name of God is it?" From his desk, Lieberman produced a bottle and 4 small glasses. He poured, and we drank it neat. I would not have expected him to keep good Scotch in his desk. "We don't know," Hopper said. "We don't know what it is." Lieberman pointed to the broken skull from which a white substance oozed. "Brain material, a great deal of it." "It could be a very intelligent creature," Hopper nodded. Lieberman said, "It is an insect in developmental structure. We know very little about intelligence in our insects. It's not the same as what we call intelligence. It's a collective phenomenon, as if you were to think of the component parts of our bodies. Each part is alive, but the intelligence is a result of the whole. If that same pattern were to extend to creatures like this one—" I broke the silence. They were content to stand there and stare at it. "Suppose it were." "What?" "The kind of collective intelligence you were talking about." "Oh? Well, I couldn't say. It would be something beyond our wildest dreams. To us, well, what we are to an ordinary ant." "I don't believe that," I said shortly, and Fitzgerald, the government man, told me quietly, "Neither do we guess." "If it's that intelligent, why didn't it use one of those weapons on me?" "Would that be a mark of intelligence?" Hopper asked mildly. "Perhaps none of these are weapons," Lieberman said. "Don't you know? Didn't the others carry instruments?" "They did," Fitzgerald said shortly. "Why? What were they?" "We don't know," Lieberman said. "But you could find out. We have scientists, engineers. Good God, this is an age of fantastic instruments. Have them taken apart." "We have." Then what have you found out? Nothing. Do you mean to tell me, I said, that you can find out nothing about these instruments? What they are, how they work, what their purpose is? Exactly, Hopper nodded. Nothing, Mr. Morgan. They are meaningless to the finest engineers and technicians in the United States. You know the old story. Suppose you gave a radio to Aristotle. What would he do with it? Where would he find power? And what would he receive with no one to send? It is not that these instruments are complex. They are actually very simple. We simply have no idea of what they can or should do. But they must be a weapon of some kind. Why? Lieberman demanded. Look at yourself, Mr. Morgan. A cultured and intelligent man. That you cannot conceive of a mentality that does not include weapons as a prime necessity. Yet a weapon is an unusual thing, Mr. Morgan. An instrument of murder. We don't think that way because the weapon has become the symbol of the world we inhabit. Is that civilized, Mr. Morgan? Or is the weapon and civilization in the ultimate sense incompatible? Can you imagine a mentality to which the concept of murder is impossible? Or, let me say, absent? We see everything through our own subjectivity. Why shouldn't some other, this creature for example, see the process of mentation out of his subjectivity? So he approaches a creature of our world, and he is slain. Why? What explanation? Tell me, Mr. Morgan, what conceivable explanation could we offer a wholly rational creature for this? Pointing to the thing on his desk. I am asking you the question most seriously. What explanation? An accident, I muttered. And the 8 jars in my cupboard? 8 accidents? I think, Dr. Lieberman, Fitzgerald said, that you can go a little too far in that direction. Yes, you would think so. It's a part of your own background. Mine is as a scientist. As a scientist, I try to be rational when I can. The creation of a structure of good and evil, or what we call morality and ethics, is a function of intelligence. And unquestionably, the ultimate evil may be the destruction of conscious intelligence. That is why, so long ago, we at least recognized the injunction, "Thou shalt not kill," even if we never gave more than lip service to it. But to a collective intelligence, such as this might be a part of, the concept of murder would be monstrous, beyond the power of thought. I sat down and lit a cigarette. My hands were trembling. Hopper apologized. We have been rather rough with you, Mr. Morgan, but over the past days 8 other people have done just what you did. We are caught in the trap of being what we are. But tell me, where do these things come from? It almost doesn't matter where they come from, Hopper said hopelessly. Perhaps from another planet. Perhaps from inside this one. Or the moon, or Mars. That doesn't matter. Fitzgerald thinks they come from a smaller planet, because their movements are apparently slow on Earth. But Dr. Lieberman thinks that they move slowly because they have not discovered the need to move quickly. Meanwhile, they have the problem of murder and what to do with it. Heaven knows how many of them have died in other places. Africa, Asia, Europe. Then why don't you publicize this? Put a stop to it before it's too late. We've thought of that, Fitzgerald nodded. What then? Panic? Hysteria? Charges that this is the result of the atom bomb? We can't change. We are what we are. They may go away, I said. Yes, they may, Lieberman nodded. But if they are without the curse of murder, they may also be without the curse of fear. They may be social in the highest sense. What does society do with a murderer? There are societies that put him to death, and there are other societies that recognize his sickness and lock him away, where he can kill no more, Hopper said. Of course, when a whole world is on trial, that's another matter. We had atom bombs now, and other things, and we are reaching out to the stars. I'm inclined to think that they'll run, Fitzgerald put it. They may just have that curse of fear, Doctor. They may, Lieberman admitted. I hope so. But the more I think of it, the more it seems to me that fear and hatred are the 2 sides of the same coin. I keep trying to think back, to recreate the moment when I saw it standing at the foot of my bed in the fishing shack. I keep trying to drag out of my memory a clear picture of what it looked like, whether behind that chitinous face and the 2 gently swaying antennae there was any evidence of fear and anger. But the clearer the memory becomes, the more I seem to recall a certain wonderful dignity and repose, not fear and not anger. And more, as I go about my work, I get the feeling of what Hopper called a world on trial. I have no sense of anger myself. Like a criminal who can no longer live with himself, I am content to be judged. The Lemmings, by Alex Comfort. The uncomfortable feeling that arises in us when we read Howard Fast's The Large Ant comes from realizing that, faced with a similar situation, we would react in exactly the same way. The fantastic story can bring to light an underlying strain in man's character and transform it into a guilt-ridden nightmare, as in Alex Comfort's The Lemmings. Alex Comfort, doctor of social psychology, gerontologist and writer, appears in his poems and novels as a staunch pacifist of anarchist beliefs. He refused military service during World War II and became deeply involved with the New Romanticism movement in England. He was influenced by Herbert Reed, whose one remarkable novel, The Green Child, is, among other things, a fantastic vision of that better world for which Comfort seems to strive. In 1973, Alex Comfort published the huge bestseller The Joy of Sex. It is an extremely long time since I was on that particular island, but I understand that what I am about to describe continues to occur periodically, though no longer regularly every 5 years, as was formerly the case. I had traveled a considerable distance from the nearest steamer port in a small boat rowed by a native fisherman. Upon coming in sight of the island, I noticed nothing unusual, but one of the rowers maintained that he could see greater activity than usual in the colony, which extended along a line of yellow rocks running to westward. I could see the chimneys of the keeper's house, however, and as we approached the jetty, which was constructed of bamboo poles and very flimsy, I noticed the keeper himself hastening down a path through the woods to meet us. I also noticed that the path and the garden of the house was everywhere surrounded with high wire mesh fences, which, so far as I could judge by the recently turned earth at their bases, were continued to some depth underground. My anxiety to meet the keeper was extremely great. I had heard the most remarkable stories on the boat, both of the spectacle I had come so far to witness, and of the extraordinary personality of this man, of his almost supernatural influence over his charges, who, on account of the shortage of food on the island, would probably have gnawed to death any other human visitor not under his protection, and of his alleged power of conversing with the creatures in their own language, an assertion which I am unable any longer to doubt. "You are just in time," he remarked, shaking me by both hands as I stepped ashore. "Had you been a day late, you might well have missed the whole performance. As it is, we are in ample time. You will be able to lunch with me, I think. I doubt if they will begin before tea-time. Please bring your bag to my house and instruct the crew to fetch you in 2 days' time. Their arrival sooner might disturb the proceedings." Examining the keeper, I found him to be a middle-aged man, bald extremely, and at times, indeed, effusively genial, wearing a blue uniform with red piped edges, similar to that which postmen at home are accustomed to wear. The most singular feature of his attire, however, was a clerical collar, much soiled, owing, I suppose, to the infrequency of trade with that island. He also wore a stout leather belt, from which was suspended a whistle and an object which I took to be a sugar-stick, but I saw upon closer inspection that it was a life-preserver, painted white with coloured spiral stripes like those upon a barber's pole. Seeing that my gaze rested upon these objects, he smiled apologetically and explained their use. "I assumed the collar," he said, "not out of religious conviction, but because for some reason or other I find it makes them less restive. You could imagine no shyer animals. They take the most violent objection to some minor article of dress. By the way, I must ask you if you have a watch or clock with you." I told him that I had. "Then you will be so kind as to leave it at the house if we are to go down among them. It's a prejudice I have never been able to understand. As for this truncheon, I have to carry it, for even I am not entirely safe. Their numbers are so great that I feel that to carry it openly might diminish their confidence in me. That confidence," he said, "is my major joy in life. I could never do anything which might diminish it. I have been on this island for nearly 50 years, alone, and I find these creatures my truest friends." A large tear ran down the piping on his collar. "But what can have made you select so lonely and unremunerative an office?" I asked him. "I do not know," he replied. but the creatures chose me themselves." "Chose you?" "Yes, indeed. Please be careful of that hole. There are others near here, and my sight is not good enough to point them all out to. The wire is defective, very defective. Yes, you must know that formerly the office of keeper here was hereditary. When it was thrown open for applications, I was the first to submit my name, together with a Scotsman. The retiring keeper stood us on the beach. There were thousands of them. The rocks and the sand were brown with them. Suddenly, at a word from the keeper, they came forward, flowing over the rocks like hairy treacle. It was too much for the Scotsman. He turned to get behind the wire, but the old keeper tripped him up, and they were all over him in a few seconds. He only managed to kill one. When they went away, his brain was the only part of him they had been unable to reach. My first duty, when the old keeper had given me his whistle and truncheon and been rowed away, was to bury this separately. I have some of the bones in my study. They show the most interesting toothprints." We were by now approaching the house, which was large and well built. It was surmounted by a watchtower which, being the highest point of the island, dominated the shore in all directions. There was an elaborate system of trenches, nets, and wires crossing in every direction throughout the garden of the house, and upon coming accidentally in contact with one of these, I was surprised to receive a sharp electric shock. "I regret these defensive measures," said my host. "They are so unsightly, but I fear they are extremely necessary." Having let us in with a key, my host guided me to my room, and invited me to join him on top of the tower in a few minutes' time. From this eminence, as I have said, the entire island was revealed. I found my host leaning over the balcony, examining a distant part of the coast through a pair of field-glasses. Being unassisted by any such appliance, I could see nothing except an appearance resembling a reddish-brown smoke, which was passing along a small rocky valley among the trees to our right. There were a number of small, bare hills of a sandy soil, and I noticed that these were studded in all directions with circular black mouths of holes, and with the mounds of yellow soil thrown up in the course of their excavation. "I think," the keeper was remarking, "they are going to start from that bay over there, Skull Bay." "Yes, I'm sure they are. You are going to be privileged. You will have a perfect view of the entire performance. Look over there, look over there. They are assembling in their thousands." As, however, he retained the glasses pressed closely to his eyes, I could be certain of nothing, only it appeared to me that along every defile a column of the same brownish smoke was making its way to the spot which he indicated. The spit of rocks at the far side of this bay, the same which I had remarked on approaching the island, was encrusted with a thick, moving deposit of the same color, like live fur. I mentioned this appearance to the keeper in the hope of getting the loan of his glasses. "It is live fur," he remarked, retaining them. "You would never imagine the intelligence of the creatures, the love and patience which they have expended in preparing for this day. The females have swum for miles, removing the weeds from the bay and the rocks. The males have been digging and refilling holes with almost human industry to prepare themselves. I ought to explain to you exactly what will happen. Very soon they will begin to gather in groups, as if to be addressed by their leaders. But they are waiting for me to give the signal. They have taken me into their confidence throughout. I have witnessed this event no less than 9 times. I know by now what sort of things please them. I carve them little medals out of the tops of condensed milk tins, and hang them from ribbons. For weeks beforehand they wait at my back door to drag the medals away to their holes. In their enthusiasm to make preparations, they do irreparable damage to the island. That, I suppose, is partly responsible for the food shortage, but one has not the heart to stop them. But what exactly will they do? I asked him. When they have been addressed by their leaders, they will go down to the shore all together, and stand along the edge of the sea. By that time it will be sundown, and they will call to me. I will then hoist the flag upon the pole, which you see upon that hill. Then the leaders will enter the water, a few at a time. Gradually they will pass through the line of breakers, and begin to swim out towards the setting sun in the open sea. Others will follow, squeaking with confidence. I tell you I have watched this spectacle no less than 9 times, and on every occasion I have been struck and inspired by the expression of confidence upon the faces of every individual animal, even the females and the extremely young. You must forgive my sentimental and unscientific approach, but I have come to regard the creatures with affection, and I can interpret their expressions as you can those of a man. "And what then?" I asked. "They continue to swim out to sea." "For how long?" "Until the last one has sunk. It is a most touching business. For weeks later the island is abnormally quiet, and I go round collecting and skinning the corpses with which the windward side is littered. The white sand on those beaches is almost entirely composed of pulverized bone." I pondered for a moment this astounding biological phenomenon. "But how is it," I asked him, "that the species does not become extinct?" "A certain number remain behind, of course," he told me. "The malformed and the sick, some of the extremely aged, though I have noticed the enthusiasm with which these lead the march to the shore, though hardly able to stagger along, and quite unable to participate by swimming. And there are a certain number of abnormal adults who seem to have no urge to join in the migration. These are quite often killed by the others, though. I may be able to show you a few tonight." He put away the glasses, as by now the sun was not far from the water of the bay, and he found it dazzling. "If we go now," he said, "we shall have time for a meal before the migration begins." Accordingly we went downstairs. The keeper's imported food was excellent, and he diverted me throughout the meal with the exhibition and explanation of the curiosities with which the room was filled, including the Scotsman's bones and a number of curious objects washed ashore by the sea. So much, however, was I wearied by my journey that in the course of his talking I fell fast asleep. I was awakened by my host bending over me and shaking me. I noticed, although the light was rapidly failing, that he had large tears running down his face. "Come," he said. "They are waiting for me." He removed a red flag from a small locker and opened the front door. We passed at a run through a gate in the high wire fence, which my host unlocked, and on among the trunks of the small trees with which the island is covered. On a number of occasions I fell as a result of catching my feet in holes or mounds of earth. The woods were entirely deserted, but I could detect a multiplicity of footprints all running the same way as we were running. My companion seemed to know every inch of the ground, for he never stumbled until we found ourselves on the summit of the small, hole-riddled hill overlooking the bay, where the pole stood. "We are in time," he gasped. I looked down onto the beach below me, utterly astounded by what I saw, a sight that in every way surpassed my expectations. The arena of white sand was illuminated by the oblique red light of the sun under a cloud-bank, and both it and the spit of seaward rocks were flowing and undulating with an immense crowd of small, red, furry animals. They surged over the stones at the foot of the low cliffs, and fresh contingents continued to arrive in streams which poured out of several defiles, and paths leading to the beach rather like a viscous fluid. There was a tide mark of them creeping and climbing on the rocks. The beach itself was so congested that a number of the animals were jammed into cracks in the stones, while a long brown fringe undulated with each successive wave. My host was enraptured. "I never saw so many," was all he was capable of saying at first. Then he began to talk rapidly in my ear, pointing out to me facts which I would not otherwise have observed. I noted that the animals were engaged in crowding into groups, in the centres of which larger and older individuals could be seen. I could smell an overpowering smell of small rodent. The air was full of a minute shuffling, and the dry noise of claws and tails crossing on stones. Turning my attention to individual animals closer to myself, I noticed that many were cleaning their fur, while the females brushed and licked their young and marshalled them in the direction of the shore. I noticed, or rather the keeper pointed out to me with pride, that one of the larger lemmings was dragging a tin medal from a bedraggled ribbon between his prominent front teeth. I observed also the complacent, if not confident, expression upon the faces of the rodents, though being unfamiliar with their normal appearance, I am unable to state its significance. "Look there," said the keeper. "That's the oldest animal I've seen. He's at the center of a group. And you see—" Here he broke off short, watching closely a small group of animals on the top of a low dune, separated from the rest. Their fur was noticeably less kempt than that of the others, and they were huddled into a group. As I watched, a larger lemming, passing, dragged one of them down into the crowd, and after a while his corpse was thrown out and rolled down the dune. "Those are some of the abnormals I told you of," said the keeper. "They're apparently refusing to go." Suddenly he stiffened and caught my arm, pointing out to sea. The lower limb of the sun, elliptical in form, had touched the horizon. There was an instant cessation of movement below us, except where at the periphery of the crowd a few latecomers hastened to take their places. Then, suddenly, a shrill, dry squeaking commenced at the end of the spit in the far distance, and approached until its volume was terrible. I put my hands to my ears, but could not exclude it. The keeper spoke, but I could not hear his words. With feverish hands he attached the flag to its halyard and hoisted it. Instantly the sound ceased. There was a long, quiet pause. And then the first lemming entered the water, and swam resolutely out, its head and paws jerking, and a red arrowhead of ripple coming from its chin. It swam about 3 yards alone, and then a second followed it, and another. Within a few moments the surface of the bay was covered with the minute black wedges of heads and intersecting V-shaped ripples, and the entire gathering began to crowd down the beach to the water, calling quietly to one another, the females administering a final preen to their young, the adults ruffling and smoothing their coats. They began to pass below us, headed out to sea. The keeper took off his cap and held it before him, weeping and clapping his hands. After a while, 1 or 2 of the animals ceased to swim and sank, many of them at a point immediately below our hill. I noticed that whenever one appeared on the point of sinking, 2 of the larger lemmings would rush towards him and attempt to reach him in time to hang round his neck one of the tin medals, the weight and encumbrance of which usually caused him to sink at once, though here and there the ribbon remained floating, suggesting that in these instances the medal was of wood. Before many moments had passed, there remained on the beach only the small group on their dune, and a solitary infant which rushed to and fro and finally entered the water, sinking just off the rocks below our viewpoint. The keeper was shouting at the top of his voice, "Wonderful! Wonderful!" By this time the squeaking was dying away, and the light fading. Only the net of ripples marked the progress of the lemmings out to sea. The keeper hauled down the flag, trembling with emotion. Already a few bodies were being returned by the water along the line of the tide. I gave him my promise to assist him the following day in the collection and preservation of the valuable skins, and thanked him for his hospitality and the unique opportunity I had enjoyed. By now it was dark, and the island extremely quiet. The Grey Ones, by J.B. Priestley. Under the influence of Dunn's An Experiment with Time, where it is suggested that memory can flow forwards as well as backwards, J.B. Priestley wrote 4 splendid fantastic plays: Dangerous Corner, 1932, Time and the Conways, 1937, I Have Been Here Before, also 1937, and An Inspector Calls, 1945. His novels, however, are not fantastic, and The Grey Ones is, to the best of my knowledge, Priestley's only fantastic short story. Guy de Maupassant died insane in 1893, having published over 300 short stories during his lifetime. One of these, The Horla, he wrote 2 versions of the same story, deals with a man who believes that the world is being taken over by a mysterious creature. Priestley's story on a similar theme is more convincing. The end, admittedly, is foreseeable, but the nagging question remains: what if what we see is not what it seems to be? What if our world is a deception? "And your occupation, Mr. Patson?" Dr. Smith asked, holding his beautiful fountain pen a few inches from the paper. "I'm an exporter," said Mr. Patson, smiling almost happily. Really, this wasn't too bad at all. First, he had drawn Dr. Smith instead of his partner, Dr. Meyerstein. Not that he had anything against Dr. Meyerstein, for he had never set eyes on him, but he had felt that it was at least a small piece of luck that Dr. Smith had been free to see him, and Dr. Meyerstein hadn't. If he had to explain himself to a psychiatrist, then he would much rather have one simply and comfortingly called Smith. And Dr. Smith, a broad-faced man about 50 with giant rimless spectacles, had nothing forbidding about him, and looked as if he might have been an accountant, a lawyer, or a dentist. His room, too, was reassuring, with nothing frightening in it, rather like a sitting-room in a superior hotel. And that fountain pen really was a beauty. Mr. Patson had already made a mental note to ask Dr. Smith where he had bought that pen. And surely a man who could make such a mental note right off couldn't have much wrong with him. "It's a family business," Mr. Patson continued, smiling away. "My grandfather started it, originally for the Far East. Firms abroad, especially in rather remote places, send us orders for all manner of goods, which we buy here on commission for them. It's not the business it was 50 years ago, of course, but on the other hand, we've been helped to some extent by all these trade restrictions and systems of export licenses which people a long way off simply can't cope with. So we cope for them. Irritating work often, but not uninteresting. On the whole, I enjoy it." "That is the impression you've given me," said Dr. Smith, making a note. "And you are reasonably prosperous, I gather?" "We all have our financial worries these days, of course. I know I have." He produced a mechanical sort of laugh, like an actor in a comedy that had been running too long, and Mr. Patson echoed him like another bored actor. Then Dr. Smith looked grave and pointed his pen at Mr. Patson as if he might shoot him with it. "So I think we can eliminate all that side, Mr. Patson, "Oh, yes, certainly, certainly," said Mr. Patson hurriedly, not smiling now. "Well, now," said Dr. Smith, poising his pen above the paper again, "tell me what's troubling you." Mr. Patson hesitated. Before I tell you the whole story, can I ask you a question?" Dr. Smith frowned, as if his patient had made an improper suggestion. "If you think it might help." "Yes, I think it would," said Mr. Patson, "because I'd like to know roughly where you stand before I begin to explain." He waited a moment. "Dr. Smith, do you believe there's a kind of evil principle in the universe, a sort of super-devil, that is working hard to ruin humanity, and has its agents, who must really be minor devils or demons, living among us as people? Do you believe that?" "Certainly not," replied Dr. Smith without any hesitation at all. "That's merely a superstitious fancy, for which there is no scientific evidence whatever. It's easy to understand, though we needn't go into all that now, why anybody, even today, suffering from emotional stress, might be possessed by such an absurd belief, but of course it's mere fantasy, entirely subjective in origin. And the notion that this evil principle could have its agents among us might be very dangerous indeed. It could produce very serious antisocial effects. You realize that, Mr. Patson?" "Oh, yes, I do. I mean at certain times when, when I've been able to look at it as you're looking at it, Doctor. But most times I can't. And that, I suppose," Mr. Patson added, with a wan smile, "is why I'm here." "Quite so," Dr. Smith murmured, making some notes. "And I think you have been well advised to ask for some psychiatric treatment. These things are apt to be sharply progressive, although their actual progress might be described as regressive. But I won't worry you with technicalities, Mr. Patson. I'll merely say that you, or was it Mrs. Patson, or shall I say both of you, are to be congratulated on taking this very sensible step in good time. And now you know, as you said, where I stand, perhaps you had better tell me all about it. Please don't omit anything for fear of appearing ridiculous. I can only help you if you are perfectly frank with me, Mr. Patson. I may ask a few questions, but their purpose will be to make your account clearer to me. By the way, here we don't adopt the psychoanalytic method, and we don't sit behind our patients while they relax on a couch. But if you would find it easier not to address me as you have been doing, face to face— "No, that's all right," said Mr. Patson, who was relieved to discover he would not have to lie on the couch and murmur at the opposite wall. "I think I can talk to you just like this. Anyhow, I'll try." "Good. And remember, Mr. Patson, try to tell me everything relevant. Smoke, if it will help you to concentrate." "Thanks, I might later on." Mr. Patson waited a moment, surveying his memories as if they were some huge, glittering sea, and then waded in. "It began about a year ago. I have a cousin who's a publisher, and one night he took me to dine at his club, the Burlington. He thought I might like to dine there because it's a club used a great deal by writers and painters and musicians and theatre people. Well, after dinner we played bridge for an hour or two, then we went down into the lounge for a final drink before leaving. My cousin was claimed by another publisher, so I was left alone for about a quarter of an hour. It was then that I overheard Furbright, you know, the famous painter, who was obviously full of drink, although you couldn't exactly call him drunk, and was holding forth to a little group at the other side of the fireplace. Apparently he'd just come back from Syria, or somewhere around there, and he picked this idea up from somebody there, though he said it only confirmed what he'd been thinking himself for some time. Dr. Smith gave Mr. Patson a thin smile. "You mean the idea of an evil principle working to ruin humanity?" "Yes," said Mr. Patson. "Furbright said that the old notion of a scarlet and black sulphuric Satan, busy tempting people, was of course all wrong, though it might have been right at one time, and perhaps in the Middle Ages. Then the devils were all fire and energy. Furbright quoted the poet Blake, I've read him since, to show that these weren't real devils and their hell wasn't the real hell. Blake, in fact, according to Furbright, was the first man here to suggest that we didn't understand the evil principle, but in his time it had hardly made a start. It's during the last few years, Furbright said, that the horrible thing has really got to work on us." "Got to work on us?" Dr. Smith raised his eyebrows. "Doing what?" "The main object, I gathered from what Furbright said," Mr. Patson replied earnestly, "is to make mankind go the way the social insects went, to turn us into automatic creatures, mass beings without individuality, soulless machines of flesh and blood." The doctor seemed amused. "And why should the evil principle want to do that?" "To destroy the soul of humanity," said Mr. Patson, without an answering smile. "To eliminate certain states of mind that belong essentially to the good. To wipe from the face of this earth all wonder, joy, deep feeling, the desire to create, to praise life. Mind you, that is what Furbright said." "But you believed him?" "I couldn't help feeling, even then, that there was something in it. I'd never thought on those lines before. I'm just a plain businessman, and not given to fancy speculation. But I had been feeling for some time that things were going wrong, and that somehow they seemed to be out of our control. In theory, I suppose we're responsible for the sort of lives we lead, but in actual practice we find ourselves living more and more the kind of life we don't like. It's as if," Mr. Patson continued rather wildly, avoiding the doctor's eye, "we were all compelled to send our washing to one huge sinister laundry, which returned everything with more and more colour bleached out of it until it was all a dismal grey." "I take it," said Dr. Smith, "that you are now telling me what you thought and felt yourself, and not what you overheard this man Furbright say." "About the laundry, yes. And about things never going the right way." "Yes, that's what I'd been feeling. As if the shape and colour and smell of things were going. Do you understand what I mean, Doctor?" "Oh, yes, it's part of a familiar pattern. Your age may have something to do with it." "I don't think so," said Mr. Patson sturdily. "This is something quite different. I've made all allowance for that." "So far as you can, no doubt," said Dr. Smith smoothly, without any sign of resentment. "You must also remember that the English middle class, to which you obviously belong, has suffered recently from the effects of what has been virtually an economic and social revolution. Therefore any member of that class, and I am one myself, can't help feeling that life does not offer the same satisfactions as it used to do before the war." "Dr. Smith," cried Mr. Patson, looking straight at him now, "I know all about that. My wife and her friends have enough to say about it, never stop grumbling. But this is something else. I may tell you, I've always been a liberal, and believed in social reform, and if this was a case of one class getting a bit less and another class getting a bit more, my profits going down and my clerks' and warehousemen's wages going up, I wouldn't lose an hour's sleep over it. But what I'm talking about is something quite different. Economics and politics and social changes may come into it, but they're just being used. I don't follow you there, Mr. Patson. You will in a minute, Doctor. I want to get back to what I overheard Furbright saying that night. I got away from it just to make the point that I couldn't help feeling at once there was something in what he said. Just because for the first time somebody had given me a reason why these things were happening." He regarded the other man earnestly. Smiling thinly, Dr. Smith shook his head. "The hypothesis of a mysterious but energetic evil principle, Mr. Patson, doesn't offer us much of a reason." "It's a start," replied Mr. Patson, rather belligerently. "And of course that wasn't all by any means. Now we come to these agents." "Oh, yes, the agents." Dr. Smith looked very grave now. "It was Furbright who gave you that idea, was it?" "Yes. Would never have occurred to me, I'll admit. But if this evil principle was trying to make something like insects out of us, it could do it in two ways. One, by a sort of remote control, perhaps by a sort of continuous radio program, never leaving our minds alone, telling us not to attempt anything new, to play safe, not to have any illusions, to keep to routine, not to waste time and energy wondering and brooding and being fanciful and all that. Did Pirbright suggest something of that sort was happening? Yes, but it wasn't his own idea. The man he'd been talking about before I listened to him, somebody he'd met in the Near East, had told him definitely all that non-stop propaganda was going on. But the other way, direct control, you might call it, was by the use of these agents, a sort of evil fifth column, with more and more of them everywhere, hard at work. Devils? Inquired the doctor, smiling. Demons? What? That's what they amount to, said Mr. Patson, not returning the smile, but frowning a little. Except that it gives one a wrong idea of them. Horns and tails and that sort of thing. These are quite different, Pirbright said. All you can definitely say is that they're not human. They don't belong to us. They don't like us. They're working against us. They have their orders. They know what they're doing. They work together in teams. They arrange to get jobs for one another, more and more influence and power. So what chance have we against them? And Mr. Patson asked this question almost at the top of his voice. If such beings existed, Dr. Smith replied calmly, we should soon be at their mercy, I agree. But then they don't exist, except, of course, as figures of fantasy, although in that capacity they can do a great deal of harm. I take it, Mr. Patson, that you have thought about, or shall we say, brooded over, these demonic creatures rather a lot lately. Quite so. By the way, what do you call them? It might save time and possible confusion if we can give them a name. They're the grey ones, said Mr. Patson without any hesitation. Ah, the grey ones. Dr. Smith frowned again and pressed his thin lips together, perhaps to show his disapproval of such a prompt reply. You seem very sure about this, Mr. Patson. Well, why shouldn't I be? You ask me what I call them, so I tell you. Of course, I don't know what they call themselves, and I didn't invent that name for them. Oh? This is Pirbright again, is it? Yes, that's what I heard him calling them, and it seemed to me a very good name for them. They're trying to give everything a grey look, aren't they? And there's something essentially grey about these creatures themselves. None of your gaudy red and black Mephistopheles stuff about them. Just quiet grey fellows busy greying everything. That's them. Is it indeed? Now, I want to be quite clear about this, Mr. Patson. As I suggested earlier, this idea of the so-called grey ones is something I can't dismiss lightly, just because it might have very serious antisocial effects. It is one thing to entertain a highly fanciful belief in some mysterious evil principle working on us for its own evil ends. It is quite another thing to believe that actual fellow citizens, probably highly conscientious and useful members of the community, are not human beings at all, but so many masquerading demons. You can see that, can't you? Of course I can, said Mr. Patson, with a flick of impatience. I'm not stupid, even though I may have given you the impression that I am. This idea of the grey ones, well, it brings the whole thing home to you, doesn't it? Here they are, busy as bees, round every corner, you might say. The doctor smiled. Yet you've never met one. Isn't that highly suggestive? Doesn't that make you ask yourself what truth there can be in this absurd notion? All these grey ones, seeking power over us, influencing our lives, and yet you've never actually come into contact with one. Now, Mr. Patson, and he wagged a finger. Who says I've never met one? Mr. Patson demanded indignantly. Where did you get that idea from, Doctor? Do you mean to tell me? Certainly I mean to tell you. I know at least a dozen of them. My own brother-in-law is one. Dr. Smith looked neither shocked nor surprised. He merely stared searchingly for a moment or two, then rapidly made some notes. And now he stopped sounding like a rather playful schoolmaster and became a doctor in charge of a difficult case. So that's how it is, Mr. Patson. You know at least a dozen grey ones, and one of them is your brother-in-law. That's correct, isn't it? Good. Very well. Let us begin with your brother-in-law. When and how did you make the discovery that he is a grey one? Well, I'd wondered about Harold for years, said Mr. Patson slowly. I'd always disliked him, but I never quite knew why. He'd always puzzled me, too. He's one of those chaps who don't seem to have any centre you can understand. They don't act from any ordinary human feeling. They haven't motives you can appreciate. It's as if there was nothing inside 'em. They seem to tick over like automatic machines. You know what I mean, Doctor? It would be better now if you left me out of it. Just tell me what you thought and felt. About Harold, for instance. Yes, Harold. Well, he was one of them. No centre, no feeling, no motives. I'd try to get closer to him just for my wife's sake, though they'd never been close. I'd talk to him at home after dinner, and sometimes I'd take him out. I couldn't call him unfriendly. That at least would have been something. He'd listen up to a point while I talked. If I asked him a question, he'd make some sort of reply. He'd talk himself in a kind of fashion, rather like a leading article in one of the more cautious newspapers. Chilly stuff, grey stuff. Nothing exactly wrong with it, but nothing right about it either. And after a time, about half an hour or so, I'd find it hard to talk to him, even about my own affairs. I'd begin wondering what to say next. There'd be a sort of vacuum between us. He had a trick, which I've often met elsewhere, of deliberately not encouraging you to go on, of just staring, waiting for you to say something silly. Now, I put this down to his being a public official. When I first knew him, he was one of the assistants to the clerk of our local borough council. Now he's the clerk. Quite a good job, for ours is a big borough. Well, a man in that position has to be more careful than somebody like me has. He can't let himself go, has too many people to please, or rather not to offend. And one thing was certain about Harold, and that ought to have made him more human, but somehow it didn't. And that was that he meant to get on. He had ambition. But there again, it wasn't an ordinary human ambition, with a bit of fire and nonsense in it somewhere, but a sort of cold determination to keep on moving up. You see what I mean? Oh, I forgot. No questions. Well, that's how he was and is. But then I noticed another thing about Harold, and even my wife had to agree about this. He was what we called a damper. If you took him out to enjoy something, he not only didn't enjoy it himself, but he contrived somehow to stop you from enjoying it. I'm very fond of a good show, and don't mind seeing a really good one several times. But if I took Harold along, then it didn't matter what it was. I couldn't enjoy it. He wouldn't openly attack it or sneer at it, but somehow by just being there, sitting beside you, he'd cut it down and take all the colour and fun out of it. You'd wonder why you'd wasted your evening and your money and such stuff. It was the same if you tried him with a football or cricket match. He'd have a boring afternoon. And if you asked him to a little party, it was fatal. He'd be polite, quite helpful, do whatever you asked him to do, but the party would never get going. It would be just as if he was invisibly spraying us with some devilish composition that made us all feel tired and bored and depressed. Once we were silly enough to take him on a holiday with us, motoring through France and Italy. It was the worst holiday we ever had. He killed it stone dead. Everything he looked at seemed smaller and duller and greyer than it ought to have been. Chartres, the Loire country, Provence, the Italian Riviera, Florence, Siena. They were all cut down and greyed over, so that we wondered why we'd ever bothered to arrange such a trip, and hadn't stuck to Torquay and Bournemouth. Then, before I'd learnt more sense, I'd talked to him about various plans I had for improving the business. But as soon as I'd described any scheme to Harold, I could feel my enthusiasm ebbing away. I felt, or he made me feel, any possible development wasn't worth the risk. Better stick to the old routine. I think I'd have been done for now if I hadn't had sense enough to stop talking to Harold about the business. If he asked me about any new plans, I'd tell him I hadn't any. Now, all this was long before I knew about the grey ones, but I had Harold on my mind, particularly as he lived and worked so close to us. When he became clerk to the council, I began to take more interest in our municipal affairs, just to see what influence Harold was having on them. I made almost a detective job of it. For instance, we'd had a go-ahead, youngish chief education officer, but he left, and in his place a dull, timid fellow was appointed. And I found out that Harold had worked that. Then we had a lively chap as entertainment officer, who'd brightened things up a bit, but Harold got rid of him, too. Between them, he and his friend, the treasurer, who was another of them, managed to put an end to everything that added a little colour and sparkle to life round our way. Of course, they always had a good excuse, economy and all that. But I noticed that Harold and the treasurer only made economies in one direction, on what you might call the anti-grey side, and never stirred themselves to save money in other directions, in what was heavily official, pompous, interfering, irritating, depressing, calculated to make you lose heart. You must have noticed yourself that we never do save money in those directions, either in municipal or national affairs, and that what I complained of in our borough was going on all over the country. Yes, and as far as I can make out, in a lot of other countries, too. Dr. Smith waited a moment or two, and then said, rather sharply, "Please continue, Mr. Patson. If I wish to make a comment or ask a question, I will do so." "That's what I meant earlier," said Mr. Patson, "when I talked about economies and politics and social changes just being used. I've felt all the time there was something behind them. If we're doing it for ourselves, it doesn't make sense. But the answer is, of course, that we're not doing it for ourselves. We're just being manipulated. Take communism. The grey ones must have almost finished the job in some of those countries. They hardly need to bother any more. All right, we don't like communism. We must make every possible effort to be ready to fight it. So, what happens? More and more of the grey ones take over. This is their chance. So either way, they win and we lose. We're farther along the road we never wanted to travel. Nearer the bees, ants, termites. Because we're being pushed. My God, Doctor, can't you feel it yourself?" "No, I can't, but never mind about me. And don't become too general, please. What about your brother-in-law, Harold? When did you decide he was a grey one?" "As soon as I began thinking over what Furbright said," replied Mr. Patson. "I'd never been able to explain Harold before, and God knows I've tried often enough. Then I saw at once he was a grey one. He wasn't born one, of course, for that couldn't possibly be how it works. My guess is that sometime while he was still young, the soul or essence of the real Harold Southers was drawn out and a grey one slipped in. That must be going on all the time now. There's so many of them about. Of course they recognize each other and help each other, which makes it easy for them to handle us humans. They know exactly what they're up to. They receive and give orders. It's like having a whole, well-disciplined secret army working against us. And our only possible chance now is to bring 'em out into the open and declare war on 'em." "How can we do that?" asked Dr. Smith, smiling a little, "if they're secret?" "I've thought a lot about that," said Mr. Patson earnestly, "and it's not so completely hopeless as you might think. After a time, you begin to recognize a few. Harold, for instance, and our borough treasurer. I'm certain he's one. Then, as I told you at first, there are about a dozen more that I'd willingly stake a bet on." "Yes, I know what you're wondering, Doctor. If they're all officials, eh? Well, no, they aren't. Though 7 or 8 of them are. And you can see why, because that's where the power is now. Another 2 are up-and-coming politicians, and not in the same party, neither. One's a banker I know in the city, and he's a grey one, all right. Wouldn't have been able to spot them if I hadn't spent so much time either with Harold or wondering about him. They all have the same cutting-down and bleaching stare, the same dead touch. Wait till you see a whole lot of them together holding a conference." Then Mr. Patson broke off abruptly, as if he felt he had said too much. Dr. Smith raised his eyebrows so that they appeared above his spectacles, not unlike hairy caterpillars on the move. "Perhaps you would like a cigarette now, Mr. Patson. No, take one of these. I'm no smoker myself, but I'm told they're excellent. Ah, you have a light. Good. Now, take it easy for a minute or two, because I think you're tiring a little. And it's very important you should be able to finish your account of these, grey ones, if possible, without any hysterical overemphasis. No, Mr. Patson. I didn't mean to suggest there'd been any such overemphasis so far. You've done very well indeed up to now, bearing in mind the circumstances. And it's a heavy sort of day, isn't it? We seem to have too many days like this, don't we? Or is it simply that we're not getting any younger?" He produced his long-run actor's laugh. Then he brought his large white hands together, contrived to make his lips smile without taking the hard stare out of his eyes, and said finally, "Now then, Mr. Patson, at the point you broke off your, story, shall we call it, You had suggested that you had seen a whole lot of grey ones together, holding a conference. I think you might very usefully enlarge that rather astonishing suggestion, don't you?" Mr. Patson looked and sounded troubled. "I'd just as soon leave that, if you don't mind, Doctor. You see, if it's all nonsense, then there's no point in my telling you about that business. If it isn't all nonsense—" "Yes," said Dr. Smith after a moment, prompting him. "If it isn't all nonsense, then I might be saying too much." Mr. Patson looked about for an ashtray as if to hide his embarrassment. "There, at your elbow, Mr. Patson. Now, please look at me, and remember what I said earlier. I am not interested in fanciful theories of the universe, or wildly imaginative interpretations of present world conditions. All I'm concerned with here, in my professional capacity, is your state of mind, Mr. Patson. That being the case, it's clearly absurd to suggest that you might be saying too much. Unless you are perfectly frank with me, it would be very difficult for me to help you. Come now, we agreed about that. So far you've followed my instructions admirably. All I ask now is for a little more cooperation. Did you actually attend what you believed to be a conference of these grey ones?" "Yes, I did," said Mr. Patson, not without some reluctance. "But I'll admit I can't prove anything. The important part may be something I imagined. If you insist, I'll tell you what happened. I overheard Harold and our borough treasurer arranging to travel together to Maunby Hall, which is about 15 miles north of where I live. I'd never been there myself, but I'd heard of it in connection with various summer schools and conferences and that sort of thing. Perhaps you know it, Dr. Smith? As a matter of fact, I do. I had to give a paper there one Saturday night. It's a rambling early Victorian mansion with a large ballroom that's used for the more important meetings. That's the place. Well, it seems they were going there to attend a conference of the New Era Community Planning Association. When I overheard them saying that, first I told myself how lucky I was not to be going too. Then, afterward, thinking it over, I saw that if you wanted to hold a meeting that no outsider in his senses would want to attend, you couldn't do better than hold it in a country house that's not too easy to get at, and call it a meeting or conference of the New Era Community Planning Association. I know if anybody said to me, "Come along with me and spend the day listening to the New Era Community Planning Association," I'd make any excuse to keep away. Of course it's true that anybody like Harold couldn't be bored. The grey ones are never bored, which is one reason why they are able to collar and hold down so many jobs nowadays. Sort of jobs that reek of boredom. Well, this New Era Community Planning Association might be no more than one of the usual societies of busybodies, cranks, and windbags. But, then again, it might be something very different, and I kept thinking about it in connection with the grey ones. Saturday was the day of the conference. I went down to my office in the morning, just to go through the post and see if there was anything urgent, and then went home to lunch. In the middle of the afternoon, I felt I had to know what was happening out at Maunby Hall, so off I went in my car. I parked it just outside the grounds, scouted round a bit, then found an entrance to a little wood at the back. There was nobody about, and I sneaked into the house by way of a servants' door near the pantries and larders. There were some catering people around there, but nobody bothered me. I went up some back stairs, and after more scouting, which I enjoyed as much as anything I've done this year, I was guided by the sound of voices to a small door in a corridor upstairs. This door was locked on the inside, but a fellow had once shown me how to deal with a locked door when the key's still in the lock on the other side. You slide some paper under the door, poke the key out so that it falls onto the paper, and then slide the paper back with the key on it. Well, this trick worked, and I was able to open the door, which I did very cautiously. It led to a little balcony overlooking the floor of the ballroom. There was no window near this balcony, so that it was rather dark up there, and I was able to creep down to the front rail without being seen. There must have been between 300 and 400 of them in that ballroom, sitting on little chairs. This balcony was high above the platform, so I had a pretty good view of them as they sat facing it. They looked like grey ones, but of course I couldn't be sure. And for the first hour or so I couldn't be sure whether this really was a meeting of the New Era Community Planning Association or a secret conference of grey ones. The stuff they talked would have done for either. That's where the grey ones are so damnably clever. They've only to carry on doing what everybody expects them to do, in their capacity as sound, conscientious citizens, and men in authority, to keep going with their own hellish task. So there I was, getting cramp, no wiser. Another lot of earnest busybodies might be suggesting new ways of robbing us of our individuality. Or an organized covey of masquerading devils and demons might be making plans to bring us nearer to the insects to rob us of our souls. Well, I was just about to creep back up to the corridor, giving it up as a bad job, when something happened. He stopped and looked dubiously at his listener. "Yes, Mr. Patson," said Dr. Smith encouragingly. "Then something happened?" "This is the part you can say I imagined, and I can't prove I didn't. But I certainly didn't dream it, because I was far too cramped and aching to fall asleep. Well, the first thing I noticed was a sudden change in the atmosphere of the meeting. It was as if somebody very important had arrived, though I didn't see anybody arriving. And I got the impression that the real meeting was about to begin. Another thing, I knew for certain now that this was no random collection of busybodies and windbags, that they were all grey ones. If you asked me to tell you in detail how I knew, I couldn't begin. But I noticed something else after a minute or two. These grey ones massed together down there had now a positive quality of their own, which I'd never discovered before. It wasn't that they were just negative, not human, as they were at ordinary times. They had this positive quality, which I can't describe except as a sort of chilly hellishness. As if they'd stopped pretending to be human and were letting themselves go, recovering their demon natures. And here I'm warning you, Doctor, that my account of what happened from then is bound to be sketchy and peculiar. For one thing, I wasn't really well placed up in that balcony, not daring to show myself and only getting hurried glimpses. And for another thing, I was frightened. Yes, Doctor, absolutely terrified. I was crouching there just above 300 or 400 creatures from some cold hell. That quality I mentioned, that chilly hellishness, seemed to come rolling over me in waves. Might have been kneeling on the edge of a pit of iniquity 1,000,000 miles deep. I felt the force of this hellishness, not on the outside, but inside, as if the very essence of me was being challenged and attacked. One slip, a blackout, and then I might waken up to find myself running a concentration camp, choosing skins for lampshades. Then something arrived. Whoever or whatever they'd been waiting for was down there on the platform. I knew that, definitely. But I couldn't see him or it. All I could make out was a sort of thickening and whirling of the air down there. Then, out of that, a voice spoke. The voice of the leader they had been expecting. But this voice didn't come from outside through my ears. It spoke inside me, right in the center, so that it came out to my attention, if you see what I mean. Rather like a small, very clear voice on a good telephone line, but coming from inside. I tell you frankly, I didn't want to stay there and listen, no matter what big secrets were coming out. All I wanted to do was to get away from there as soon as I could. But for a few minutes I was too frightened to make the necessary moves. "Then you heard what this, voice was saying, Mr. Patson?" the doctor asked. "Some of it, yes." "Excellent. Now, this is important." And Dr. Smith pointed his beautiful fountain pen at Mr. Patson's left eye. "Did you learn from it anything you hadn't known before? Please answer me carefully." "I'll tell you one thing you won't believe," cried Mr. Patson. "Not about the voice. I'll come to that. But about those grey ones. I risked a peep while the voice was talking, and what I saw nearly made me pass out. There they were, 300 or 400 of them, not looking human at all, not making any attempt. They'd all gone back to their original shapes. They looked, this is the nearest I can get to it, like big, semi-transparent toads. Their eyes were like 600 electric lamps burning underwater, all greeny, unblinking, and shining out of hell. But what did you hear the voice say? Dr. Smith was urgent now. How much can you remember? That's what I want to know. Come along, man. Mr. Patson passed a hand across his forehead, and then looked at the edge of this hand with some astonishment, as if he had not known it would be so wet. I heard it thank them in the name of Adaragrapha, Lord of the Creeping Hosts. Yes, I could have imagined it. I never knew I'd that sort of imagination. And what is imagination, anyhow? What else? What else did you hear, man? 10,000 more were to be drafted into the Western region. There would be promotions for some there who'd been on continuous duty longest. There was to be a swing over from the assault by way of social conditions, which could almost look after itself now, to the draining away of character, especially in the young of the doomed species. Yes, those were the very words, Mr. Patson shouted, jumping up and waving his arms. Especially in the young of the doomed species. Us! Do you understand? Us! And I tell you, we haven't a chance unless we start fighting back now. Yes, and with everything we've got left. Grey ones. And more of them coming, taking charge of us, giving us a push here, a shove there, down. Mr. Patson found his arms strongly seized and held by the doctor, who was clearly a man of some strength. The next moment he was being lowered into his chair. "Mr. Patson," said the doctor sternly, "you must not excite yourself in this fashion. I cannot allow it. Now I must ask you to keep still and quiet for a minute while I speak to my partner, Dr. Meyerstein. It's for your own good. Now give me your promise." "All right, but don't be long," said Mr. Patson, who suddenly felt quite exhausted. As he watched the doctor go out, he wondered if he had not said either too much or not enough. Too much, he felt, if he was to be accepted as a sensible businessman who happened to be troubled by some neurotic fancies. Not enough, perhaps, to justify, in view of the doctor's obvious skepticism, the terrible, shaking excitement that had possessed him at the end of their interview. No doubt round the corner, Drs. Smith and Meyerstein were having a good laugh over this rubbish about grey ones. Well, they could try and make him laugh, too. He would be only too delighted to join them. They could persuade him he had been deceiving himself. Probably that is what they would do now. "Well, Mr. Patson," said Dr. Smith, at once brisk and grave, as he returned with two other men, one of them Dr. Meyerstein, and the other a bulky fellow in white who might be a male nurse. All three moved forward slowly as Dr. Smith spoke to him. "You must realize that you are a very sick man, sick in mind, if not yet sick in body. So you must put yourself in our hands." Even as he nodded in vague agreement, Mr. Patson saw what he ought to have guessed before, that Dr. Smith was a grey one, and that now he had brought two more grey ones with him. There was a fraction of a moment, as the three of them bore down upon him to silence his warning for ever, when he thought he caught another glimpse of the creature in the ballroom. 3 of them now, like big, semi-transparent toads, 6 eyes like electric lamps burning under water, all greeny, unblinking, shining triumphantly out of hell. The Feather Pillow by Horacio Quiroga. Like Edgar Allan Poe, to whom he has often been compared, Horacio Quiroga had a life dogged by tragedy. His father was killed in a shooting accident. His first wife committed suicide, and Quiroga himself accidentally shot his best friend. In 1937, after discovering that he was suffering from cancer, Quiroga committed suicide in Buenos Aires. Born in Uruguay, he spent most of his life in the Everglade jungles of northeastern Argentina, the setting of many of his best stories. Anaconda, the adventures of one of South America's largest and deadliest serpents, told in the style of Kipling's Jungle Book. The Dead Man, and Sunstroke, laconic tales of violence and death. The Feather Pillow, with its icily perfect last line, shows Quiroga at his most haunting and powerful. Her entire honeymoon gave her hot and cold shivers. A blonde, angelic, and timid young girl, the childish fancies she had dreamed about being a bride had been chilled by her husband's rough character. She loved him very much, none the less, although sometimes she gave a light shudder when, As they returned home through the streets together at night, she cast a furtive glance at the impressive stature of her Jordan, who had been silent for an hour. He, for his part, loved her profoundly, but never let it be seen. For 3 months, they had been married in April, they lived in a special kind of bliss. Doubtless she would have wished less severity in the rigorous sky of love, more expansive and less cautious tenderness, but her husband's impassive manner always restrained her. The house in which they lived influenced her chills and shuddering to no small degree. The whiteness of the silent patio, friezes, columns, and marble statues, produced the wintry impression of an enchanted palace. Inside, the glacial brilliance of stucco, the completely bare walls, affirmed the sensation of unpleasant coldness. As one crossed from one room to another, the echo of his steps reverberated throughout the house, as if long abandonment had sensitized its resonance. Alicia passed the autumn in this strange love-nest. She had determined, however, to cast a veil over her former dreams and live like a sleeping beauty in the hostile house, trying not to think about anything until her husband arrived each evening. It is not strange that she grew thin. She had a light attack of influenza that dragged on insidiously for days and days. After that, Alicia's health never returned. Finally, one afternoon she was able to go into the garden, supported on her husband's arm. She looked around listlessly. Suddenly, Jordan, with deep tenderness, ran his hand very slowly over her head, and Alicia instantly burst into sobs, throwing her arms around his neck. For a long time she cried out all the fears she had kept silent, redoubling her weeping at Jordan's slightest caress. Then her sobs subsided, and she stood a long while, her face hidden in the hollow of his neck, not moving or speaking a word. This was the last day Alicia was well enough to be up. On the following day she awakened feeling faint. Jordan's doctor examined her with minute attention, prescribing calm and absolute rest. "I don't know," he said to Jordan at the street door. "She has a great weakness that I am unable to explain. And with no vomiting, nothing. If she wakes tomorrow, as she did today, call me at once." When she awakened the following day, Alicia was worse. There was a consultation. It was agreed there was an anemia of incredible progression, completely inexplicable. Alicia had no more fainting spells, but she was visibly moving towards death. The lights were lighted all day long in her bedroom, and there was complete silence. Hours went by without the slightest sound. Alicia dozed. Jordan virtually lived in the drawing-room, which was also always lighted. With tireless persistence he paced ceaselessly from one end of the room to the other. The carpet swallowed his steps. At times he entered the bedroom and continued his silent pacing back and forth alongside the bed, stopping for an instant at each end to regard his wife. Suddenly Alicia began to have hallucinations, vague images, at first seeming to float in the air, then descending to floor level. Her eyes excessively wide, she stared continuously at the carpet on either side of the head of her bed. One night she suddenly focused on one spot, and she opened her mouth to scream, and pearls of sweat suddenly beaded her nose and lips. "Jordan! Jordan!" she clamored, rigid with fright, still staring at the carpet. Jordan ran to the bedroom, and when she saw him appear, Alicia screamed with terror. "It's I, Alicia! It's I!" Alicia looked at him confusedly. She looked at the carpet. She looked at him once again, and after a long moment of stupefied confrontation, she regained her senses. She smiled and took her husband's hand in hers, caressing it, trembling, for half an hour. Among her most persistent hallucinations was that of an anthropoid poised on his fingertips on the carpet, staring at her. The doctors returned, but to no avail. They saw before them a diminishing life, a life bleeding away day by day, hour by hour, absolutely without their knowing why. During their last consultation, Alicia lay in a stupor while they took her pulse, passing her inert wrist from one to another. They observed her a long time in silence, and then moved into the dining-room. "Phew!" The discouraged chief physician shrugged his shoulders. "It is an inexplicable case. There is little we can do." "That's my last hope," Jordan groaned, and he staggered blindly against the table. Alicia's life was fading away in the subdelirium of anemia, a delirium which grew worse throughout the evening hours, but which let up somewhat after dawn. The illness never worsened during the daytime, but each morning she awakened pale as death, almost in a swoon. It seemed only at night that her life drained out of her in new waves of blood. Always when she awakened she had the sensation of lying collapsed in the bed, with a 1,000,000-pound weight on top of her. Following the 3rd day of this relapse, she never left her bed again. She could scarcely move her head. She did not want her bed to be touched, not even to have her bedcovers arranged. Her crepuscular terrors advanced now in the form of monsters that dragged themselves towards the bed and laboriously climbed upon the bedspread. Then she lost consciousness. The final 2 days she raved ceaselessly in a weak voice. The lights funereally illuminated the bedroom and drawing-room. In the deathly silence of the house, the only sound was the monotonous delirium from the bedroom and the dull echoes of Jordan's eternal pacing. Finally, Alicia died. The servant, when she came in afterward to strip the now empty bed, stared wonderingly for a moment at the pillow. "Sir," she called Jordan in a low voice, "there are stains in the pillow that look like blood." Jordan approached rapidly and bent over the pillow. Truly, on the case, on both sides of the hollow left by Alicia's head, were 2 small, dark spots. "They look like punctures," the servant murmured after a moment of motionless observation. "Hold it up to the light," Jordan told her. The servant raised the pillow, but immediately dropped it and stood staring at it, livid and trembling. Without knowing why, Jordan felt the hair rise on the back of his neck. "What is it?" he murmured in a hoarse voice. "It's very heavy," the servant whispered, still trembling. Jordan picked it up. It was extraordinarily heavy. He carried it out of the room, and on the dining-room table he ripped open the case and the ticking with a slash. The top feathers floated away, and the servant, her mouth opened wide, gave a scream of horror and covered her face with her clenched fists. In the bottom of the pillowcase, among the feathers, slowly moving its hairy legs, was a monstrous animal, a living, viscous ball. It was so swollen one could scarcely make out its mouth. Night after night, since Alicia had taken to her bed, this abomination had stealthily applied its mouth, its proboscis, one might better say, to the girl's temples, sucking her blood. The puncture was scarcely perceptible. The daily plumping of the pillow had doubtlessly at first impeded its progress, but as soon as the girl could no longer move, the suction became vertiginous. In 5 days, in 5 nights, the monster had drained Alicia's life away. These parasites of feathered creatures, diminutive in their habitual environment, reach enormous proportions under certain conditions. Human blood seems particularly favorable to them, and it is not rare to encounter them in feather pillows. Translated from the Spanish by Margaret Sayers Pedden. Seaton's Aunt by Walter de la Mare. "I remember," says Chesterton in one of his hundreds of essays, "the real literary thrill which I felt long ago when reading The Turn of the Screw, and how it woke within me again long after under the suffocating vividness of Seaton's Aunt. It is the vividness of something undefined. We never know exactly who or what Seaton's Aunt is. We simply feel her presence as terrible and menacing, like an unopened door in a bad dream. Dreams were one of de la Mare's lifelong preoccupations. They appear again and again in his stories and poems, so much so that the poet Stephen Spender expressed doubt as to whether de la Mare was a real person or a dream. "He already has so much the air of being an inhabitant of the shades," said Spender, who met him in the 50s. Walter de la Mare died in England in 1956. I had heard rumors of Seaton's aunt long before I actually encountered her. Seaton, in the hush of confidence, or at any little show of toleration on our part, would remark, "My aunt," or "my old aunt, you know," as if his relative might be a kind of cement to an entente cordiale. He had an unusual quantity of pocket money, or at any rate it was bestowed on him in unusually large amounts, and he spent it freely, though none of us would have described him as an awfully generous chap. "Hello, Seaton," we would say. "The old Begum?" At the beginning of term, too, he used to bring back surprising and exotic dainties in a box with a trick padlock that accompanied him from his first appearance at Gummidge's in a billycock hat to the rather abrupt conclusion of his school-days. From a boy's point of view, he looked distastefully foreign with his yellowish skin, slow, chocolate-coloured eyes, and lean, weak figure. Merely for his looks, he was treated by most of us true-blue Englishmen with condescension, hostility, or contempt. We used to call him Pongo, but without any much better excuse for the nickname than his skin. He was, that is, in one sense of the term, what he assuredly was not in the other sense, a sport. Seaton and I, as I may say, were never in any sense intimate at school. Our orbits only intersected in class. I kept deliberately aloof from him. I felt vaguely he was a sneak, and remained quite unmollified by advances on his side, which, in a boy's barbarous fashion, unless it suited me to be magnanimous, I haughtily ignored. We were both of us quick-footed, and at Prisoner's Base used occasionally to hide together. And so I best remember Seaton, his narrow, watchful face in the dusk of a summer evening, his peculiar crouch, and his inarticulate whisperings and mumblings. Otherwise he played all games slackly and limply, used to stand and feed at his locker with a crony or two until his tuck gave out, or waste his money on some outlandish fancy or other. He bought, for instance, a silver bangle, which he wore above his left elbow, until some of the fellows showed their masterly contempt of the practice by dropping it nearly red-hot down his neck. It needed, therefore, a rather peculiar taste and a rather rare kind of schoolboy courage and indifference to criticism to be much associated with him, and I had neither the taste nor, probably, the courage. Nonetheless, he did make advances, and on one memorable occasion went to the length of bestowing on me a whole pot of some outlandish mulberry-coloured jelly that had been duplicated in his term's supplies. In the exuberance of my gratitude, I promised to spend the next half-term holiday with him at his aunt's house. I had clean forgotten my promise when, 2 or 3 days before the holiday, he came up and triumphantly reminded me of it. "Well, to tell you the honest truth, Seaton, old chap," I began graciously, but he cut me short. "My aunt expects you," he said. "She is very glad you are coming. She's sure to be quite decent to you, Withers." I looked at him in sheer astonishment. The emphasis was so uncalled for. It seemed to suggest an aunt not hitherto hinted at, and a friendly feeling on Seaton's side that was far more disconcerting than welcome. We reached his aunt's house partly by train, partly by a lift and an empty farm cart, and partly by walking. It was a whole-day holiday, and we were to sleep the night. He lent me extraordinary night gear, I remember. The village street was unusually wide and was fed from a green by 2 converging roads, with an inn and a high green sign at the corner. About 100 yards down the street was a chemist's shop, a Mr. Tanner's. We descended the 2 steps into his dusky and odorous interior to buy, I remember, some rat poison. A little beyond the chemist's was the forge. We then walked along a very narrow path, under a fairly high wall, nodding here and there with weeds and tufts of grass, and so came to the iron garden gates, and saw the high, flat house behind its huge sycamore. A coach-house stood on the left of the house, and on the right a gate led into a kind of rambling orchard. The lawn lay away over to the left again, and at the bottom, for the whole garden sloped gently to a sluggish and rushy pond-like stream, was a meadow. We arrived at noon and entered the gates out of the hot dust beneath the glitter of the dark-curtained windows. Seaton led me at once through the little garden gate to show me his tadpole pond, swarming with what, being myself not in the least interested in low life, seemed to me the most horrible creatures, of all shapes, consistencies, and sizes, but with which Seaton was obviously on the most intimate of terms. I can see his absorbed face now, as squatting on his heels he fished the slimy things out in his sallow palms. Wearying at last of these pets, we loitered about a while in an aimless fashion. Seaton seemed to be listening, or at any rate waiting, for something to happen, or for someone to come. But nothing did happen, and no one came. That was just like Seaton. Anyhow, the first view I got of his aunt was when, at the summons of a distant gong, we turned from the garden, very hungry and thirsty, to go into luncheon. We were approaching the house when Seaton suddenly came to a standstill. Indeed, I have always had the impression that he plucked at my sleeve. Something at least seemed to catch me back, as it were, as he cried, "Look out! There she is!" She was standing at an upper window which opened wide on a hinge, and at first sight she looked an excessively tall and overwhelming figure. This, however, was mainly because the window reached all but to the floor of her bedroom. She was in reality rather an undersized woman, in spite of her long face and big head. She must have stood, I think, unusually still, with eyes fixed on us, though this impression may be due to Seaton's sudden warning and to my consciousness of the cautious and subdued air that had fallen on him at sight of her. I know that without the least reason in the world I felt a kind of guiltiness, as if I had been caught. There was a silvery star pattern sprinkled on her black silk dress, and even from the ground I could see the immense coils of her hair, and the rings on her left hand, which was held figuring the small jet buttons of her bodice. She watched our united advance without stirring, until, imperceptibly, her eyes raised and lost themselves in the distance, so that it was out of an assumed reverie that she appeared suddenly to awaken to our presence beneath her when we drew close to the house. "So this is your friend Mr. Smithers, I suppose," she said, bobbing to me. "Withers, aunt," said Seaton. "It's much the same," she said, with eyes fixed on me. "Come in, Mr. Withers, and bring him along with you." She continued to gaze at me. At least I think she did so. I know that the fixity of her scrutiny and her ironical Mr. made me feel peculiarly uncomfortable. None the less, she was extremely kind and attentive to me, though no doubt her kindness and attention showed up more vividly against her complete neglect of Seaton. Only one remark that I have any recollection of she made to him. "When I look on my nephew, Mr. Smithers, I realize that dust we are and dust shall become. You are hot, dirty, and incorrigible, Arthur." She sat at the head of the table, Seaton at the foot, and I before a wide waste of damask tablecloth between them. It was an old and rather close dining-room, with windows thrown wide to the green garden and a wonderful cascade of fading roses. Miss Seaton's great chair faced this window, so that its rose-reflected light shone full on her yellowish face, and on just such chocolate eyes as my schoolfellows', except that hers were more than half covered by unusually long and heavy lids. There she sat, steadily eating, with those sluggish eyes fixed for the most part on my face. Above them stood the deep-lined fork between her eyebrows, and above that the wide expanse of a remarkable brow beneath its strange, steep bank of hair. The lunch was copious, and consisted, I remember, of all such dishes as are generally considered too rich and too good for the schoolboy digestion: lobster mayonnaise, cold game, sausages, an immense veal and ham pie farced with eggs, truffles, and numberless delicious flavors, besides kickshaws, creams, and sweetmeats. We even had a wine, a half-glass of old darkish sherry each. Miss Seaton enjoyed and indulged an enormous appetite. Her example and a natural schoolboy voracity soon overcame my nervousness of her, even to the extent of allowing me to enjoy to the best of my bent so rare a spread. Seaton was singularly modest. The greater part of his meal consisted of almonds and raisins, which he nibbled surreptitiously, and as if he found difficulty in swallowing them. I don't mean that Miss Seaton conversed with me. She merely scattered trenchant remarks, and now and then twinkled a baited question over my head. But her face was like a dense and involved accompaniment to her talk. She presently dropped the Mr. to my intense relief, and called me now Withers or Wither, now Smithers, and even once, towards the close of the meal, distinctly Johnson, though how on earth my name suggested it, or whose face mine had reanimated in memory, I cannot conceive. "And is Arthur a good boy at school, Mr. Wither?" was one of her many questions. "Does he please his masters? Is he first in his class? What does the Reverend Dr. Gummidge think of him, eh?" I knew she was jeering at him, but her face was adamant against the least flicker of sarcasm or facetiousness. I gazed fixedly at a blushing crescent of lobster. "I think you're 8th, aren't you, Seaton? Oh, wait a minute, now, that's him. I think you're 8th, aren't you, Seaton?" Seaton moved his small pupils towards his aunt, but she continued to gaze with a kind of concentrated detachment at me. Arthur will never make a brilliant scholar, I fear, she said, lifting a dexterously burdened fork to her wide mouth. After luncheon she preceded me up to my bedroom. It was a jolly little bedroom with a brass fender and rugs and a polished floor, on which it was possible, I afterwards found, to play snowshoes. Over the washstand was a little black-framed watercolour drawing, depicting a large eye with an extremely fish-like intensity in the spark of light on the dark pupil, and an illuminated lettering beneath was printed very minutely, "Thou, God, seest me," followed by a long looped monogram, SS, in the corner. The other pictures were all of the sea, brigs on blue water, a schooner overtopping chalk cliffs, a rocky island of prodigious steepness, with two tiny sailors dragging a monstrous boat up a shelf of beach. "This is the room, Withers, my poor dear brother William died in when a boy. Admire the view." I looked out of the window across the tree-tops. It was a day hot with sunshine over the green fields, and the cattle were standing swishing their tails in the shallow water. But the view at the moment was no doubt made more vividly impressive by the apprehension that she would presently inquire after my luggage, and I had brought not even a toothbrush. I need have had no fear. Hers was not that highly civilized type of mind that is stuffed with sharp material details, nor could her ample presence be described as in the least motherly. "I would never consent to question a schoolfellow behind my nephew's back," she said, standing in the middle of the room. "Tell me, Smithers, why is Arthur so unpopular? You, I understand, are his only close friend." She stood in a dazzle of sun, and out of it her eyes regarded me with such leaden penetration beneath their thick lids that I doubt if my face concealed the least thought from her. "But there," she added very suavely, stooping her head a little, "don't trouble to answer me. I never extort an answer. Boy's a queer fish. Brains might perhaps have suggested his washing his hands before luncheon, but not my choice, Smithers. God forbid. And now perhaps you would like to go into the garden again. I cannot actually see from here, but I should not be surprised if Arthur is now skulking behind that hedge." He was. I saw his head come out and take a rapid glance at the windows. "Join him, Mr. Smithers. We shall meet again, I hope, at the tea-table. The afternoon I spend in retirement." Whether or not, Seaton and I had not been long engaged, with the aid of two green switches, in riding round and round a lumbering old grey horse we found in the meadow, before a rather bunched-up figure appeared, walking along the field path on the other side of the water, with a magenta parasol studiously lowered in our direction throughout her slow progress, as if that were the magnetic needle and we the fixed pole. Seaton at once lost all nerve and interest. At the next lurch of the old mare's heels he toppled over into the grass, and I slid off the sleek broad back to join him where he stood, rubbing his shoulder and sourly watching the rather pompous figure till it was out of sight. "Is that your aunt, Seaton?" I inquired, but not till then. He nodded. "Why didn't she take any notice of us then?" "She never does." "Why not?" "Oh, she knows all right. Without. That's the damn awful part of it." Seaton was one of the very few fellows at Gummidge's who had the ostentation to use bad language. He had suffered for it, too. But it wasn't, I think, bravado. I believe he really felt certain things more intensely than most of the other fellows, and they were generally things that fortunate and average people do not feel at all. The peculiar quality, for instance, of the British schoolboy's imagination. "I tell you, Withers," he went on moodily, slinking across the meadow with his hands covered up in his pockets, "she sees everything. And what she doesn't see she knows without." "But how?" I said, not because I was much interested, but because the afternoon was so hot and tiresome and purposeless, and it seemed more of a bore to remain silent. Seaton turned gloomily and spoke in a very low voice. "Don't appear to be talking of her, if you wouldn't mind. It's because she's in league with the devil." He nodded his head and stooped to pick up a round, flat pebble. "I tell you," he said, still stooping, "you fellows don't realize what it is. I know I'm a bit close and all that, but so would you be if you had that old hag listening to every thought you think." I looked at him, then turned and surveyed one by one the windows of the house. "Where's your pater?" I said awkwardly. "Dead, ages and ages ago. My mother, too. She's not my aunt, even by rights." "What is she, then?" "I mean, she's not my mother's sister, because my grandmother married twice, and she's one of the first lot. I don't know what you call her, but anyhow, she's not my real aunt. She gives you plenty of pocket money." Seaton looked steadfastly at me out of his flat eyes. "She can't give me what's mine. When I come of age, half of the whole lot will be mine. And what's more," he turned his back on the house, "I'll make her hand over every blessed shilling of it." I put my hands in my pockets and stared at Seaton. "Is it much?" He nodded. "Who told you?" He got suddenly very angry. A darkish red came into his cheeks. His eyes glistened, but he made no answer, and we loitered listlessly about the garden until it was time for tea. Seaton's aunt was wearing an extraordinary kind of lace jacket when we sidled sheepishly into the drawing-room together. She greeted me with a heavy and protracted smile, and bade me bring a chair close to the little table. "I hope Arthur has made you feel at home," she said, as she handed me my cup in her crooked hand. "You don't talk much to me, but then I'm an old woman. You must come again with her and draw him out of his shell. You old snail," she wagged her head at Seaton, who sat munching cake and watching her intently. "And we must correspond, perhaps." She nearly shut her eyes at me. "You must write and tell me everything behind the creature's back." I confess I found her rather disquieting company. The evening drew on. Lamps were brought in by a man with a nondescript face and very quiet footsteps. Seaton was told to bring out the chessmen, and we played a game, she and I, with her big chin thrust over the board at every move as she gloated over the pieces and occasionally croaked "check," after which she would sit back inscrutably staring at me. But the game was never finished. She simply hemmed me in with a gathering cloud of pieces that held me impotent, and yet one and all refused to administer to my poor, flustered old king a merciful coup de grace. "There," she said, as the clock struck 10, "a drawn game, Withers. We are very evenly matched. Very creditable defence, Withers. You know your room. There's supper on a tray in the dining-room. Don't let the creature overeat himself. The gong will sound 3/4 of an hour before a punctual breakfast." She held out her cheek to Seaton, and he kissed it with obvious perfunctoriness. With me she shook hands. "An excellent game," she said cordially, "but my memory is poor, and—" She swept the pieces helter-skelter into the box. "The result will never be known." She raised her great head far back. "Eh?" It was a kind of challenge, and I could only murmur, "Oh, I was absolutely in a hole, you know," when she burst out laughing and waved us both out of the room. Seaton and I stood and ate our supper with one candlestick to light us in a corner of the dining-room. "Well, and how would you like it?" he said very softly, after cautiously poking his head round the doorway. "Like what?" "Being spied on? Every blessed thing you do and think?" "I shouldn't like it at all," I said, "if she does." "And yet you let her smash you up at chess." "I didn't let her," I said indignantly. "Well, you funked it, then." "And I didn't funk it either," I said. "She's so jolly clever with her knights." Seaton stared at the candle. "Knights," he said slowly. "You wait, that's all." We went upstairs to bed. I had not been long in bed, I think, when I was cautiously awakened by a touch on my shoulder. And there was Seaton's face in the candlelight, and his eyes looking into mine. "What's up?" I said, lurching out of my elbow. "Shh! Don't scurry," he whispered. "She'll hear." "Sorry for waking you, but I didn't think you'd be asleep so soon." "Why, what's the time, then?" Seaton wore, what was then rather unusual, a night suit, and he hauled his big silver watch out of the pocket in his jacket. "It's 11:45. I never get to sleep before 12, not here." "What do you do, then?" "Oh, I read and listen." "Listen?" Seaton stared into his candle flame as if he were listening even then. "You can't guess what it is. All you read in ghost stories, that's all rot. You can't see much with us, but you know all the same." "Know what?" "Why, that they're there." "Who's there?" I asked fretfully, glancing at the door. "Why, in the house. It swarms with 'em. Just you stand still and listen outside my bedroom door in the middle of the night." "I have, dozens of times. They're all over the place." "Look here, Seaton," I said. "You asked me to come here, and I didn't mind chucking up a leave just to oblige you, and because I'd promised. But don't get talking a lot of rot, that's all, or you'll know the difference when we get back." "Don't fret," he said coldly, turning away. "I shan't be at school long. And what's more, you're here now, and there isn't anybody else to talk to. I'll chance the other." "Look here, Seaton," I said. "You may think you're going to scare me with a lot of stuff about voices and all that, But I'll just thank you to clear out, and you may please yourself about pottering about all night." He made no answer. He was standing by the dressing-table, looking across his candle into the looking-glass. He turned and stared slowly round the walls. "Even this room's nothing more than a coffin. I suppose she told you. It's all exactly the same as when my brother William died. Trust her for that. And good luck to him, say I. Look at that." He raised his candle close to the little watercolour I have mentioned. "There's hundreds of eyes like that in this house, and even if God does see you, he takes precious good care you don't see him. And it's just the same with them. I'll tell you what, Withers, I'm getting sick of all this. I shan't stand it much longer." The house was silent within and without, and even in the yellowish radiance of the candle a faint silver showed through the open window in my blind. I slipped off the bedclothes, wide awake, and sat irresolute on the bedside. "I know you're only guying me," I said angrily, "but why is the house full of what you say? Why do you hear what you do hear? Tell me that, you silly fool." Seaton sat down on a chair and rested his candlestick on his knee. He blinked at me calmly. "She brings them," he said, with lifted eyebrows. "Who, your aunt?" He nodded. "Oh, I told you," he answered pettishly. "She's in league. You don't know. She as good as killed my mother, I know that. But it's not only her by a long chalk. She just sucks you dry. I know. And that's what she'll do for me, because I'm like her, like my mother. I mean, she simply hates to see me alive. I wouldn't be like that old she-wolf for £1,000,000. And so," he broke off with a comprehensive wave of his candlestick, "they're always here. Ah, my boy, wait till she's dead. She'll hear something then, I can tell you. All very well now, but wait till then. I wouldn't be in her shoes when she has to clear out for something. Don't you go and believe I care for ghosts, or whatever you like to call them. We're all in the same box. We're all under her thumb." He was looking almost nonchalantly at the ceiling at the moment, and I saw his face change, saw his eyes suddenly drop like shot birds and fix themselves on the cranny of the door he had left just ajar. Even from where I sat I could see his cheek change colour. It went greenish. He crouched without stirring, like an animal, and I, scarcely daring to breathe, sat with creeping skin, sourly watching him. His hands relaxed, and he gave a kind of sigh. "Was that one?" I whispered, with a timid show of jauntiness. He looked round, opened his mouth, and nodded. "What?" I said. He jerked his thumb with meaningful eyes, and I knew that he meant that his aunt had been there listening at our door cranny. "Look here, Seaton," I said, once more wriggling to my feet. "You may think I'm a jolly noodle, just as you please, but your aunt has been civil to me and all that, and I don't believe a word you say about her, that's all, and never did. Every fellow's a bit off his pluck at night. You may think it's a fine sport to try your rubbish on me. I heard your aunt come upstairs before I fell asleep, and I'll bet you a level tanner she's in bed now. What's more, you can keep your blessed ghost to yourself. It's a guilty conscience, I should think." Seaton looked at me intently without answering for a moment. "I'm not a liar, Withers, but I'm not going to quarrel either. You're the only chap I care a button for, or at any rate you're the only chap that's ever come here, and it's something to tell a fellow what you feel. I don't care a fig for 50,000 ghosts, although I swear on my solemn oath that I know they're here. It's she." He turned deliberately. "You laid a tanner she's in bed with us. Well, I know different. She's never in bed much of the night, and I'll prove it, too, just to show you I'm not such a nolly as you think I am. Come on." "Come on where?" "Why, to see." I hesitated. He opened a large cupboard and took out a small dark dressing-gown and a kind of shawl jacket. He threw the jacket on the bed and put on the gown. His dusky face was colourless, and I could see by the way he fumbled at the sleeves he was shivering. But it was no good showing the white feather now. So I threw the tasselled shawl over my shoulders, and, leaving our candle brightly burning on the chair, we went out together and stood in the corridor. "Now then, listen," Seaton whispered. We stood leaning over the staircase. It was like leaning over a well, so still and chill the air was all around us. But presently, as I suppose happens in most old houses, began to echo and answer in my ears a medley of infinite small stirrings and whisperings. Now out of the distance an old timber would relax its fibres, or a scurry die away behind the perishing wainscot. But amid and behind such sounds as these, I seemed to begin to be conscious, as it were, of the lightest of footfalls, sounds as faint as the vanishing remembrance of voices in a dream. Seaton was all in obscurity except his face. Out of that his eyes gleamed darkly, watching me. "You'd hear too in time, my fine soldier," he muttered. "Come on." He descended the stairs, slipping his lean fingers lightly along the balusters. He turned to the right at the loop, and I followed him barefooted along a thickly carpeted corridor. At the end stood a door ajar, and from here we very stealthily and in complete blackness ascended 5 narrow stairs. Seaton, with immense caution, slowly pushed open a door, and we stood together, looking into a great pool of duskiness, out of which, lit by the feeble clearness of a nightlight, rose a vast bed. A heap of clothes lay on the floor. Beside them 2 slippers dozed, with noses each to each, a foot or 2 apart. Somewhere a little clock ticked huskily. There was a close smell, lavender and eau de cologne, mingled with the fragrance of ancient sachets, soap and drugs. Yet it was a scent even more peculiarly compounded than that. And the bed. I stared warily in. It was mounded gigantically, and it was empty. Seaton turned a vague, pale face, all shadows. "What did I say?" he muttered. Who's the fool now, I say? How are we going to get back without meeting her, I say? Answer me that. Oh, I wish to God you hadn't come here with us." He stood audibly shivering in his skimpy gown, and could hardly speak for his teeth chattering. And very distinctly, in the hush that followed his whisper, I heard approaching a faint, unhurried, voluminous rustle. Seaton clutched my arm, dragged me to the right across the room to a large cupboard, and drew the door close to on us. And presently, as with bursting lungs I peeped out into the long, low-curtained bedroom, waddled in that wonderful great head and body. I can see her now, all patched and lined with shadow, her tied-up hair. She must have had enormous quantities of it for so old a woman. Her heavy lids above those flat, slow, vigilant eyes. She just passed across my ken in the vague dusk, but the bed was out of sight. We waited on and on, listening to the clock's muffled ticking. Not the ghost of a sound rose up from the great bed. Either she lay archly listening, or slept a sleep serener than an infant's. And when it seemed we had been hours in hiding and were cramped, chilled, and half suffocated, we crept out on all fours, with terror knocking at our ribs, and so down the 5 narrow stairs, and back to the little candle-lit blue and gold bedroom. Once there, Seaton gave in. He sat livid on a chair with closed eyes. "Here," I said, shaking his arm. "I'm going to bed. I've had enough of this foolery. I'm going to bed." His lips quivered, but he made no answer. I poured out some water into my basin, and with that cold, pictured azure eye fixed on us, bespattered Seaton's sallow face and forehead and dabbled his hair. He presently sighed and opened fish-like eyes. "Come on," I said. "Don't get shamming, there's a good chap. Get on my back if you like, and I'll carry you into your bedroom." He waved me away and stood up. So, with my candle in one hand, I took him under the arm and walked him along, according to his direction, down the corridor. His was a much dingier room than mine, and littered with boxes, paper, cages, and clothes. I huddled him into bed and turned to go. And suddenly, I can hardly explain it now, a kind of cold and deadly terror swept over me. I almost ran out of the room, with eyes fixed rigidly in front of me, blew out my candle, and buried my head under the bedclothes. When I awoke, roused not by a gong, but by a long-continued tapping at my door, sunlight was raying in on cornice and bedpost, and birds were singing in the garden. I got up, ashamed of the night's folly, dressed quickly, and went downstairs. The breakfast-room was sweet with flowers and fruit and honey. Seaton's aunt was standing in the garden beside the open French window, feeding a great flutter of birds. I watched her for a moment, unseen. Her face was set in a deep reverie beneath the shadow of a big loose sun-hat. It was deeply lined, crooked, and, in a way I can't describe, fixedly vacant and strange. I coughed politely, and she turned with a prodigious smiling grimace to ask how I had slept. And in that mysterious fashion by which we learn each other's secret thoughts, without a syllable said, I knew that she had followed every word and movement of the night before, and was triumphing over my affected innocence and ridiculing my friendly and too easy advances. We returned to school, Seaton and I, lavishly laden, and by rail all the way. I made no reference to the obscure talk we had had, and resolutely refused to meet his eyes or to take up the hints he let fall. I was relieved, and yet I was sorry, to be going back, and strode on as fast as I could from the station, with Seaton almost trotting at my heels. But he insisted on buying more fruit and sweets, my share of which I accepted with a very bad grace. It was uncomfortably like a bribe, and after all I had no quarrel with his rum old aunt, and hadn't really believed half the stuff he had told me. I saw as little of him as I could after that. He never referred to our visit or resumed his confidences, though in class I would sometimes catch his eye fixed on mine, full of a mute understanding, which I easily affected not to understand. He left Gummidge's, as I have said, rather abruptly, though I never heard of anything to his discredit. I did not see him or have any news of him again till by chance we met one summer afternoon in the Strand. He was dressed rather oddly, in a coat too large for him and a bright silky tie, but we instantly recognized one another under the awning of a cheap jeweller's shop. He immediately attached himself to me and dragged me off, not too cheerfully, to lunch with him at an Italian restaurant nearby. He chattered about our old school, which he remembered only with dislike and disgust, told me cold-bloodedly of the disastrous fate of one or two of the older fellows who had been among his chief tormentors, insisted on an expensive wine and the whole gamut of the foreign menu, and finally informed me, with a good deal of niggling, that he had come up to town to buy an engagement ring. And, of course, "How is your aunt?" I inquired at last. He seemed to have been awaiting the question. It fell like a stone into a deep pool. So many expressions flitted across his long, sad, sallow, un-English face. "He's aged a good deal," he said softly, and broke off. "She's been very decent," he continued presently, after, and paused again. "In a way." He eyed me fleetingly. "I dare say you heard that that we had lost a good deal of money." "No," I said. "Oh, yes," said Seaton, and paused again. And somehow, poor fellow, I knew in the clink and clatter of glass and voices that he had lied to me, that he did not possess and never had possessed a penny beyond what his aunt had squandered on his too ample allowance of pocket-money. "And the ghosts?" I inquired quizzically. He grew instantly solemn, and though it may have been my fancy, slightly yellowed. "But you are making game of me, Withers," was all he said. He asked for my address, and I rather reluctantly gave him my card. "Look here, Withers," he said, as we stood together in the sunlight on the curb saying good-bye. "Here I am, and it's all very well. I'm not perhaps as fanciful as I was, but you are practically the only friend I have on earth, except Alice. And there, to make a clean breast of it, I'm not sure that my aunt cares much about my getting married. She doesn't say so, of course. You know her well enough for that." He looked sidelong at the rattling, gaudy traffic. "What I was going to say is this. Would you mind coming down? You needn't stay the night unless you please, though of course you know you'd be awfully welcome. But I should like you to meet Alice, and then perhaps you might tell me your honest opinion of the other, too." I vaguely demurred. He pressed me, and we parted with a half-promise that I would come. He waved his ball-topped cane at me and ran off in his long jacket after a bus. A letter arrived soon after, in his small, weak handwriting, giving me full particulars regarding route and trains, and without the least curiosity, even perhaps with some little annoyance that chance should have thrown us together again, I accepted his invitation and arrived one hazy midday at his out-of-the-way station to find him sitting on a low seat under a clump of double hollyhocks awaiting me. He looked preoccupied and singularly listless, but seemed none the less to be pleased to see me. We walked up the village street, past the little dingy apothecary's and the empty forge, and, as on my first visit, skirted the house together, and instead of entering by the front door, made our way down the green path into the garden at the back. A pale haze of cloud muffled the sun. The garden lay in a grey shimmer, its old trees, its snapdragoned, faintly glittering walls. But now there was an air of slovenliness where before all had been neat and methodical. In a patch of shallowly dug soil stood a worn-down spade leaning against a tree. There was an old, decayed wheelbarrow. The roses had run to leaf and briar. The fruit trees were unpruned. The goddess of neglect had made it her secret resort. "You ain't much of a gardener, Seaton," I said at last, with a sigh of relief. "I think, do you know, I like it best like this," said Seaton. "We haven't any man now, of course. Can't afford it." He stood staring at his little dark oblong of freshly turned earth. "And it always seems to me," he went on ruminatingly, "that after all, we are all nothing better than interlopers on the earth, disfiguring and staining wherever we go. It may sound shocking blasphemy to say so, but then it's different here, you see. We are further away." "To tell you the truth, Seaton, I don't quite see," I said. "But it isn't a new philosophy, is it? Anyhow, it's a precious beastly one." "It's only what I think," he replied, with all his odd, old, stubborn meekness, "and one thinks as one is." We wandered on together, talking little, and still with that expression of uneasy vigilance on Seaton's face. He pulled out his watch as we stood gazing idly over the green meadows and the dark, motionless bulrushes. "I think perhaps it's nearly time for lunch," he said. "Would you like to come in?" We turned and walked slowly towards the house, across whose windows, I confess, my own eyes, too, went restlessly meandering in search of its rather disconcerting inmate. There was a pathetic look of bedraggledness, of want of means and care, rust and overgrowth and faded paint. Seaton's aunt, a little to my relief, did not share our meal. So he carved the cold meat and dispatched a heaped-up plate by an elderly servant for his aunt's private consumption. We talked little and in half-suppressed tones, and sipped some Madeira, which Seaton, after listening for a moment or two, fetched out of the great mahogany sideboard. I played him a dull and effortless game of chess, yawning between the moves he himself made almost at haphazard and with attention elsewhere engaged. Towards 5 o'clock came the sound of a distant ring, and Seaton jumped up, overturning the board, and so ended a game that else might have fatuously continued to this day. He effusively excused himself, and after some little while returned with a slim, dark, pale-faced girl of about 19, in a white gown and hat, to whom I was presented with some little nervousness as his dear old friend and schoolfellow. We talked on in the gold afternoon light, still, as it seemed to me, and even in spite of our efforts to be lively and gay, in a half-suppressed, lack-lustre fashion. We all seemed, if it were not my fancy, to be expectant, to be almost anxiously awaiting an arrival, the appearance of someone whose image filled our collective consciousness. Seaton talked least of all, and in a restless, interjectory way, as he continually fidgeted from chair to chair. At last he proposed a stroll in the garden before the sun should have quite gone down. Alice walked between us. Her hair and eyes were conspicuously dark against the whiteness of her gown. She carried herself not ungracefully, and yet with peculiarly little movement of her arms and body, and answered us both without turning her head. There was a curious, provocative reserve in that impassive, melancholy face. It seemed to be haunted by some tragic influence of which she herself was unaware. And yet, somehow I knew, I believe we all knew, that this walk, this discussion of their future plans, was a futility. I had nothing to base such skepticism on, except only a vague sense of oppression, a foreboding consciousness of some inert, invincible power in the background, to whom optimistic plans and love-making and youth are as chaff and thistledown. We came back, silent in the last light. Seaton's aunt was there, under an old brass lamp. Her hair was as barbarously massed and curled as ever. Her eyelids, I think, hung even a little heavier in age over their slow-moving, inscrutable pupils. We filed in softly out of the evening, and I made my bow. "In this short interval, Mr. Withers," she remarked amiably, "you have put off youth, put on the man. Dear me, how sad it is to see the young days vanishing. Sit down. My nephew tells me you met by chance, or act of Providence, shall we call it? and in my beloved Strand. You, I understand, are to be best man. Yes, best man. Or am I divulging secrets? She surveyed Arthur and Alice with overwhelming graciousness. They sat apart on 2 low chairs and smiled in return. And Arthur, how do you think Arthur is looking? I think he looks very much in need of a change, I said. A change? Indeed. She all but shut her eyes at me, and with an exaggerated sentimentality shook her head. My dear Mr. Withers, are we not all in need of a change in this fleeting, fleeting world? She mused over the remark like a connoisseur. And you, she continued, turning abruptly to Alice, I hope you pointed out to Mr. Withers all my pretty bits. We only walked round the garden, the girl replied. Then, glancing at Seaton, added almost inaudibly, It's a very beautiful evening. Is it? Said the old lady, starting up violently. Then on this very beautiful evening we will go in to supper. Mr. Withers, your arm. Arthur, bring your bride. We were a queer quartet, I thought to myself, as I solemnly led the way into the faded, chilly dining room, with this indefinable old creature leaning wooingly on my arm, the large, flat bracelet on the yellow-laced wrist. She fumed a little, breathing heavily, but as if with an effort of the mind rather than of the body, for she had grown much stouter and yet little more proportionate, and to talk into that great white face so close to mine was a queer experience in the dim light of the corridor, and even in the twinkling crystal of the candles. She was naive, appallingly naive. She was crafty and challenging. She was even arch, and all these in the brief, rather puffy passage from one room to the other, with these 2 tongue-tied children bringing up the rear. The meal was tremendous. I have never seen such a monstrous salad, but the dishes were greasy and overspiced and were indifferently cooked. One thing only was quite unchanged. My hostess's appetite was as gargantuan as ever. The heavy silver candelabra that lighted us stood before her high-backed chair. Seaton sat a little removed, his plate almost in darkness. And throughout this prodigious meal his aunt talked, mainly to me, mainly at him, but with an occasional satirical sally at Alice, and muttered explosions of reprimand to the servant. She had aged, and yet, if it be not nonsense to say so, seemed no older. I suppose to the pyramids a decade is but as the rustling down of a handful of dust, and she reminded me of some such unshakable prehistoricism. She certainly was an amazing talker, rapid, egregious, with a delivery that was perfectly overwhelming. As for Seaton, her flashes of silence were for him. On her enormous volubility would suddenly fall a hush. Acid sarcasm would be left implied, and she would sit, softly moving her great head, with eyes fixed full in a dreamy smile, but with her whole attention, one could see, slowly, joyously absorbing his mute discomfiture. She confided in us her views on a theme vaguely occupying at the moment, I suppose, all our minds. We have barbarous institutions, and so must put up, I suppose, with a never-ending procession of fools ad infinitum. Marriage, Mr. Withers, was instituted in the privacy of a garden, sub rosa, as it were. Civilization flaunts it in the glare of day. The dull marry the poor, the rich the effete. And so our New Jerusalem is peopled with naturals, plain and coloured at either end. I detest folly. I detest still more, if I must be frank, dear Arthur, mere cleverness. Mankind has simply become a tailless host of uninstinctive animals. We should never have taken to evolution, Mr. Withers. Natural selection, little gods and fishes, the deaf for the dumb. We should have used our brains, intellectual pride, the ecclesiastics call it. And by brains, I mean— What do I mean, Alice? I mean, my dear child, and she laid 2 gross fingers on Alice's narrow sleeve, I mean courage. Consider it, Arthur. I read that the scientific world is once more beginning to be afraid of spiritual agencies. Spiritual agencies that tap and actually float, bless their hearts. I think just one more of those mulberries, thank you. They talk about blind love, she ran on derisively as she helped herself, her eyes roving over the dish. But why blind? I think, Mr. Withers, from weeping over its rickets. After all, it is we plain women that triumph, is it not so, beyond the mockery of time? Alice, now. Fleeting, fleeting is youth, my child. What's that you were confiding to your plate, Arthur? Satirical boy. He laughs at his old aunt. Nay, but thou didst laugh. He detests all sentiment. He whispers the most acid asides. Come, my love, we will leave these cynics. We will go and commiserate with each other on our sex. The choice of two evils, Mr. Smithers. I opened the door, and she swept out as if borne on a torrent of unintelligible indignation, and Arthur and I were left in a clear, four-flamed light alone. For a while we sat in silence. He shook his head at my cigarette case, and I lit a cigarette. Presently he fidgeted in his chair and poked his head forward into the light. He paused to rise and shut again the shut door. "How long will you be?" he asked me. I laughed. "Oh, it's not that," he said in some confusion. "Of course I like to be with her, but it's not that. Truth is, Withers, I don't care about leaving her too long with my aunt." I hesitated. He looked at me questioningly. "Look here, Seaton," I said. "You know well enough that I don't want to interfere in your affairs or to offer advice where it is not wanted. But don't you think, perhaps, you may not treat your aunt quite in the right way? As one gets old, you know, a little give and take. I have an old godmother or something of the kind. She's a bit queer, too. A little allowance. It does no harm. But, hang it all, I'm no preacher." He sat down with his hands in his pockets and still with his eyes fixed almost incredulously on mine. "How?" he said. "Well, my dear fellow, if I'm any judge, mind I don't say that I am, I can't help thinking she thinks you don't care for her, and perhaps takes your silence for bad temper. She has been very decent to you, hasn't she?" "Decent? My God!" said Seaton. I smoked on in silence, but he continued to look at me with that peculiar concentration I remembered of old. "I don't think, perhaps, Withers," he began presently, "I don't think you quite understand. Perhaps you are not quite our kind. You always did, just like the other fellows, guy me at school. You laughed at me that night you came to stay here, about the voices and all that. But I don't mind being laughed at, because I know." "Know what?" It was the same old system of dull question and evasive answer. "I mean, I know that what we see and hear is only the smallest fraction of what is. I know she lives quite out of this. She talks to you, but it's all make-believe. It's all a parlour game. She's not really with you, only pitting her outside wits against yours and enjoying the fooling. She's living on inside and what you're rotten without. That's what it is, a cannibal feast. She's a spider. Doesn't much matter what you call it. It means the same kind of thing. I tell you, Withers, she hates me. You can scarcely dream what that hatred means. I used to think I had an inkling of the reason. It's oceans deeper than that. It just lies behind. Herself against myself. Why, after all, how much do we really understand of anything? We don't even know our own histories. And not a tenth of the reasons. What has life been to me? Nothing but a trap. And when one sets oneself free for a while, it only begins again. I thought you might understand. But you are on a different level, that's all." "What on earth are you talking about?" I said contemptuously, in spite of myself. "I mean what I say," he said gutturally. "All this outside's only make-believe. But there! What's the good of talking? As far as this is concerned, I'm as good as done. You wait." Seaton blew out 3 of the candles, and leaving the vacant room in semi-darkness, we groped our way along the corridor to the drawing-room. There a full moon stood shining in at the long garden windows. Alice sat stooping at the door with her hands clasped in her lap, looking out, alone. "Where is she?" Seaton asked in a low tone. She looked up, and their eyes met in a glance of instantaneous understanding, and the door immediately afterwards opened behind us. "Such a moon," said a voice that once heard remained unforgettably on the ear. "A night for lovers, Mr. Withers, if ever there was one. Get a shawl, my dear Arthur, and take Alice for a little promenade. I dare say we old cronies will manage to keep awake. Hasten, hasten, Romeo. My poor, poor Alice, how laggard a lover." Seaton returned with a shawl. They drifted out into the moonlight. My companion gazed after them till they were out of hearing, turned to me gravely, and suddenly twisted her white face into such a convulsion of contemptuous amusement that I could only stare blankly in reply. "Dear, innocent children," she said with inimitable unctuousness. "Well, well, Mr. Withers, we poor, seasoned old creatures must move with the times. Do you sing?" I scouted the idea. "Then you must listen to my playing. Chess," she clasped her forehead with both cramped hands. "Chess is now completely beyond my poor wits." She sat down at the piano and ran her fingers in a flourish over the keys. "What shall it be? How shall we capture them, those passionate hearts, that first fine, careless rapture? Poetry itself?" She gazed softly into the garden a moment, and presently, with a shake of her body, began to play the opening bars of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The piano was old and woolly. She played without music. The lamplight was rather dim. The moonbeams from the window lay across the keys. Her head was in shadow. And whether it was simply due to her personality, or to some really occult skill in her playing, I cannot say. I only know that she gravely and deliberately set herself to satirize the beautiful music. It brooded on the air, disillusioned, charged with mockery and bitterness. I stood at the window. Far down the path I could see the white figure glimmering in that pool of colourless light. A few faint stars shone, and still that amazing woman behind me dragged out of the unwilling keys her wonderful grotesquerie of youth and love and beauty. It came to an end. I knew the player was watching me. "Please, please, go on," I murmured without turning. "Please go on playing, Miss Seaton." No answer was returned to this honeyed sarcasm, but I realized in some vague fashion that I was being acutely scrutinized, when suddenly there followed a procession of quiet, plaintive chords, which broke at last softly into the hymn, "A few more years shall roll." I confess it held me spellbound. There was a wistful, strained, plangent pathos in the tune. But beneath those masterly old hands it cried, softly and bitterly, the solitude and desperate estrangement of the world. Arthur and his lady-love vanished from my thoughts. No one could put him to so hackneyed an old hymn tune, such an appeal, who had never known the meaning of the words. Their meaning, anyhow, isn't commonplace. I turned a fraction of an inch to glance at the musician. She was leaning forward a little over the keys, so that at the approach of my silent scrutiny she had but to turn her face into the thin flood of moonlight for every feature to become distinctly visible. And so, with the tune abruptly terminated, we steadfastly regarded one another, and she broke into a prolonged chuckle of laughter. "Not quite so seasoned as I supposed, Mr. Withers. I see you are a real lover of music. To me it is too painful. It evokes too much thought." I could scarcely see her little glittering eyes under their penthouse lids. "And now," she broke off crisply, "tell me, as a man of the world, what do you think of my new niece?" I was not a man of the world, nor was I much flattered in my stiff and dullish way of looking at things by being called one, and I could answer her without the least hesitation. "I don't think, Miss Seaton, I'm much of a judge of character. She's very charming." "A brunette?" "I think I prefer dark women." "And why? Consider, Mr. Withers. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark cloud, dark night, dark vision, dark death, dark grave, dark, dark." Perhaps the climax would have rather thrilled Seaton, but I was too thick-skinned. "I don't know much about all that," I answered rather pompously. "Broad daylight's difficult enough for most of us." "Ah!" she said, with a sly inward burst of satirical laughter. "And I suppose," I went on, perhaps a little nettled, "it isn't the actual darkness one admires. It's the contrast of the skin and the colour of the eyes and their shining. Just as," I went blundering on, too late to turn back, "just as you only see the stars in the dark. It would be a long day without any evening. As for death and the grave, I don't suppose we shall much notice that." Arthur and his sweetheart were slowly returning along the dewy path. "I believe in making the best of things." "How very interesting," came the smooth answer. "I see you are a philosopher, Mr. Withers. As for death and the grave, I don't suppose we shall much notice that. Very interesting. And I'm sure," she added in a particularly suave voice, I profoundly hope so. She rose slowly from her stool. You will take pity on me again, I hope. You and I would get on famously. Kindred spirits, elective affinities. And, of course, now that my nephew's going to leave me, now that his affections are centred on another, I shall be a very lonely old woman. Shall I not, Arthur? Seaton blinked stupidly. I didn't hear what you said, Aunt. I was telling our old friend, Arthur, that when you are gone, I shall be a very lonely old woman. Oh, I don't think so, he said in a strange voice. He means, Mr. Withers, he means, my dear child, she said, sweeping her eyes over Alice. He means that I shall have memory for company. Heavenly memory. The ghosts of other days. Sentimental boy. And did you enjoy our music, Alice? Did I really stir that youthful heart? Oh, continued the horrible old creature. You billers and cooers, I have been listening to such flatteries, such confessions. Beware, Arthur, there's many a slip. She rolled her little eyes at me. She shrugged her shoulders at Alice, and gazed an instant stonily into her nephew's face. I held out my hand. Good night, she cried. He that fights and runs away. Good night, Mr. Withers. Come again soon. She thrust out her cheek at Alice, and we all three filed slowly out of the room. Black shadow darkened the porch and half the spreading sycamore. We walked without speaking up the dusty village street. Here and there a crimson window glowed. At the fork of the high road I said good-bye. But I had taken hardly more than a dozen paces when a sudden impulse seized me. Seaton, I called. He turned in the cool stealth of the moonlight. You have my address. If by any chance, you should care to spend a week or two in town between this and the day, we should be delighted to see you. Thank you, Withers, thank you, he said in a low voice. I dare say, I waved my stick gallantly at Alice, I dare say you will be doing some shopping. We could all meet, I added, laughing. Thank you, Withers, immensely, he repeated. And so we parted. But they were out of the jog-trot of my prosaic life, and being of a stolid and incurious nature, I left Seaton and his marriage, and even his aunt, to themselves in my memory, and scarcely gave a thought to them until one day I was walking up the Strand again, and passed the flashing gloaming of the second-rate jeweller's shop, where I had accidentally encountered my old schoolfellow in the summer. It was one of those stagnant autumnal days after a night of rain. I cannot say why, but a vivid recollection returned to my mind of our meeting, and of how suppressed Seaton had seemed, and of how vainly he had endeavoured to appear assured and eager. He must be married by now, and had doubtless returned from his honeymoon. And I had clean forgotten my manners, had sent not a word of congratulation, nor, as I might very well have done, and as I knew he would have been pleased at my doing, even the ghost of a wedding present. It was just as of old. On the other hand, I pleaded with myself. I had had no invitation. I paused at the corner of Trafalgar Square, and at the bidding of one of those caprices that seize occasionally on even an unimaginative mind, I found myself pelting after a green bus, and actually bound on a visit I had not in the least intended or foreseen. The colours of autumn were over the village when I arrived. A beautiful late afternoon sunlight bathed thatch and meadow. But it was close and hot. A child, 2 dogs, a very old woman with a heavy basket I encountered. 1 or 2 incurious tradesmen looked idly up as I passed by. It was all so rural and remote. My whimsical impulse had so much flagged that for a while I hesitated to venture under the shadow of a sycamore tree to inquire after the happy pair. Indeed, I first passed by the faint blue gates and continued my walk under the high, green and tufted wall. Hollyhocks had attained their topmost bud, and seeded in the little cottage gardens beyond. The Michaelmas daisies were in flower. A sweet, warm, aromatic smell of fading leaves was in the air. Beyond the cottages lay a field where cattle were grazing, and beyond that I came to a little churchyard. Then the road wound on, hatless and houseless among gorse and bracken. I turned impatiently and walked quickly back to the house and rang the bell. The rather colourless elderly woman who answered my inquiry informed me that Miss Seaton was at home, as if only taciturnity forbade her adding, "But she doesn't want to see you." Might I, do you think, have Mr. Arthur's address?" I said. She looked at me with quiet astonishment, as if waiting for an explanation. Not the faintest of smiles came into her thin face. "I will tell Miss Seaton," she said after a pause. "Please walk in." She showed me into the dingy, undusted drawing-room, filled with evening sunshine, and with the green-dyed light that penetrated the leaves overhanging the long French windows. I sat down and waited on and on, occasionally aware of a creaking footfall overhead. At last the door opened a little, and the great face I had once known peered round at me. For it was enormously changed, mainly, I think, because the aged eyes had rather suddenly failed, and so a kind of stillness and darkness lay over its calm and wrinkled pallor. "Who is it?" she asked. I explained myself and told her the occasion of my visit. She came in, shut the door carefully after her, and though the fumbling was scarcely perceptible, groped her way to a chair. She had on an old dressing-gown, like a cassock, of a patterned cinnamon colour. "What is it you want?" she said, seating herself and lifting her blank face to mine. "Might I just have Arthur's address?" I said deferentially. "I'm so sorry to have disturbed you." You have come to see my nephew?" "Not necessarily to see him, only to hear how he is, and, of course, Mrs. Seaton, too. I am afraid my silence must have appeared—" "He hasn't noticed your silence," croaked the old voice out of the great mask. "Besides, there isn't any Mrs. Seaton." "Ah, then," I answered after a momentary pause, "I have not seen so black as I painted myself. And how is Miss Outram?" "She's gone into Yorkshire," answered Seaton's aunt. "And Arthur, too?" She did not reply, but simply sat blinking at me with lifted chin, as if listening, but certainly not for what I might have to say. I began to feel rather at a loss. "You were no close friend of my nephew's, Mr. Smithers?" she said presently. "No," I answered, welcoming the cue. "And yet, do you know, Miss Seaton, he is one of the very few of my old schoolfellows I have come across in the last few years, and I suppose as one gets older one begins to value old associations." My voice seemed to trail off into a vacuum. "I thought Miss Outram," I hastily began again, "a particularly charming girl. I hope they are both quite well." Still the old face solemnly blinked at me in silence. "You must find it very lonely, Miss Seaton, with Arthur away?" "I was never lonely in my life," she said sourly. "I don't look to flesh and blood for my company. When you've got to be my age, Mr. Smithers, which God forbid, you'll find life a very different affair from what you seem to think it is now. You won't seek company then, I'll be bound. It's thrust on you." Her face edged round into the clear green light, and her eyes groped, as it were, over my vacant, disconcerted face. "I dare say now," she said, composing her mouth. "I dare say my nephew told you a good many taradiddles in his time. Oh, yes, a good many, eh? He was always a liar. What, now, did he say of me? Tell me now." She leant forward as far as she could, trembling with an ingratiating smile. "I think he is rather superstitious," I said coldly. "But honestly, I have a very poor memory, Miss Seaton." "Why," she said, "I haven't." The engagement hasn't been broken off, I hope?" "Well, between you and me," she said, shrinking up and with an immensely confidential grimace, "it has." "I'm sure I'm very sorry to hear it. And where is Arthur?" "Eh?" "Where is Arthur?" We faced each other mutely among the dead, old, bygone furniture. Past all my analysis was that large, flat, grey, cryptic countenance. And then suddenly our eyes for the first time really met. In some indescribable way, out of that thick-lidded obscurity, a far, small something stooped and looked out at me for a mere instant of time that seemed of almost intolerable protraction. Involuntarily I blinked and shook my head. She muttered something with great rapidity, but quite inarticulately, rose and hobbled to the door. I thought I heard, mingled in broken mutterings, something about tea. "Please, please don't trouble," I began. I could say no more, for the door was already shut between us. I stood and looked out at the long, neglected garden. I could just see the bright, weedy greenness of Seaton's tadpole pond. I wandered about the room. Dusk began to gather. The last birds in that dense shadowness of trees had ceased to sing, and not a sound was to be heard in the house. I waited on, vainly speculating. I even attempted to ring the bell. The wire was broken and only jangled loosely at my efforts. I hesitated, unwilling to call or to venture out, and yet more unwilling to linger on, waiting for a tea that promised to be an exceedingly comfortless supper. And as darkness drew down, a feeling of the utmost unease and disquietude came over me. All my talks with Seaton returned on me with a suddenly enriched meaning. I recalled again his face as we had stood hanging over the staircase, listening in the small hours to the inexplicable stirrings of the night. There were no candles in the room. Every minute the autumnal darkness deepened. I cautiously opened the door and listened, and with some little dismay withdrew, for I was uncertain of my way out. I even tried the garden, but was confronted under a veritable thicket of foliage by a padlocked gate. It would be a little too ignominious to be caught scaling a friend's garden fence. Cautiously returning into the still and musty drawing-room, I took out my watch and gave the incredible old woman 10 minutes in which to reappear. And when that tedious 10 minutes had ticked by, I could scarcely distinguish its hands. I determined to wait no longer, threw open the door, and, trusting to my sense of direction, groped my way through the corridor that I vaguely remembered led to the front of the house. I mounted 3 or 4 stairs, and, lifting a heavy curtain, found myself facing the starry fanlight of the porch. From here I glanced into the gloom of the dining-room. My fingers were on the latch of the outer door when I heard a faint stirring in the darkness above the hall. I looked up, and became conscious of, rather than saw, the huddled old figure looking down on me. There was an immense, hushed pause. Then, "Arthur! Arthur!" whispered an inexpressibly peevish, rasping voice. "Is that you? Is that you, Arthur?" I can scarcely say why. The question horribly startled me. No conceivable answer occurred to me. With head craned back, hand clenched on my umbrella, I continued to stare up into the gloom in this fatuous confrontation. "Oh, oh," the voice croaked. "It is you, is it? That disgusting man! Go away out! Go away out!" At this dismissal, I wrenched open the door, and, rudely slamming it behind me, ran out into the garden under the gigantic old sycamore, and so out at the open gate. I found myself half up the village street before I stopped running. The local butcher was sitting in his shop, reading a piece of newspaper by the light of a small oil lamp. I crossed the road and inquired the way to the station, and after he had, with minute and needless care, directed me, I asked casually if Mr. Arthur Seaton still lived with his aunt at the big house just beyond the village. He poked his head in at the little parlour door. "Here's a gentleman inquiring after young Mr. Seaton, Milly," he said. "He's dead, ain't he?" "Why, yes, bless you," replied a cheerful voice from within. "Dead and buried these 3 months or more, young Mr. Seaton, and just before he was to be married. Don't you remember, Bob?" I saw a fair young woman's face peer over the muslin of the little door at me. "Thank you," I replied. "Then I go straight on?" "That's it, sir. Past the pond, bear up the hill a bit to the left. Then there's the station lights before your eyes." We looked intelligently into each other's faces in the beam of the smoky lamp, but not one of the many questions in my mind could I put into words. And again I paused irresolutely a few paces further on. It was not, I fancy, merely a foolish apprehension of what the raw-boned butcher might think that prevented my going back to see if I could find Seaton's grave in the benighted churchyard. There was precious little use in pottering about in the muddy dark, merely to discover where he was buried. And yet I felt a little uneasy. My rather horrible thought was that, so far as I was concerned, one of his extremely few friends, he had never been much better than buried in my mind. The Friends of the Friends by Henry James. On the eve of the American Civil War, Henry James' family returned to their homeland after spending 5 years in Europe and settled briefly in Providence, Rhode Island. The 18-year-old Henry James injured his back while helping to fight a fire, and this prevented him from volunteering for service in the army. It also gave him what he called his obscure hurt. He became a detached but concerned observer of the war, an attitude also apparent in his writings. His profound, convoluted novels and short stories seem always written by someone not fully concerned or even fully aware of what is going on. This is especially true of his fantastic stories, among others his masterpiece, The Turn of the Screw, his oft anthologized The Jolly Corner, and The Friends of the Friends. I find, as you prophesied, much that's interesting, but little that helps the delicate question, the possibility of publication. Her diaries are less systematic than I hoped. She only had a blessed habit of noting and narrating. She summarized, she saved. She appears seldom indeed to have let a good story pass without catching it on the wing. I allude, of course, not so much to things she heard as to things she saw and felt. She writes sometimes of herself, sometimes of others, sometimes of the combination. It's under this last rubric that she's usually most vivid. But it's not, you'll understand, when she's most vivid that she's always most publishable. To tell the truth, she's fearfully indiscreet, or has at least all the material for making me so. Take, as an instance, the fragment I send you after dividing it for your convenience into several small chapters. It's the contents of a thin, blank book, which I've had copied out, and which has the merit of being nearly enough a rounded thing, an intelligible whole. These pages evidently date from years ago. I've read with the liveliest wonder the statement they so circumstantially make, and done my best to swallow the prodigy they leave to be inferred. These things would be striking, wouldn't they, to any reader? But can you imagine for a moment my placing such a document before the world, even though, as if she herself had desired the world should have the benefit of it, she has given her friends neither name nor initials? Have you any sort of clue to their identity? I leave her the floor. Chapter 1. I know perfectly, of course, that I brought it upon myself. That doesn't make it any better. I was the first to speak of her to him. He had never even heard her mentioned. Even if I had happened not to speak, someone else would have made up for it. I tried afterwards to find comfort in that reflection. But the comfort of reflections is thin. The only comfort that counts in life is not to have been a fool. That's a beatitude I shall doubtless never enjoy. Why, you ought to meet her and talk it over, is what I immediately said. Birds of a feather flock together. I told him who she was, and that they were birds of a feather, because if he had had in youth a strange adventure, she had had about the same time just such another. It was well known to her friends, an incident she was constantly called on to describe. She was charming, clever, pretty, unhappy, but it was none the less the thing to which she had originally owed her reputation. Being at the age of 18 somewhere abroad with an aunt, she had had a vision of one of her parents at the moment of death. The parent was in England, hundreds of miles away, and so far as she knew, neither dying nor dead. It was by day, in the museum of some great foreign town. She had passed alone, in advance of her companions, into a small room containing some famous work of art, and occupied at that moment by 2 other persons. One of these was an old custodian. The second, before observing him, she took for a stranger, a tourist. She was merely conscious that he was bareheaded and seated on a bench. The instant her eyes rested on him, however, she beheld to her amazement her father, who, as if he had long waited for her, looked at her in singular distress and an impatience that was akin to reproach. She rushed to him with a bewildered cry, "Papa, what is it?" But this was followed by an exhibition of still livelier feeling, when on her movement he simply vanished, leaving the custodian and her relations, who were by that time at her heels, to gather round her in dismay. These persons, the official, the aunt, the cousins, were therefore in a manner witnesses of the fact at least of the impression made on her. And there was the further testimony of a doctor who was attending one of the party, and to whom it was immediately afterwards communicated. He gave her a remedy for hysterics, but said to the aunt privately, "Wait and see if something doesn't happen at home." Something had happened. The poor father, suddenly and violently seized, had died that morning. The aunt, the mother's sister, received before the day was out a telegram announcing the event, and requesting her to prepare her niece for it. Her niece was already prepared, and the girl's sense of this visitation remained, of course, indelible. We had all, as her friends, had it conveyed to us, and had conveyed it creepily to each other. 12 years had elapsed, and as a woman who had made an unhappy marriage and lived apart from her husband, she had become interesting from other sources. But since the name she now bore was a name frequently borne, and since, moreover, her judicial separation, as things were going, could hardly count as a distinction, it was usual to qualify her as the one, you know, who saw her father's ghost. As for him, dear man, he had seen his mother's. So there you are. I had never heard of that till this occasion on which our closer, our pleasanter acquaintance led him, through some turn of the subject of our talk, to mention it, and to inspire me in so doing with the impulse to let him know that he had a rival in the field, a person with whom he could compare notes. Later on, his story became for him, perhaps because of my unduly repeating it, likewise a convenient worldly label. But it hadn't a year before been the ground on which he was introduced to me. He had other merits, just as she, poor thing, had others. I can honestly say that I was quite aware of them from the first. I discovered them sooner than he discovered mine. I remember how it struck me, even at the time, that his sense of mine was quickened by my having been able to match, though not indeed straight from my own experience, his curious anecdote. It dated, this anecdote, as hers did, from some dozen years before, a year in which, at Oxford, he had for some reason of his own been staying on into the long. He had been in the August afternoon on the river. Coming back into his room while it was still distinct daylight, he found his mother standing there, as if her eyes had been fixed on the door. He had had a letter from her that morning out of Wales, where she was staying with her father. At the sight of him she smiled with extraordinary radiance, and extended her arms to him, and then, as he sprang forward and joyfully opened his own, she vanished from the place. He wrote to her that night, telling her what had happened. The letter had been carefully preserved. The next morning he heard of her death. He was through this chance of our talk extremely struck with the little prodigy I was able to produce for him. He had never encountered another case. Certainly they ought to meet, my friend and he. Certainly they would have something in common. I would arrange this, wouldn't I? If she didn't mind. For himself, he didn't mind in the least. I had promised to speak to her of the matter as soon as possible, and within the week I was able to do so. She minded as little as he. She was perfectly willing to see him. And yet no meeting was to occur, as meetings are commonly understood. Chapter 2. That's just half my tale, the extraordinary way it was hindered. This was the fault of a series of accidents, but the accidents, persisting for years, became, to me and to others, a subject of mirth with either party. They were droll enough at first, then they grew rather a bore. The odd thing was that both parties were amenable. It wasn't a case of their being indifferent, much less of their being indisposed. It was one of the caprices of chance, aided, I suppose, by some rather settled opposition of their interests and habits. His were centred in his office, his eternal inspectorship, which left him small leisure, constantly calling him away and making him break engagements. He liked society, but he found it everywhere and took it at a run. I never knew at a given moment where he was, and there were times when for months together I never saw him. She was on her side practically suburban. She lived at Richmond and never went out. She was a woman of distinction, but not of fashion, and felt, as people said, her situation. Decidedly proud and rather whimsical, she lived her life as she had planned it. There were things one could do with her, but one couldn't make her come to one's parties. One went, indeed, a little more than seemed quite convenient to hers, which consisted of her cousin, a cup of tea, and the view. Tea was good, but the view was familiar, though perhaps not, like the cousin, a disagreeable old maid who had been of the group at the museum and with whom she now lived, offensively so. This connection with an inferior relative, which had partly an economic motive, she proclaimed her companion, a marvellous manager, was one of the little perversities we had to forgive her. Another was her estimate of the proprieties created by her rupture with her husband. That was extreme. Many persons called it even morbid. She made no advances. She cultivated scruples. She suspected, or I should perhaps rather say she remembered, slights. She was one of the few women I've ever known whom that particular predicament had rendered modest rather than bold. Dear thing, she had some delicacy, especially marked were the limits she had set to possible attentions from men. It was always her thought that her husband only waited to pounce on her. She discouraged, if she didn't forbid, the visits of male persons not senile. She said she could never be too careful. When I first mentioned to her that I had a friend whom fate had distinguished in the same weird way as herself, I put her quite at liberty to say, "Oh, bring him out to see me." I should probably have been able to bring him, and a situation perfectly innocent, or at any rate comparatively simple, would have been created. But she uttered no such word. She only said, "I must meet him, certainly. Yes, I shall look out for him." That caused the first delay, and meanwhile various things happened. One of them was that as time went on, she made, charming as she was, more and more friends, and that it regularly befell that these friends were sufficiently also friends of his to bring him up in conversation. It was odd that without belonging, as it were, to the same world, or, according to the horrid term, the same set, my baffled pair should have happened in so many cases to fall in with the same people, and make them join in the droll chorus. She had friends who didn't know each other, but who inevitably and punctually recommended him. She had also the sort of originality, the intrinsic interest, that led her to be kept by each of us as a private resource, cultivated jealously, more or less in secret, as a person whom one didn't meet in society, whom it was not for everyone, whom it was not for the vulgar to approach, and with whom, therefore, acquaintance was particularly difficult and particularly precious. We saw her separately, with appointments and conditions, and found it made on the whole for harmony not to tell each other. Somebody had always had a note from her still later than somebody else. There was some silly woman who for a long time, among the unprivileged, owed to 3 simple visits to Richmond a reputation for being intimate with lots of awfully clever, out-of-the-way people. Everyone has had friends it has seemed a happy thought to bring together, and everyone remembers that his happiest thoughts have not been his greatest successes. But I doubt if there was ever a case in which the failure was in such direct proportion to the quantity of influence set in motion. It's really perhaps here the quantity of influence that was most remarkable. My lady and my gentleman each pronounced it to me, and others, quite a subject for a roaring farce. The reason first given had with time dropped out of sight, and 50 better ones flourished on top of it. They were so awfully alike. They had the same ideas and tricks and tastes, the same prejudices and superstitions, and heresies. They said the same things and sometimes did them. They liked and disliked the same persons and places, the same books, authors, and styles. There were touches of resemblance even in their looks and features. It established much of a propriety that they were in common parlance equally nice and almost equally handsome. But the great sameness, for wonder and chatter, was their rare perversity in regard to being photographed. They were the only persons ever heard of who had never been taken, and who had a passionate objection to it. They just wouldn't be. No, not for anything anyone could say. I had loudly complained of this. Him in particular I had so vainly desired to be able to show on my drawing-room chimney-piece in a Bond Street frame. It was at any rate the very liveliest of all the reasons why they ought to know each other, all the lively reasons reduced to naught by the strange law that had made them bang so many doors in each other's face, made them the buckets in the well, the 2 ends of the seesaw, the 2 parties in the state, so that when one was up, the other was down, when one was out, the other was in, neither by any possibility entering a house till the other had left it, or leaving it all unawares till the other was at hand. They only arrived when they had been given up, which was precisely also when they departed. They were, in a word, alternate and incompatible. They missed each other with an inveteracy that could be explained only by its being preconcerted. It was, however, so far from preconcerted that it had ended, literally after several years, by disappointing and annoying them. I don't think their curiosity was lively till it had been proved utterly vain. A great deal was of course done to help them, but it merely laid wires for them to trip. To give examples, I should have to have taken notes, but I happened to remember that neither had even been able to dine on the right occasion. The right occasion for each was the occasion that would be wrong for the other. On the wrong ones they were most punctual, and there were never any but wrong ones. The very elements conspired, and the constitution of man reinforced them. A cold, a headache, a bereavement, a storm, a fog, an earthquake, a cataclysm infallibly intervened. The whole business was beyond a joke. Yet, as a joke, it had still to be taken, though one couldn't help feeling that the joke had made the situation serious, had produced on the part of each a consciousness, an awkwardness, a positive dread of the last accident of all, the only one with any freshness left, the accident that would bring them together. The final effect of its predecessors had been to kindle this instinct. They were quite ashamed, perhaps even a little, of each other. So much preparation, so much frustration. What indeed could be good enough for it all to lead up to? A mere meeting would be mere flatness. Did I see them at the end of years, they often asked, just stupidly confronted? If they were bored by the joke, they might be worse bored by something else. They made exactly the same reflections, and each in some manner was sure to hear of the others. I really think it was this peculiar diffidence that finally controlled the situation. I mean that if they had failed for the first year or two because they couldn't help it, they kept up the habit because they had, what shall I call it, grown nervous. It really took some lurking volition to account for anything both so regular and so ridiculous. Chapter 3. When, to crown our long acquaintance, I accepted his renewed offer of marriage, it was humorously said, I know, that I had made the gift of his photograph a condition. This was so far true that I had refused to give him mine without it. At any rate, I had him at last, in his high distinction, on the chimney-piece, where the day she called to congratulate me she came nearer than she had ever done seeing him. He had, in being taken, set her an example that I invited her to follow. He had sacrificed his perversity. Wouldn't she sacrifice hers? She, too, must give me something on my engagement. Wouldn't she give me the companion piece? She laughed and shook her head. She had headshakes whose impulse seemed to come from as far away as the breeze that stirs a flower. The companion piece to the portrait of my future husband was the portrait of his future wife. She had taken her stand. She could depart from it as little as she could explain it. It was a prejudice, an entêtement, a vow. She would live and die unphotographed. Now, too, she was alone in that state. This was what she liked. It made her so much more original. She rejoiced in the fall of her late associate, and looked a long time at his picture, about which she made no memorable remark, though she even turned it over to see the back. About our engagement she was charming, full of cordiality and sympathy. "You've known him even longer than I've not," she said, "and that seems a very long time." She understood how we had jogged together over hill and dale, and how inevitable it was that we should now rest together. I'm definite about all this because what followed is so strange that it's a kind of relief to me to mark the point up to which our relations were as natural as ever. It was I myself who in a sudden madness altered and destroyed them. I see now that she gave me no pretext, and that I only found one in the way she looked at the fine face in the Bond Street frame. How, then, would I have had her look at it? What I had wanted from the first was to make her care for him. Well, that was what I still wanted, up to the moment of her having promised me she would on this occasion really aid me to break the silly spell that had kept them asunder. I had arranged with him to do his part if she would as triumphantly do hers. I was on a different footing now. I was on a footing to answer for him. I would positively engage that at 5 on the following Saturday he should be on that spot. He was out of town on pressing business, but, pledged to keep his promise to the letter, would return on purpose and in abundant time. "Are you perfectly sure?" I remember she asked, looking grave and considering. I thought she had turned a little pale. She was tired, she was indisposed. It was a pity he was to see her after all at so poor a moment. If he only could have seen her 5 years before. However, I replied that this time I was sure, and that success therefore depended simply on herself. At 5 o'clock on the Saturday she would find him in a particular chair I pointed out, the one in which he usually sat, and in which, though this I didn't mention, He had been sitting when, the week before, he put the question of our future to me in the way that had brought me round. She looked at it in silence, just as she had looked at the photograph, while I repeated for the 20th time that it was too preposterous. One shouldn't somehow succeed in introducing to one's dearest friend one's second self. "Am I your dearest friend?" she asked with a smile that for a moment brought back her beauty. I replied by pressing her to my bosom, after which she said, "Well, I'll come. I'm extraordinarily afraid, but you may count on me." When she had left me, I began to wonder what she was afraid of, for she had spoken as if she fully meant it. The next day, late in the afternoon, I had 3 lines from her. She had found on getting home the announcement of her husband's death. She hadn't seen him for 7 years, but she wished me to know it in this way, before I should hear of it in another. It made, however, in her life, strange and sad to say, so little difference that she would scrupulously keep her appointment. I rejoiced for her. I supposed it would make at least the difference of her having more money. But even in this diversion, far from forgetting she had said she was afraid, I seemed to catch sight of a reason for her being so. Her fear, as the evening went on, became contagious, and the contagion took in my breast the form of a sudden panic. It wasn't jealousy. It just was the dread of jealousy. I called myself a fool for not having been quiet till we were man and wife. After that I should somehow feel secure. It was only a question of waiting another month, a trifle, surely, for people who had waited so long. It had been plain enough she was nervous, and now she was free, her nervousness wouldn't be less. What was it, therefore, but a sharp foreboding? She had been hitherto the victim of interference, but it was quite possible she would henceforth be the source of it. The victim, in that case, would be my simple self. What had the interference been but the finger of Providence pointing out a danger? The danger was, of course, for poor me. It had been kept at bay by a series of accidents, unexampled in their frequency, but the reign of accident was now visibly at an end. I had an intimate conviction that both parties would keep the tryst. It was more and more impressed on me that they were approaching, converging. They were like the seekers for the hidden object in the game of blindfold. They had one and the other begun to burn. We had talked about breaking the spell. Well, it would be effectually broken, unless indeed it should merely take another form and overdo their encounters, as it had overdone their escapes. This was something I couldn't sit still for thinking of. It kept me awake. At midnight I was full of unrest. At last I felt there was only one way of laying the ghost. If the reign of accident was over, I must just take up the succession. I sat down and wrote a hurried note, which would meet him on his return, and which, as the servants had gone to bed, I sallied forth bareheaded into the empty, gusty street to drop into the nearest pillar-box. It was to tell him that I shouldn't be able to be at home in the afternoon as I had hoped, and that he must postpone his visit till dinner-time. This was an implication that he would find me alone. Chapter 4. When, accordingly, at 5 she presented herself, I naturally felt false and base. My act had been a momentary madness, but I had at least, as they say, to live up to it. She remained an hour. He, of course, never came, and I could only persist in my perfidy. I had thought it best to let her come. Singular as this now seems to me, I held it diminished my guilt. Yet as she sat there, so visibly white and weary, stricken with a sense of everything her husband's death had opened up, I felt a really piercing pang of pity and remorse. If I didn't tell her on the spot what I had done, it was because I was too ashamed. I feigned astonishment. I feigned it to the end. I protested that if ever I had had a confidence, I had had it that day. I blush as I tell my story. I take it as my penance. There was nothing indignant I didn't say about him. I invented suppositions, attenuations. I admitted in stupefaction as the hands of the clock travelled that their luck hadn't turned. She smiled at this vision of their luck, but she looked anxious. She looked unusual. The only thing that kept me up was the fact that, oddly enough, she wore mourning. No great depths of crape, but simple and scrupulous black. She had in her bonnet 3 small black feathers. She carried a little muff of astrakhan. This put me, by the aid of some acute reflection, a little in the right. She had written to me that the sudden event made no difference for her, but apparently it made as much difference as that. If she was inclined to the usual forms, why didn't she observe that of not going the first day or two out to tea. There was someone she wanted so much to see that she couldn't wait till her husband was buried. Such a betrayal of eagerness made me hard and cruel enough to practice my odious deceit, though at the same time, as the hour waxed and waned, I suspected in her something deeper still than disappointment, and somewhat less successfully concealed. I mean, a strange underlying relief, the soft, low emission of the breath that comes when a danger is past. What happened as she spent her barren hour with me was that at last she gave him up. She let him go forever. She made the most graceful joke of it that I've ever seen made of anything, but it was for all that a great date in her life. She spoke with her mild gaiety of all the other vain times, the long game of hide-and-seek, the unprecedented queerness of such a relation. For it was, or had been, a relation, wasn't it? Hadn't it? That was just the absurd part of it. When she got up to go, I said to her that it was more a relation than ever, but that I hadn't the face, after what had occurred, to propose to her, for the present, another opportunity. It was plain that the only valid opportunity would be my accomplished marriage. Of course, she would be at my wedding. It was even to be hoped that he would. If I am, he won't be. I remember the high quaver and the little break of her laugh. I admitted there might be something in that. The thing was, therefore, to get us safely married first. That won't help us. Nothing will help us, she said, as she kissed me farewell. I shall never, never see him. It was with those words she left me. I could bear her disappointment, as I've called it, but when a couple of hours later I received him at dinner, I discovered I couldn't bear his. The way my maneuver might have affected him hadn't been particularly present to me, but the result of it was the first word of reproach that had ever yet dropped from him. I say reproach, because that expression is scarcely too strong for the terms in which he conveyed to me his surprise that, under the extraordinary circumstances, I shouldn't have found some means not to deprive him of such an occasion. I might really have managed either not to be obliged to go out, or to let their meeting take place all the same. They would probably have got on, in my drawing-room, well enough without me. At this I quite broke down. I confessed my iniquity, and the miserable reason of it. I hadn't put her off, and I hadn't gone out. She had been there, and, after waiting for him an hour, had departed in the belief that he had been absent by his own fault. She must think me a precious brute, he exclaimed. Did she say of me? And I remember the just perceptible catch of breath in his pause. What she had a right to say? I assure you she said nothing that showed the least feeling. She looked at your photograph. She even turned round the back of it, on which your address happens to be inscribed. Yet it provoked her to no demonstration. She doesn't care so much as all that. Then why are you afraid of her? It wasn't of her I was afraid. It was of you. Do you think I'd be so sure to fall in love with her? You never alluded to such a possibility before, he went on, as I remained silent. Admirable person, as you pronounced her. That wasn't the light in which you showed her to me. Do you mean that if it had been, you'd have managed by this time to catch a glimpse of her? I didn't fear things then, I added. I hadn't the same reason. He kissed me at this, and when I remembered that she had done so an hour or two before, I felt for an instant as if he were taking from my lips the very pressure of hers. In spite of kisses, the incident had shed a certain chill, and I suffered horribly from the sense that he had seen me guilty of a fraud. He had seen it only through my frank avowal, but I was as unhappy as if I had a stain to efface. I couldn't get over the manner of his looking at me when I spoke of her apparent indifference to his not having come. For the first time since I had known him, he seemed to have expressed a doubt of my word. Before we parted, I told him that I'd undeceive her, start the first thing in the morning for Richmond, and there let her know he had been blameless. At this he kissed me again. I'd expiate my sin, I said. I'd humble myself in the dust. I'd confess and ask to be forgiven. At this he kissed me once more. Chapter 5. In the train the next day this struck me as a good deal for him to have consented to, but my purpose was firm enough to carry me on. I mounted the long hill to where the view begins, and then I knocked at her door. I was a trifle mystified by the fact that her blinds were still drawn, reflecting that if in the stress of my compunction I had come early, I had certainly yet allowed people time to get up. "At home, Mum? She's left home forever." I was extraordinarily startled by this announcement of the elderly parlour-maid. "She has gone away?" "She's dead, Mum, please." Then, as I gasped at the horrible word, "She died last night." The loud cry that escaped me sounded even in my own ears like some harsh violation of the hour. I felt for the moment as if I had killed her. I turned faint and saw through a vagueness the woman hold out her arms to me. Of what next happened I have no recollection, nor of anything but my friend's poor, stupid cousin, in a darkened room, after an interval that I suppose very brief, sobbing at me in a smothered, accusatory way. I can't say how long it took me to understand, to believe, and then to press back with an immense effort that pang of responsibility which, superstitiously, insanely, had been at first almost all I was conscious of. The doctor, after the fact, had been superlatively wise and clear. He was satisfied of a long latent weakness of the heart, determined probably years before by the agitation and terrors to which her marriage had introduced her. She had had, in those days, cruel scenes with her husband. She had been in fear of her life. All emotion, everything in the nature of anxiety and suspense, had been, after that, to be strongly deprecated, as in her marked cultivation of a quiet life she was evidently well aware. But who could say that anyone, especially a real lady, might be successfully protected from every little rub? She had had one a day or two before in the news of her husband's death, since there were shocks of all kinds, not only those of grief and surprise. For that matter, she had never dreamed of so near a release. It had looked uncommonly as if he would live as long as herself. Then, in the evening, in town, she had manifestly had some misadventure. Something must have happened there that it would be imperative to clear up. She had come back very late. It was past 11 o'clock, and on being met in the hall by her cousin, who was extremely anxious, had allowed she was tired and must rest a moment before mounting the stairs. They had passed together into the dining-room, her companion proposing a glass of wine, and bustling to the sideboard to pour it out. This took but a moment, and when my informant turned round, our poor friend had not had time to seat herself. Suddenly, with a small moan that was barely audible, she dropped upon the sofa. She was dead. What unknown little rub had dealt her the blow? What concussion, in the name of wonder, had awaited her in town? I mentioned immediately the one thinkable ground of disturbance, her having failed to meet at my house, to which by invitation for the purpose she had come at 5 o'clock, the gentleman I was to be married to, who had been accidentally kept away, and with whom she had no acquaintance whatever. This obviously counted for little, but something else might easily have occurred. Nothing in the London streets was more possible than an accident, especially an accident in those desperate cabs. What had she done? Where had she gone on leaving my house? I had taken for granted she had gone straight home. We both presently remembered that in her excursions to town she sometimes, for convenience, for refreshment, spent an hour or two at the Gentlewomen, the quiet little ladies' club, and I promised that it should be my first care to make at that establishment an earnest appeal. Then we entered the dim and dreadful chamber where she lay locked up in death, and where, asking after a little to be left alone with her, I remained for half an hour. Death had made her, had kept her beautiful, but I felt above all, as I kneeled at her bed, that it had made her, had kept her, silent. It had turned the key on something I was concerned to know. On my return from Richmond, and after another duty had been performed, I drove to his chambers. It was the first time, but I had often wanted to see them. On the staircase, which, as the house contained 20 sets of rooms, was unrestrictedly public, I met his servant, who went back with me and ushered me in. At the sound of my entrance he appeared in the doorway of a further room, and the instant we were alone I produced my news. "She's dead." "Dead?" He was tremendously struck, and I noticed he had no need to ask whom, in this abruptness, I meant. "She died last evening, just after leaving me." He stared with the strangest expression, his eyes searching mine as for a trap. "Last evening? After leaving you?" He repeated my words in stupefaction. Then he brought out, so that it was in stupefaction I heard, "Impossible! I saw her." "You saw her? On that spot where you stand?" This called back to me after an instant, as if to help me to take it in, the great wonder of the warning of his youth. In the hour of death, I understand, as you so beautifully saw your mother. "Ah, not as I saw my mother. Not that way, not that way." He was deeply moved by my news. Far more moved, it was plain, than he would have been the day before. It gave me a vivid sense that, as I had then said to myself, there was indeed a relation between them, and that he had actually been face to face with her. Such an idea, by its reassertion of his extraordinary privilege, would have suddenly presented him as painfully abnormal, hadn't he vehemently insisted on the difference. I saw her living. I saw her to speak to her. I saw her as I see you now. It's remarkable that for a moment, though only for a moment, I found relief in the more personal, as it were, but also the more natural, of the two odd facts. The next, as I embraced this image of her having come to him on leaving me, and of just what it accounted for in the disposal of her time, I demanded with a shade of harshness of which I was aware, "What on earth did she come for?" He had now a minute to think, to recover himself and judge of effects, so that if it was still with excited eyes he spoke, he showed a conscious redness and made an inconsequent attempt to smile away the gravity of his words. "She came just to see me. She came, after what had passed at your house, so that we should, nevertheless, at last meet. The impulse seemed to me exquisite, and that was the way I took it. I looked round the room where she had been, and I never had till now." "And was the way you took it the way she expressed it?" "She only expressed it by being here and by letting me look at her. That was enough," he cried, with an extraordinary laugh. I wondered more and more. "You mean she didn't speak to you?" "She said nothing. She only looked at me as I looked at her." "And you didn't speak either?" He gave me again his painful smile. "I thought of you. The situation was every way delicate. I used the finest tact. But she saw she had pleased me." He even repeated his dissonant laugh. "She evidently pleased you." Then I thought a moment. "How long did she stay?" "How can I say? It seemed 20 minutes, but it was probably a good deal less." 20 minutes of silence? I began to have my definite view, and now, in fact, quite to clutch at it. "Do you know you're telling me a thing positively monstrous?" He had been standing with his back to the fire. At this, with a pleading look, he came to me. "I beseech you, dearest, to take it kindly." I could take it kindly, and I signified as much, but I couldn't somehow, as he rather awkwardly opened his arms, let him draw me to him. So there fell between us for an appreciable time the discomfort of a great silence. Chapter 6. He broke it by presently saying, "There's absolutely no doubt of her death?" "Unfortunately, none. I've just risen from my knees by the bed where they've laid her out." He fixed his eyes hard on the floor. Then he raised them to mine. "How does she look?" "She looks at peace." He turned away again while I watched him. But after a moment he began, "At what hour, then?" "Must have been near midnight. She dropped as she reached her house, from an affection of the heart which she knew herself and her physician knew her to have, but of which, patiently, bravely, she had never spoken to me." He listened intently, and for a minute was unable to speak. At last he broke out with an accent of which the almost boyish confidence, the really sublime simplicity, rings in my ears as I write. "Wasn't she wonderful?" Even at the time I was able to do it justice enough to answer that I had always told him so. But the next minute, as if after speaking he had caught a glimpse of what he might have made me feel, he went on quickly, "You can easily understand that if she didn't get home till midnight—" I instantly took him up. "There was plenty of time for you to have seen her?" "How so?" I asked. "When you didn't leave my house till late?" "I don't remember the very moment. I was preoccupied. But you know that, though you said you had lots to do, you sat for some time after dinner. She, on her side, was all the evening at the Gentlewomen. I've just come from there. I've ascertained she had tea there. She remained a long, long time. What was she doing all the long, long time?" I saw him eager to challenge at every step my account of the matter, and the more he showed this, the more I was moved to emphasize that version, to prefer, with apparent perversity, an explanation which only deepened the marvel and the mystery, but which, of the two prodigies it had to choose from, my reviving jealousy found easiest to accept. He stood there, pleading with a candour that now seems to me beautiful, with the privilege of having, in spite of supreme defeat, known the living woman. While I, with a passion I wonder at today, though it still smoulders in a manner in its ashes, could only reply that, through a strange gift shared by her with his mother, and on her own side likewise hereditary, the miracle of his youth had been renewed for him, the miracle of hers for her. She had been to him, yes, and by an impulse as charming as he liked, but oh, she hadn't been in the body. It was a simple question of evidence. I had, I maintained, a definite statement of what she had done, most of the time at the little club. The place was almost empty, but the servants had noticed her. She had sat motionless in a deep chair by the drawing-room fire. She had leaned back her head. She had closed her eyes. She had seemed softly to sleep. "I see. But till what o'clock?" "There," I was obliged to answer, "the servants fail me a little. The portress, in particular, is unfortunately a fool, even though she, too, is supposed to be a gentlewoman. She was evidently, at that period of the evening, without a substitute and against regulations, absent for some little time from the cage in which it's her business to watch the comings and goings. She's muddled. She palpably prevaricates, so I can't positively, from her observation, give you an hour. But it was remarked towards 10:30 that our poor friend was no longer in the club. It suited him down to the ground. She came straight here. From here she went straight to the train." "She couldn't have run it so close," I declared. "That was the thing she particularly never did." "There was no need of running it close, my dear. She had plenty of time. Your memory's at fault about my having left you late. I left you, as it happens, unusually early. I'm sorry my stay with you seemed long, for I was back here by 10. "To put yourself into your slippers," I retorted, "and fall asleep in your chair. You slept till morning. You saw her in a dream." He looked at me in silence and with sombre eyes that showed me he had some irritation to repress. Presently I went on. "You had a visit at an extraordinary hour from a lady, soit. Nothing in the world's more probable. But there are ladies and ladies. How, in the name of goodness, if she was unannounced and dumb, and you had, into the bargain, never seen the least portrait of her, how could you identify the person we're talking of? Haven't I, to absolute satiety, heard her described? I'll describe her for you in every particular." "Don't!" I cried, with a promptness that made him laugh once more. I coloured at this, but I continued. "Did your servant introduce her?" "He wasn't here. He's always away when he's wanted. One of the features of this big house is that, from the street door, the different floors are accessible, practically without challenge. My servant makes love to a young person employed in the rooms above these, and he had a long bout of it last evening. When he's out on that job, he leaves my outer door on the staircase so much ajar as to enable him to slip back without a sound. The door then only requires a push. She pushed it. That simply took a little courage. A little! It took tons! And it took all sorts of impossible calculations. Well, she had them. She made them. Mind you, I don't deny for a moment," he added, "that it was very, very wonderful." Something in his tone kept me a time from trusting myself to speak. At last I said, "How did you come to know where you live?" "By remembering the address on the little label the shop people happily left sticking to the frame I had had made for my photograph." "And how was she dressed?" "In mourning, my own dear. No great depths of crape, but simple and scrupulous black. She had in her bonnet 3 small black feathers. She carried a little muff of astrakhan. She has near the left eye," he continued, "a tiny vertical scar." I stopped him short. "The mark of a caress from her husband." Then I added, "How close you must have been to her." He made no answer to this, and I thought he blushed, observing which I broke straight off. "Well, good-bye. You won't stay a little?" He came to me again tenderly, and this time I suffered him. "Her visit had its beauty," he murmured as he held me, "but yours has a greater one." I let him kiss me, and I remembered, as I had remembered the day before, that the last kiss she had given, as I supposed, in this world, had been for the lips he touched. "I'm life, you see," I answered. "What you saw last night was death." "It was life, it was life." He spoke with a soft stubbornness. I disengaged myself. We stood looking at each other hard. "You describe the scene, so far as you describe it at all. in terms that are incomprehensible. She was in the room before you knew it. I looked up from my letter-writing at that table under the lamp. I had been wholly absorbed in it when she stood before me. Then what did you do? I sprang up with an ejaculation, and she, with a smile, laid her finger, ever so warningly, yet with a sort of delicate dignity, to her lips. I knew it meant silence, but the strange thing was that it seemed immediately to explain and to justify her. We, at any rate, stood for a time that, as I've told you, I can't calculate, face to face. It was just as you and I stand now. Simply staring. He shook an impatient head. Ah, we're not staring. Yes, but we're talking. Well, we were, after a fashion. He lost himself in the memory of it. It was as friendly as this. I had on my tongue's end to ask if that was saying much for it, but I made the point instead that what they had evidently done was to gaze in mutual admiration. Then I asked if his recognition of her had been immediate. Not quite, he replied, for of course I didn't expect her, but it came to me long before she went who she was, who only she could be. I thought a little. And how did she at last go? Just as she arrived. The door was open behind her, and she passed out. Was she rapid, slow? Rather quick, but looking behind her, he smiled to add. I let her go, for I perfectly knew I was to take it as she wished. I was conscious of exhaling a long, vague sigh. Well, you must take it now as I wish. You must let me go. At this he drew near me again, detaining and persuading me, declaring with all due gallantry that I was a very different matter. I'd have given anything to have been able to ask him if he had touched her, but the words refused to form themselves. I knew to the last tenth of a tone how horrid and vulgar they'd sound. I said something else, I forget exactly what. It was feebly tortuous and intended, meanly enough, to make him tell me without my putting the question. But he didn't tell me. He only repeated, as from a glimpse of the propriety of soothing and consoling me the sense of his declaration of some minutes before, the assurance that she was indeed exquisite, as I had always insisted, but that I was his real friend and his very own forever. This led me to reassert, in the spirit of my previous rejoinder, that I had at least the merit of being alive, which in turn drew from him again the flash of contradiction I dreaded. Oh, she was alive, she was. She was dead, I asseverated with an energy, a determination it should be so, which comes back to me now almost as grotesque. But the sound of the word, as it rang out, filled me suddenly with horror, and all the natural emotion the meaning of it might have evoked in other conditions gathered and broke in a flood. It rolled over me that here was a great affection quenched, and how much I had loved and trusted her. I had a vision at the same time of the lonely beauty of her end. "She's gone! She's lost to us forever!" I burst into sobs. "That's exactly what I feel," he exclaimed, speaking with extreme kindness, and pressing me to him for comfort. "She's gone. She's lost to us forever. So what does it matter now?" He bent over me, and when his face had touched mine, I scarcely knew if it were wet with my tears or with his own. Chapter 7. It was my theory, my conviction, it became, as I may say, my attitude, that they had still never met, and it was just on this ground I felt it generous to ask him to stand with me at her grave. He did so very modestly and tenderly, and I assumed, though he himself clearly cared nothing for the danger, that the solemnity of the occasion, largely made up of persons who had known them both and had a sense of the long joke, would sufficiently deprive his presence of all light association. On the question of what had happened the evening of her death, little more passed between us. I had been taken by a horror of the element of evidence. On either hypothesis it was gross and prying. He, on his side, lacked producible corroboration. Everything, that is, but a statement of his house-porter, on his own admission a most casual and intermittent personage, that between the hours of 10 o'clock and midnight no less than 3 ladies in deep black had flitted in and out of the place. This proved far too much. We had neither of us any use for 3. He knew I considered I had accounted for every fragment of her time, and we dropped the matter as settled. We abstained from further discussion. What I knew, however, was that he abstained to please me, rather than because he yielded to my reasons. He didn't yield. He was only indulgent. He clung to his interpretation because he liked it better. He liked it better, I held, because it had more to say to his vanity. That, in a similar position, wouldn't have been its effect on me, though I had doubtless quite as much. But these are things of individual humour, and as to which no person can judge for another. I should have supposed it more gratifying to be the subject of one of those inexplicable occurrences that are chronicled in thrilling books, disputed about at learned meetings. I could conceive, on the part of a being just engulfed in the infinite and still vibrating with human emotion, of nothing more fine and pure, more high and august, than such an impulse of reparation, of admonition, or even of curiosity. That was beautiful, if one would, and I should in his place, have thought more of myself for being so distinguished and so selected. It was public that he had long figured in that light, and what was such a fact in itself but almost a proof? Each of the strange visitations contributed to establish the other. He had a different feeling, but he had also, I hasten to add, an unmistakable desire not to make a stand, or, as they say, a fuss about it. I might believe what I liked, the more so that the whole thing was in a manner a mystery of my producing. It was an event of my history, a puzzle of my consciousness, not of his. Therefore he would talk about it in any tone that struck me as convenient. We had both, at all events, other business on hand. We were pressed with preparations for our marriage. Mine were assuredly urgent, but I found as the days went on that to believe what I liked was to believe what I was more and more intimately convinced of. I found also that I didn't like it so much as that came to, or that the pleasure, at all events, was far from being the cause of my conviction. My obsession, as I may really call it, and as I began to perceive, refused to be elbowed away, as I had hoped, by my sense of paramount duties. If I had a great deal to do, I had still more to think of, and the moment came when my occupations were gravely menaced by my thoughts. I see it all now. I feel it. I live it over. It's terribly void of joy. It's full indeed to overflowing of bitterness. And yet I must do myself justice. I couldn't have been other than I was. The same strange impressions, had I to meet them again, would produce the same deep anguish, the same sharp doubts, the same still sharper certainties. Oh, it's all easier to remember than to write. But even could I retrace the business hour by hour, could I find terms for the inexpressible, the ugliness and the pain would quickly stay my hand. Let me then note, very simply and briefly, that a week before our wedding day, 3 weeks after her death, I knew in all my fibres that I had something very serious to look in the face, and that if I was to make this effort, I must make it on the spot, and before another hour should elapse. My unextinguished jealousy, that was the Medusa mask. It hadn't died with her death. It had lividly survived, and it was fed by suspicions unspeakable. They would be unspeakable today, that is, if I hadn't felt the sharp need of uttering them at the time. This need took possession of me, to save me, as it seemed, from my fate. When once it had done so, I saw, in the urgency of the case, the diminishing hours and shrinking interval, only one issue, that of absolute promptness and frankness. I could at least not do him the wrong of delaying another day. I could at least treat my difficulty as too fine for a subterfuge. Therefore, very quietly, but none the less abruptly and hideously, I put it before him on a certain evening that we must reconsider our situation, and recognize that it had completely altered. He stared bravely. How in the world altered? Another person has come between us. He took but an instant to think. I won't pretend not to know whom you mean. He smiled in pity for my aberration, but he meant to be kind. A woman dead and buried. She's buried, but she's not dead. She's dead for the world. She's dead for me. But she's not dead for you. You hark back to the different construction we put on her appearance that evening. No, I answered. I hark back to nothing. I've no need of it. I've more than enough with what's before me. And pray, darling, what may that be? You're completely changed. By that absurdity? He laughed. Not so much by that one as by other absurdities that have followed it. And what may they have been? We had faced each other fairly, with eyes that didn't flinch. But his had a dim, strange light, and my certitude triumphed in his perceptible paleness. "Do you really pretend," I asked, "not to know what they are?" "My dear child," he replied, "you describe them too sketchily." I considered a moment. "One may well be embarrassed to finish the picture. But from that point of view, and from the beginning, what was ever more embarrassing than your idiosyncrasy?" He invoked his vagueness, a thing he always did beautifully. "My idiosyncrasy? Your notorious, your peculiar power." He gave a great shrug of impatience, a groan of overdone disdain. "Oh, my peculiar power!" "Your accessibility to forms of life," I coldly went on. "Your command of impressions, appearances, contexts, closed, for our gain or our loss to the rest of us. That was originally a part of the deep interest with which you inspired me, one of the reasons I was amused. I was indeed positively proud to know you. It was a magnificent distinction. It's a magnificent distinction still. But of course I had no prevision then of the way it would operate now. And even had that been the case, I should have had none of the extraordinary way in which its action would affect me." "To what in the name of goodness," he pleadingly inquired, "are you fantastically alluding?" Then, as I remained silent, gathering a tone for my charge, "How in the world does it operate?" he went on. "And how in the world are you affected?" "She missed you for 5 years," I said. "But she never misses you now. You're making it up." "Making it up?" He had begun to turn from white to red. "You see her. You see her. You see her every night." He gave a loud sound of derision, but I felt it ring false. "She comes to you as she came that evening," I declared. "Having tried it, she found she liked it." I was able, with God's help, to speak without blind passion or vulgar violence, but those were the exact words, and far from sketchy they then appeared to me, that I uttered. He had turned away in his laughter, clapping his hands at my folly, but in an instant he faced me again with a change of expression that struck me. "Do you dare to deny," I then asked, "that you habitually see her?" He had taken the line of indulgence, of meeting me halfway and kindly humouring me. At all events, he, to my astonishment, suddenly said, "Well, my dear, what if I do?" "It's your natural right. It belongs to your constitution and to your wonderful, if not perhaps quite enviable, fortune. But you'll easily understand that it separates us. I unconditionally release you." "Release me?" "You must choose between me and her." He looked at me hard. "I see." Then he walked away a little, as if grasping what I had said and thinking how he had best treat it. At last he turned on me afresh. "How on earth do you know such an awfully private thing?" "You mean because you've tried so hard to hide it. It is awfully private, and you may believe I shall never betray you. You've done your best, you've acted your part. You've behaved, poor dear, loyally and admirably. Therefore I've watched you in silence, playing my part too. I've noted every drop in your voice, every absence in your eyes, every effort in your indifferent hand. I've waited till I was utterly sure and miserably unhappy. How can you hide it when you're abjectly in love with her, when you're sick almost to death with the joy of what she gives you?" I checked his quick protest with a quicker gesture. "You love her as you've never loved, and passion for passion she gives it straight back. She rules you, she holds you, she has you all. A woman in such a case as mine divines and feels and sees. She's not a dull dunce who has to be credibly informed. You come to me mechanically, compunctiously, with the dregs of your tenderness and the remnant of your life. I can renounce you, but I can't share you. The best of you is hers, I know what it is, and freely give you up to her forever." He made a gallant fight, but it couldn't be patched up. He repeated his denial, he retracted his admission. He ridiculed my charge, of which I freely granted him, moreover, the indefensible extravagance. I didn't pretend for a moment that we were talking of common things. I didn't pretend for a moment that he and she were common people. Pray, if they had been, how should I ever have cared for them? They had enjoyed a rare extension of being, and they had caught me up in their flight. Only I couldn't breathe in such air, and I promptly asked to be set down. Everything in the facts was monstrous, and most of all my lucid perception of them. The only thing allied to nature and truth was my having to act on that perception.
I felt, after I had spoken in this sense, that my assurance was complete. Nothing had been wanting to it but the sight of my effect on him. He disguised, indeed, the effect in a cloud of chaff, a diversion that gained him time and covered his retreat. He challenged my sincerity, my sanity, almost my humanity, and that, of course, widened our breach and confirmed our rupture. He did everything, in short, but convince me either that I was wrong or that he was unhappy. We separated, and I left him to his inconceivable communion. He never married any more than I've done. When 6 years later, in solitude and silence, I heard of his death, I hailed it as a direct contribution to my theory. It was sudden. It was never properly accounted for. It was surrounded by circumstances in which, for I took them to pieces, I distinctly read an intention, the mark of his own hidden hand. It was the result of a long necessity, of an unquenchable desire. To say exactly what I mean, it was a response to an irresistible call.
The Traveling Companion by Hans Christian Andersen. Mainly read as children's stories, Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales are in fact more than simple fables. They use traditional characters, fairies, princesses, goblins, mermaids, but they deal with fears and passions that usually come later in life. The Little Mermaid, the Snow Queen, the Garden of Eden, the Traveling Companion can also be read as adult fantastic tales that hint at deeper meanings. The Traveling Companion is a profoundly optimistic story. It suggests that we are not alone, that someone watches over us, that there is always hope of finding help, even far away along a solitary road. Charles Dickens, in whose house Andersen spent 5 weeks in 1857, called the story a modern version of the guardian angel, the kindest of the celestial hosts. Poor John was very sad, for his father was so ill he had no hope of his recovery. John sat alone with the sick man in the little room, and the lamp had nearly burnt out, for it was late in the night. "You have been a good son, John," said the sick father, "and God will help you on in the world." He looked at him as he spoke, with mild, earnest eyes, drew a deep sigh, and died. Yet it appeared as if he still slept. John wept bitterly. He had no one in the wide world now, neither father, mother, brother, nor sister. Poor John! He knelt down by the bed, kissed his dead father's hand, and wept many, many bitter tears. But at last his eyes closed, and he fell asleep with his head resting against the hard bedpost. Then he dreamed a strange dream. He thought he saw the sun shining upon him, and his father alive and well, and even heard him laughing as he used to do when he was very happy. A beautiful girl with a golden crown on her head and long, shining hair gave him her hand, and his father said, "See what a bride you have won. She is the loveliest maiden on the whole earth." Then he awoke, and all the beautiful things vanished before his eyes. His father lay dead on the bed, and he was all alone. Poor John! During the following week the dead man was buried. The son walked behind the coffin which contained his father, whom he so dearly loved and would never again behold. He heard the earth fall on the coffin lid, and watched it till only a corner remained in sight, and at last that also disappeared. He felt as if his heart would break with its weight of sorrow, till those who stood round the grave sang a psalm, and the sweet, holy tones brought tears into his eyes, which relieved him. The sun shone brightly down on the green trees, as if it would say, "You must not be so sorrowful, John. Do you see the beautiful blue sky above you? Your father is up there, and he prays to the loving Father of all that you may do well in the future." "I will always be good," said John, "and then I shall go to be with my father in heaven. What joy it will be when we see each other again! How much I shall have to relate to him, and how many things he will be able to explain to me of the delights of heaven, and teach me as he once did on earth. Oh, what joy it will be!" He pictured it all so plainly to himself that he smiled even while the tears ran down his cheeks. The little birds in the chestnut trees twittered, "Tweet, tweet." They were so happy,
although they had seen the funeral. But they seemed as if they knew that the dead man was now in heaven, and that he had wings much larger and more beautiful than their own. And he was happy now, because he had been good here on earth, and they were glad of it. John saw them fly away out of the green trees into the wide world, and he longed to fly with them. But first he cut out a large wooden cross to place on his father's grave, and when he brought it there in the evening, he found the grave decked out with gravel and flowers. Strangers had done this, they who had known the good old father who was now dead, and who had loved him very much. Early the next morning, John packed up his little bundle of clothes, and placed all his money, which consisted of $50 and a few shillings, in his girdle. With this he determined to try his fortune in the world. But first he went into the churchyard, and by his father's grave he offered up a prayer and said farewell. As he passed through the fields, all the flowers looked fresh and beautiful in the warm sunshine, and nodded in the wind, as if they wished to say, "Welcome to the green wood, where all is fresh and bright." Then John turned to have one more look at the old church, in which he had been christened in his infancy, and where his father had taken him every Sunday to hear the service and join in singing the psalms. As he looked at the old tower, he espied the ringer standing at one of the narrow openings, with his little pointed red cap on his head, and shading his eyes from the sun with his bent arm. John nodded farewell to him, and the little ringer waved his red cap, laid his hand on his heart, and kissed his hand to him a great many times, to show that he felt kindly towards him, and wished him a prosperous journey. John continued his journey, and thought of all the wonderful things he should see in the large, beautiful world, till he found himself farther away from home than ever he had been before. He did not even know the names of the places he passed through, and could scarcely understand the language of the people he met, for he was far away in a strange land. The first night he slept on a haystack out in the fields, for there was no other bed for him. But it seemed to him so nice and comfortable that even a king need not wish for a better. The field, the brook, the haystack, with the blue sky above, formed a beautiful sleeping-room. The green grass with the little red and white flowers was the carpet. The elder bushes and the hedges of wild roses looked like garlands on the walls, and for a bath he could have the clear, fresh water of the brook, while the rushes bowed their heads to him to wish him good morning and good evening. The moon, like a large lamp, hung high up in the blue ceiling, and he had no fear of its setting fire to his curtains. John slept here quite safely all night, and when he awoke the sun was up, and all the little birds were singing round him. "Good morning, good morning, are you not up yet?" It was Sunday, and the bells were ringing for church. As the people went in, John followed them. He heard God's word, joined in singing the psalms, and listened to the preacher. It seemed to him just as if he were in his own church, where he had been christened and had sung the psalms with his father. Out in the churchyard were several graves, and on some of them the grass had grown very high. John thought of his father's grave, which he knew at last would look like these, as he was not there to weed and attend to it. Then he set to work, pulled up the high grass, raised the wooden crosses which had fallen down, and replaced the wreaths which had been blown away from their places by the wind, thinking all the time, "Perhaps someone is doing the same for my father's grave, as I am not there to do it." Outside the church door stood an old beggar, leaning on his crutch. John gave him his silver shillings, and then he continued his journey, feeling lighter and happier than ever. Towards evening the weather became very stormy, and he hastened on as quickly as he could to get shelter. But it was quite dark by the time he reached a little lonely church which stood on a hill. "I will go in here," he said, "and sit down in a corner, for I am quite tired and want rest." So he went in and seated himself. Then he folded his hands and offered up his evening prayer, and was soon fast asleep and dreaming, while the thunder rolled and the lightning flashed without. When he awoke, it was still night, but the storm had ceased, and the moon shone in upon him through the windows. Then he saw an open coffin standing in the centre of the church, which contained a dead man waiting for burial. John was not at all timid, He had a good conscience, and he knew also that the dead can never injure anyone. It is living, wicked men who do harm to others. 2 such wicked persons stood now by the dead man, who had been brought to the church to be buried. Their evil intentions were to throw the poor dead body outside the church door, and not leave him to rest in his coffin. "Why do you do this?" asked John, when he saw what they were going to do. "It is very wicked. Leave him to rest in peace, in Christ's name." "Nonsense," replied the 2 dreadful men. "He has cheated us. He owed us money which he could not pay, and now he is dead we shall not get a penny. So we mean to have our revenge and let him lie like a dog outside the church door." "I have only $50, said John. "It is all I possess in the world, but I will give it to you if you will promise me faithfully to leave the dead man in peace. I shall be able to get on without the money. I have strong and healthy limbs, and God will always help me." "Why, of course," said the horrid men. "If you will pay his debt, we will both promise not to touch him. You may depend upon that." And then they took the money he offered them, laughed at him for his good nature, and went their way. Then he laid the dead body back in the coffin, folded the hands and took leave of it, and went away contentedly through the great forest. All around him he could see the prettiest little elves dancing in the moonlight, which shone through the trees. They were not disturbed by his appearance, for they knew he was good and harmless among men. They are wicked people only who can never obtain a glimpse of fairies. Some of them were not taller than the breadth of a finger, and they wore golden combs in their long yellow hair. They were rocking themselves 2 together on the large dewdrops with which the leaves and the high grass were sprinkled. Sometimes the dewdrops would roll away, and then they fell down between the stems of the long grass, and caused a great deal of laughing and noise among the other little people. It was quite charming to watch them at play. Then they sang songs, and John remembered that he had learnt those pretty songs when he was a little boy. Large speckled spiders with silver crowns on their heads were employed to spin suspension bridges and palaces from one hedge to another, and when the tiny drops fell upon them, they glittered in the moonlight like shining glass. This continued till sunrise. Then the little elves crept into the flower buds, and the wind seized the bridges and palaces and fluttered them in the air like cobwebs. As John left the wood, a strong man's voice called after him, "Hello, comrade! Where are you travelling?" "Into the wide world," he replied. "I am only a poor lad. I have neither father nor mother, but God will help me." "I am going into the wide world also," replied the stranger. "Shall we keep each other company?" "With all my heart," he said, and so they went on together. Soon they began to like each other very much, for they were both good. But John found out that the stranger was much more clever than himself. He had travelled all over the world, and could describe almost everything. The sun was high in the heavens when they seated themselves under a large tree to eat their breakfast, and at the same moment an old woman came towards them. She was very old and almost bent double. She leaned upon a stick and carried on her back a bundle of firewood, which she had collected in the forest. Her apron was tied round it, and John saw 3 great stems of fern and some willow twigs peeping out. Just as she came close up to them, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground, screaming loudly. Poor old woman, she had broken her leg. John proposed directly that they should carry the old woman home to her cottage, but the stranger opened his knapsack and took out a box, in which he said he had a salve that would quickly make her leg well and strong again, so that she would be able to walk home herself, as if her leg had never been broken. And all that he would ask in return was the 3 fern stems which she carried in her apron. "That is rather too high a price," said the old woman, nodding her head quite strangely. She did not seem at all inclined to part with the fern stems. However, it was not very agreeable to lie there with a broken leg, so she gave them to him. And such was the power of the ointment, that no sooner had he rubbed her leg with it than the old mother rose up and walked even better than she had done before. But then this wonderful ointment could not be bought at a chemist's. "What can you want with those 3 fern rods?" asked John of his fellow-traveller. "Oh, they will make capital brooms," said he, "and I like them because I have strange whims sometimes." Then they walked on together for a long distance. "How dark the sky is becoming," said John. "And look at those thick, heavy clouds."
"Those are not clouds," replied his fellow traveller. "They are mountains, large, lofty mountains, on the tops of which we should be above the clouds in the pure, free air. Believe me, it is delightful to ascend so high. Tomorrow we shall be there."
But the mountains were not so near as they appeared. They had to travel a whole day before they reached them, and pass through black forests and piles of rock as large as a town. The journey had been so fatiguing that John and his fellow traveller stopped to rest at a roadside inn, so that they might gain strength for their journey on the morrow. In the large public room of the inn a great many persons were assembled to see a comedy performed by dolls. The showman had just erected his little theatre, and the people were sitting round the room to witness the performance. Right in front, in the very best place, sat a stout butcher, with a great bulldog by his side, who seemed very much inclined to bite. He sat staring with all his eyes, and so indeed did everyone else in the room. And then the play began. It was a pretty piece, with a king and a queen in it, who sat on a beautiful throne, and had gold crowns on their heads. The trains to their dresses were very long, according to the fashion, while the prettiest of wooden dolls, with glass eyes and large moustaches, stood at the doors and opened and shut them, that the fresh air might come into the room. It was a very pleasant play, not at all mournful. But just as the queen stood up and walked across the stage, the great bulldog, who should have been held back by his master, made a spring forward, and caught the queen in the teeth by the slender wrist, so that it snapped in two. This was a very dreadful disaster. The poor man who was exhibiting the dolls was much annoyed, and quite sad about his queen. She was the prettiest doll he had, and the bulldog had broken her head and shoulders off. But after all the people were gone away, the stranger, who came with John, said that he could soon set her to rights. And then he brought out his box, and rubbed the doll with some of the salve with which he had cured the old woman when she broke her leg. As soon as this was done, the doll's back became quite right again. Her head and shoulders were fixed on, and she could even move her limbs herself. There was now no occasion to pull the wires, for the doll acted just like a living creature, excepting that she could not speak. The man to whom the show belonged was quite delighted at having a doll who could dance of herself without being pulled by the wires. None of the other dolls could do this. During the night, when all the people at the inn were gone to bed, someone was heard to sigh so deeply and painfully, and the sighing continued for so long a time that everyone got up to see what could be the matter. The showman went at once to his little theatre, and found that it proceeded from the dolls, who all lay on the floor sighing piteously, and staring with their glass eyes. They all wanted to be rubbed with the ointment, so that, like the queen, they might be able to move of themselves. The queen threw herself on her knees, took off her beautiful crown, and, holding it in her hand, cried, "Take this from me, but do rub my husband and his courtiers." The poor man who owned the theatre could scarcely refrain from weeping. He was so sorry that he could not help them. Then he immediately spoke to John's comrade, and promised him all the money he might receive at the next evening's performance, if he would only rub the ointment on 4 or 5 of his dolls. But the fellow traveller said he did not require anything in return, excepting the sword which the showman wore by his side. As soon as he received the sword, he anointed 6 of the dolls with the ointment, and they were able immediately to dance so gracefully that all the living girls in the room could not help joining in the dance. The coachman danced with the cook, and the waiters with the chambermaids, and all the strangers joined. Even the tongs and the fire-shovel made an attempt, but they fell down after the first jump. So, after all, it was a very merry night. The next morning, John and his companion left the inn to continue their journey through the great pine forests and over the high mountains. They arrived at last at such a great height that towns and villages lay beneath them, and the church steeples looked like little specks between the green trees. They could see for miles round, far away to places they had never visited, and John saw more of the beautiful world than he had ever known before. The sun shone brightly in the blue firmament above, and through the clear mountain air came the sound of the huntsman's horn, and the soft, sweet notes brought tears into his eyes, and he could not help exclaiming, "How good and loving God is to give us all this beauty and loveliness in the world to make us happy." His fellow traveller stood by with folded hands, gazing on the dark wood and the towns bathed in the warm sunshine. At this moment there sounded over their heads sweet music. They looked up and discovered a large white swan hovering in the air, and singing as never bird sang before. But the song soon became weaker and weaker. The bird's head drooped, and he sunk slowly down and lay dead at their feet.
"It is a beautiful bird," said the traveller, "and these large white wings are worth a great deal of money. I will take them with me. You see now that a sword will be very useful."
So he cut off the wings of the dead swan with one blow, and carried them away with him. They now continued their journey over the mountains for many miles, till they at length reached a large city, containing hundreds of towers that shone in the sunshine like silver. In the midst of the city stood a splendid marble palace, roofed with pure red gold, in which dwelt the king. John and his companion would not go into the town immediately, so they stopped at an inn outside the town to change their clothes, for they wished to appear respectable as they walked through the streets. The landlord told them that the king was a very good man, who never injured anyone, but as to his daughter, heaven defend us! She was indeed a wicked princess. She possessed beauty enough. Nobody could be more elegant or prettier than she was, but what of that? For she was a wicked witch, and in consequence of her conduct many noble young princes had lost their lives. Anyone was at liberty to make her an offer. Were he a prince or a beggar, it mattered not to her. She would ask him to guess 3 things which she had just thought of, and if he succeeded, he was to marry her, and be king over all the land when her father died. But if he could not guess these 3 things, then she ordered him to be hanged, or to have his head cut off. The old king, her father, was very much grieved at her conduct, but he could not prevent her from being so wicked, because he once said he would have nothing more to do with her lovers. She might do as she pleased. Each prince who came and tried the 3 guesses, so that he might marry the princess, had been unable to find them out, and had been hanged or beheaded. They had all been warned in time, and might have left her alone if they would. The old king became at last so distressed at all these dreadful circumstances, that for a whole day every year he and his soldiers knelt and prayed that the princess might become good, but she continued as wicked as ever. The old women who drank brandy would colour it quite black before they drank it, to show how they mourned, and what more could they do? "What a horrible princess," said John. "She ought to be well flogged. If I were the old king, I would have her punished in some way." Just then they heard the people outside shouting, "Hurrah!" and looking out, they saw the princess passing by. And she was really so beautiful that everybody forgot her wickedness and shouted, "Hurrah!" 12 lovely maidens in white silk dresses, holding golden tulips in their hands, rode by her side on coal-black horses. The princess herself had a snow-white steed, decked with diamonds and rubies. Her dress was of cloth of gold, and the whip she held in her hand looked like a sunbeam. The golden crown on her head glittered like the stars of heaven, and her mantle was formed of thousands of butterflies' wings sewn together. Yet she herself was more beautiful than all. When John saw her, his face became as red as a drop of blood, and he could scarcely utter a word. The princess looked exactly like the beautiful lady with the golden crown of whom he had dreamed on the night his father died. She appeared to him so lovely that he could not help loving her. It could not be true, he thought, that she was really a wicked witch who ordered people to be hanged or beheaded, if they could not guess her thoughts. Everyone has permission to go and ask her hand, even the poorest beggar. "I shall pay a visit to the palace," he said. "I must go, for I cannot help myself." Then they all advised him not to attempt it, for he would be sure to share the same fate as the rest. His fellow traveller also tried to persuade him against it, but John seemed quite sure of success. He brushed his shoes and his coat, washed his face and his hands, combed his soft flaxen hair, and then went out alone into the town and walked to the palace. "Come in," said the king as John knocked at the door. John opened it, and the old king in a dressing gown and embroidered slippers came towards him. He had the crown on his head, carried his sceptre in one hand and the orb in the other, "Wait a bit," said he, and he placed the orb under his arm so that he could offer the other hand to John. But when he found that John was another suitor, he began to weep so violently that both the sceptre and the orb fell to the floor, and he was obliged to wipe his eyes with his dressing-gown. Poor old king! "Let her alone," he said. "You will fare as badly as all the others. Come, I will show you." Then he led him out into the princess's pleasure gardens, and there he saw a frightful sight. On every tree hung 3 or 4 kings' sons who had wooed the princess, but had not been able to guess the riddles she gave them. Their skeletons rattled in every breeze, so that the terrified birds never dared to venture into the garden. All the flowers were supported by human bones instead of sticks, and human skulls in the flower-pots grinned horribly. It was really a doleful garden for a princess. "Do you see all this?" said the old king. "Your fate will be the same as those who are here. Therefore do not attempt it. You really make me very unhappy. I take these things to heart so very much." John kissed the good old king's hand, and said he was sure it would be all right, for he was quite enchanted with the beautiful princess. Then the princess herself came riding into the palace yard with all her ladies, and he wished her good morning. She looked wonderfully fair and lovely when she offered her hand to John, and he loved her more than ever. How could she be a wicked witch, as all the people asserted? He accompanied her into the hall, and the little pages offered them gingerbread nuts and sweetmeats. But the old king was so unhappy he could eat nothing, and besides, gingerbread nuts were too hard for him. It was decided that John should come to the palace the next day, when the judges and the whole of the councillors would be present, to try if he could guess the first riddle. If he succeeded, he would have to come a second time, but if not, he would lose his life, and no one had ever been able to guess even one. However, John was not at all anxious about the result of his trial. On the contrary, he was very merry. He thought only of the beautiful princess, and believed that in some way he should have help, but how he knew not, and did not like to think about it. So he danced along the high road as he went back to the inn, where he had left his fellow-traveller waiting for him. John could not refrain from telling him how gracious the princess had been, and how beautiful she looked. He longed for the next day so much that he might go to the palace and try his luck at guessing the riddles. But his comrade shook his head and looked very mournful. "I do so wish you to do well," said he. "We might have continued together much longer, and now I am likely to lose you, you poor dear John. I could shed tears, but I will not make you unhappy on the last night we may be together. We will be merry, really merry, this evening. Tomorrow, after you are gone, I shall be able to weep undisturbed." It was very quickly known among the inhabitants of the town that another suitor had arrived for the princess, and there was great sorrow in consequence. The theatre remained closed. The women who sold sweetmeats tied crape round the sugar-sticks, and the king and the priests were on their knees in the church. There was a great lamentation, for no one expected John to succeed better than those who had been suitors before. In the evening, John's comrade prepared a large bowl of punch, and said, "Now let us be merry and drink to the health of the princess." But after drinking 2 glasses, John became so sleepy that he could not possibly keep his eyes open, and fell fast asleep. Then his fellow-traveller lifted him gently out of his chair, and laid him on the bed, and as soon as it was quite dark, he took the 2 large wings which he had cut from the dead swan, and tied them firmly to his own shoulders. Then he put into his pocket the largest of the 3 rods which he had obtained from the old woman who had fallen and broken her leg. After this, he opened the window and flew away over the town, straight towards the palace, and seated himself in a corner under the window which looked into the bedroom of the princess. The town was perfectly still when the clock struck 11:45. Presently the window opened, and the princess, who had large black wings to her shoulders and a long white mantle, flew away over the city towards a high mountain. The fellow-traveller, who had made himself invisible so that she could not possibly see him, flew after her through the air, and whipped the princess with his rod, so that the blood came whenever he struck her. Ah, it was a strange flight through the air. The wind caught her mantle, so that it spread out on all sides, like the large sail of a ship, and the moon shone through it. "How it hails, to be sure," said the princess at each blow she received from the rod, and it served her right to be whipped. At last she reached the side of the mountain and knocked. The mountain opened with a noise like a roll of thunder, and the princess went in. The traveller followed her. No one could see him, as he had made himself invisible. They went through a long, wide passage. 1,000 gleaming spiders ran here and there on the walls, causing them to glitter as if they were illuminated with fire. They next entered a large hall built of silver and gold. Large red and blue flowers shone on the walls, looking like sunflowers in size, but no one could dare to pluck them, for the stems were hideous poisonous snakes, and the flowers were flames of fire darting out of their jaws. Shining glowworms covered the ceiling, and sky-blue bats flapped their transparent wings. Altogether the place had a frightful appearance. In the middle of the floor stood a throne, supported by 4 skeleton horses, whose harness had been made by fiery red spiders. The throne itself was made of milk-white glass, and the cushions were little black mice, each biting the other's tail. Over it hung a canopy of rose-coloured spiders' webs, spotted with the prettiest little green flies, which sparkled like precious stones. On the throne sat an old magician, with a crown on his ugly head, and a sceptre in his hand. He kissed the princess on the forehead, seated her by his side on the splendid throne, and then the music commenced. Great black grasshoppers played the mouth-organ, and the owl struck herself on the body instead of a drum. It was altogether a ridiculous concert. Little black goblins with false lights in their caps danced about the hall, but no one could see the traveller, and he had placed himself just behind the throne, where he could see and hear everything. The courtiers who came in afterwards looked noble and grand, but anyone with common sense could see what they really were, only broomsticks with cabbages for heads. The magician had given them life and dressed them in embroidered robes. It answered very well, as they were only wanted for show. After there had been a little dancing, the princess told the magician that she had a new suitor, and asked him what she could think of for the suitor to guess when he came to the castle the next morning. "Listen to what I say," said the magician. "You must choose something very easy. He is less likely to guess it then. Think of one of your shoes. He will never imagine it is that. Then cut his head off, and mind you do not forget to bring his eyes with you tomorrow night that I may eat them." The princess curtsied low and said she would not forget the eyes. The magician then opened the mountain, and she flew home again. But the traveller followed, and flogged her so much with the rod that she sighed quite deeply about the heavy hailstorm, and made as much haste as she could to get back to her bedroom through the window. The traveller then returned to the inn, where John still slept, took off his wings, and laid down on the bed, for he was very tired. Early in the morning John awoke, and when his fellow traveller got up, he said that he had a very wonderful dream about the princess and her shoe. He therefore advised John to ask her if she had not thought of her shoe. Of course the traveller knew this from what the magician in the mountain had said. "I may as well say that as anything," said John. "Perhaps your dream may come true. Still, I will say farewell, for if I guess wrong I shall never see you again." Then they embraced each other, and John went into the town and walked to the palace. The great hall was full of people, and the judges sat in armchairs with eider-down cushions to rest their heads upon, because they had so much to think of. The old king stood near, wiping his eyes with his white pocket-handkerchief. When the princess entered, she looked even more beautiful than she had appeared the day before, and greeted everyone present most gracefully, but to John she gave her hand and said, "Good morning to you." Now came the time for John to guess what she was thinking of, and oh, how kindly she looked at him as she spoke. But when he uttered the single word shoe, she turned as pale as a ghost. All her wisdom could not help her, for he had guessed rightly. Oh, how pleased the old king was! It was quite amusing to see how he capered about. All the people clapped their hands, both on his account and John's, who had guessed rightly the first time. His fellow traveller was glad also when he heard how successful John had been. But John folded his hands and thanked God, who, he felt quite sure, would help him again, and he knew he had to guess twice more. The evening passed pleasantly like the one preceding. While John slept, his companion flew behind the princess to the mountain, and flogged her even harder than before. This time he had taken 2 rods with him. No one saw him go in with her, and he heard all that was said. The princess this time was to think of a glove, and he told John as if he had again heard it in a dream. The next day, therefore, he was able to guess correctly the second time, and it caused great rejoicing at the palace. The whole court jumped about as they had seen the king do the day before, but the princess lay on the sofa and would not say a single word. All now depended upon John. If he only guessed rightly the 3rd time, he would marry the princess and reign over the kingdom after the death of the old king. But if he failed, he would lose his life, and the magician would have his beautiful blue eyes. That evening John said his prayers and went to bed very early, and soon fell asleep calmly. But his companion tied on his wings to his shoulders, took 3 rods, and, with his sword at his side, flew to the palace. It was a very dark night, and so stormy that the tiles flew from the roofs of the houses, and the trees in the garden upon which the skeletons hung bent themselves like reeds before the wind. The lightning flashed and the thunder rolled in one long continued peal all night. The window of the castle opened, and the princess flew out. She was pale as death, but she laughed at the storm as if it were not bad enough. Her white mantle fluttered in the wind like a large sail, and the traveller flogged her with the 3 rods till the blood trickled down, and at last she could scarcely fly. She contrived, however, to reach the mountain. "What a hailstorm!" she said as she entered. "I have never been out in such weather as this."
"Yes, there may be too much of a good thing sometimes," said the magician.
Then the princess told him that John had guessed rightly the 2nd time, and if he succeeded the next morning, he would win, and she could never come to the mountain again, or practice magic as she had done, and therefore she was quite unhappy.
"I will find out something for you to think of which he will never guess, unless he is a greater conjurer than myself. But now let us be merry."
Then he took the princess by both hands, and they danced with all the little goblins and jack-o'-lanterns in the room. The red spiders sprang here and there on the walls quite as merrily, and the flowers of fire appeared as if they were throwing out sparks. The owl beat the drum, the crickets whistled, and the grasshoppers played the mouth-organ. It was a very ridiculous ball. After they had danced enough, the princess was obliged to go home, for fear she should be missed at the palace. The magician offered to go with her, that they might be company to each other on the way. Then they flew away through the bad weather, and the traveller followed them, and broke his 3 rods across their shoulders. The magician had never been out in such a hailstorm as this. Just by the palace the magician stopped to wish the princess farewell, and to whisper in her ear, "Tomorrow think of my head." But the traveller heard it, and just as the princess slipped through the window into her bedroom, and the magician turned round to fly back to the mountain, he seized him by the long black beard, and with his sabre cut off the wicked conjurer's head just behind the shoulders, so that he could not even see who it was. He threw the body into the sea to the fishes, and after dipping the head into the water, he tied it up in a silk handkerchief, took it with him to the inn, and then went to bed. The next morning he gave John the handkerchief, and told him not to untie it till the princess asked him what she was thinking of. There were so many people in the great hall of the palace that they stood as thick as radishes tied together in a bundle. The council sat in their armchairs with the white cushions. The old king wore new robes, and the golden crown and sceptre had been polished up, so that he looked quite smart. But the princess was very pale, and wore a black dress as if she were going to a funeral. "What have I thought of?" asked the princess of John. He immediately untied the handkerchief, and was himself quite frightened when he saw the head of the ugly magician. Everyone shuddered, for it was terrible to look at, but the princess sat like a statue, and could not utter a single word. At length she rose and gave John her hand, for he had guessed rightly. She looked at no one, but sighed deeply and said, "You are my master now, This evening our marriage must take place."
"I am very pleased to hear it," said the old king. "It is just what I wish."
Then all the people shouted, "Hurrah!" The band played music in the streets, the bells rang, and the cake women took the black crepe off the sugar sticks. There was universal joy. 3 oxen stuffed with ducks and chickens were roasted whole in the marketplace, where everyone might help himself to a slice. The fountain spouted forth the most delicious wine, and whoever bought a penny loaf at the baker's received 6 large buns full of raisins as a present. In the evening, the whole town was illuminated. The soldiers fired off cannons and the boys let off crackers. There was eating and drinking, dancing and jumping everywhere. In the palace, the high-born gentlemen and beautiful ladies danced with each other, and they could be heard at a great distance singing the following song: "Here are maidens young and fair, dancing in the summer air. Like 2 spinning wheels at play, pretty maidens dance away. Dance the spring and summer through, till the sole falls from your shoe." But the princess was still a witch, and she could not love John. His fellow traveller had thought of that, so he gave John 3 feathers out of the swan's wings, and a little bottle with a few drops in it. He told him to place a large bath full of water by the princess's bed, and put the feathers and the drops into it. Then, at the moment she was about to get into bed, he must give her a little push, so that she might fall into the water, and then dip her 3 times. This would destroy the power of the magician, and she would love him very much. John did all that his companion told him to do. The princess shrieked aloud when he dipped her under the water the first time, and struggled under his hands in the form of a great black swan with fiery eyes. As she rose the second time from the water, the swan had become white, with a black ring round its neck. John allowed the water to close once more over the bird, and at the same time it changed into a most beautiful princess. She was more lovely even than before, and thanked him, while her eyes sparkled with tears, for having broken the spell of the magician. The next day the king came with the whole court to offer their congratulations, and stayed till quite late. Last of all came the travelling companion. He had his staff in his hand and his knapsack on his back. John kissed him many times, and told him he must not go. He must remain with him, for he was the cause of all his good fortune. But the traveller shook his head, and said, gently and kindly, "No, my time is up now. I have only paid my debt to you. Do you remember the dead man whom the bad people wished to throw out of his coffin? You gave all you possessed that he might rest in his grave. I am that man." As he said this, he vanished. The wedding festivities lasted a whole month. John and his princess loved each other dearly, and the old king lived to see many a happy day, when he took their little children on his knees and let them play with his sceptre. And John became king over the whole country. Translated from the Danish by H. Oscar Sommer. The Curfew Tolls by Stephen Vincent Benet. Although Stephen Vincent Benet's long, boring epic poem, John Brown's Body, was awarded the Pulitzer Prize in 1928, he was not a very good poet. My father, he was a mountaineer, his fist was a knotty hammer. He was quick on his feet as a running deer, and he spoke with a Yankee stammer. But he was an excellent short story writer. The Devil and Daniel Webster is a hilarious folk tale told in excellent slang. It was made into a musical comedy, an opera, and a film. Jacob and the Indians is a tribute to the Jewish pioneers. The Curfew Tolls makes use of the possibilities fantastic literature has of twisting the course of time, and shows Benet at his best. It is not enough to be the possessor of genius. The time and the man must conjoin. An Alexander the Great, born into an age of profound peace, might scarce have troubled the world. A Newton, grown up in a thieves' den, might have devised little but a new and ingenious picklock. Diversions of historical thought. John Cleveland Cotton. The following extracts have been made from the letters of General Sir Charles William Geoffrey Estcourt, C.B., to his sister Harriet, Countess of Stokely, by permission of the Stokely family. Omissions are indicated by triple dots, thus ... Saint-Philippe de Bain, September 3rd, 1788. My dear sister, I could wish that my excellent Paris physician had selected some other spot for my convalescence. But he swears by the waters of Saint Philippe, and I swear by him. So I must resign myself to a couple of yawning months ere my constitution mends. Nevertheless, you will get long letters from me, though I fear they may be dull ones. I cannot bring you the gossip of Baden or Ayme, except for its baths. Saint Philippe is but one of a dozen small white towns on this agreeable coast. It has its good inn and its bad inn, its dusty little square with its dusty, flea-bitten beggar, its posting station and its promenade of scrubby lindens and palms. From the heights one may see Corsica on a clear day, and the Mediterranean is of an unexampled blue. To tell the truth, it is all agreeable enough, and an old Indian campaigner like myself should not complain. I am well treated at the Cheval Blanc. Am I not an English milord? And my excellent Gaston looks after me devotedly. But there is a blue-bottle drowsiness about small watering places out of season, and our gallant enemies, the French, know how to bore themselves more exquisitely in their provinces than any nation on earth. Would you think that the daily arrival of the diligence from Toulon would be an excitement? Yet it is to me, I assure you, and to all Saint Philippe. I walk, I take the waters, I read Ossian, I play piquet with Gaston, and yet I seem to myself but half alive. ... You will smile and say to me, "Dear brother, you have always plumed yourself on being a student of human nature. Is there no society, no character for you to study, even in Saint Philippe de Bain?" My dear sister, I bend myself earnestly to that end, yet so far with little result. I have talked to my doctor, a good man but unpolished. I have talked to the curé, a good man but dull. I have even attempted the society of the baths, beginning with Monsieur the Marquis de la Perce-Dragon, who has 96 quarterings, soiled wristbands, and a gloomy interest in my liver, and ending with Mrs. MacGregor Jenkins, a worthy and red-faced lady whose conversation positively cannonades with dukes and duchesses. But frankly, I prefer my chair in the garden and my Ossian to any of them, even at the risk of being considered a bear. A witty scoundrel would be the veriest godsend to me, but do such exist in Saint Philippe? I trow not. As it is, in my weakened condition, I am positively agog when Gaston comes in every morning with his budget of village scandal. A pretty pass to come to, you will say, for a man who has served with air coute, and but for the mutabilities of fortune, not to speak of a most damnable cabal. ... Bracket. A long passage dealing with General Estcourt's East Indian services and his personal and unfavorable opinion of Warren Hastings is here omitted from the manuscript. Bracket. ... But at 50 a man is either a fool or a philosopher. Nevertheless, unless Gaston provides me with a character to try my wits on shortly, I shall begin to believe that they too have deteriorated with Indian suns. ... September 21st, 1788. My dear sister, ... Believe me, there is little soundness in the views of your friend Lord Martindale. The French monarchy is not to be compared with our own, but King Louis is an excellent and well-beloved prince, and the proposed summoning of the States General cannot but have the most salutary effect. ... Bracket. 3 pages upon French politics and the possibility of cultivating sugar-cane in southern France are here omitted. Bracket. ... As for news of myself, I continue my yawning course, and feel a decided improvement from the waters. ... So I shall continue them, though the process is slow. ... You ask me, I fear a trifle mockingly, how my studies in human nature proceed. Not so ill, my dear sister. I have at least scraped acquaintance with one odd fish, and that in Saint Philippe is a triumph. For some time, from my chair in the promenade, I have observed a pursy little fellow, of my age or thereabouts, stalking up and down between the lindens. His company seems avoided by such notables of the place as Mrs. MacGregor Jenkins, and at first I put him down as a retired actor, for there is something a little theatrical in his dress and walk. He wears a wide-brimmed hat of straw, loose nankeen trousers, and a quasi-military coat, and takes his waters with as much ceremony as Monsieur le Marquis, though not quite with the same ton. I should put him down as a meridional, for he has the quick dark eye, the sallow skin, the corpulence and the rhodomontish airs that mark your true son of the Midi, once he has passed his lean and hungry youth. And yet there is some sort of unsuccessful oddity about him, which sets him off from your successful bourgeois. I cannot put my finger on it yet, but it interests me. At any rate, I was sitting in my accustomed chair, reading Ossian this morning, as he made his solitary rounds of the promenade. Doubtless I was more than usually absorbed in my author, for I must have pronounced some lines aloud as he passed. He gave me a quick glance at the time, but nothing more. But on his next round, as he was about to pass me, he hesitated for a moment, stopped, and then, removing his straw hat, saluted me very civilly. "Monsieur will pardon me," he said with a dumpy hauteur, "but surely monsieur is English? And surely the lines that monsieur just repeated are from the great poet Ossian?" I admitted both charges with a smile, and he bowed again. "Monsieur will excuse the interruption," he said, "but I myself have long admired the poetry of Ossian." And with that he continued my quotation to the end of the passage, in very fair English too, though with a strong accent. I complimented him, of course, effusively. After all, it is not every day that one runs across a fellow admirer of Ossian on the promenade of a small French watering-place. And after that he sat down in the chair beside me, and we fell into talk. He seems, astonishingly for a Frenchman, to have an excellent acquaintance with our English poets. Perhaps he has been a tutor in some English family. I did not press him with questions on this first encounter, though I noted that he spoke French with a slight accent also, which seems odd. There is something a little rascally about him, to tell you the truth, though his conversation with me was both forceful and elevated. An ill man, too, and a disappointed one, where I miss my mark. Yet his eyes, when he talks, are strangely animating. I fancy I would not care to meet him in a guet-apens, and yet he may be the most harmless of broken pedagogues. We took a glass of waters together, to the great disgust of Mrs. McGregor Jenkins, who ostentatiously drew her skirts aside. She let me know afterwards, in so many words, that my acquaintance was a noted bandit, though when pressed she could give no better reason than that he lives a little removed from the town, that nobody knows where he comes from, and that his wife is no better than she should be, whatever that portentous phrase entails. Well, one would hardly call him a gentleman, even by Mrs. McGregor's somewhat easy standards, but he has given me better conversation than I have had in a month, and if he is a bandit, we might discuss thuggee together. But I hope for nothing so stimulating, though I must question Gaston about him. ... October 11th. ... But Gaston could tell me little, except that my acquaintance comes from Sardinia, or some such island originally, has served in the French army, and is popularly supposed to possess the evil eye. About Madame he hinted that he could tell me a great deal, but I did not labour the point. After all, if my friend has been cuckolded, do not blush, my dear sister. That, too, is the portion of a philosopher, and I find his wide range of conversation much more palatable than Mrs. McGregor Jenkins' re-warmed London gossip. Nor has he tried to borrow money from me yet, something which, I am frank to say, I expected and was prepared to refuse. ... November 20th. ... Triumph! My character is found, and a character of the first water, I assure you. I have dined with him in his house, and a very bad dinner it was. Madame is not a good housekeeper, whatever else she may be, and what she has been, one can see at a glance. She has all the little faded coquetries of the garrison coquette. Good-tempered, of course, as such women often are. Anne must have been pretty in her best days, though with shocking bad teeth. I suspect her of a touch of the tar-brush, though there I may be wrong. No doubt she caught my friend young. I have seen the same thing happen in India often enough. The experienced woman and the youngster fresh from England. Well, 'tis an old story, an old one with him, too. And no doubt Madame has her charms, though she is obviously one reason why he has not risen. After dinner, Madame departed not very willingly, and he took me into his study for a chat. He had even procured a bottle of port, saying he knew the Englishman's taste for it, and while it was hardly the right Coburn, I felt touched by the attention. The man is desperately lonely. One reads that in his big eyes. He is also desperately proud, with the quick, touchy sensitiveness of a failure, and I quite exerted myself to draw him out. And indeed, the effort repaid me. His own story is simple enough. He is neither bandit nor pedagogue, but, like myself, a broken soldier. A major of the French Royal Artillery, retired on half-pay for some years. I think it creditable of him to have reached so respectable a rank, for he is of foreign birth, Sardinian, I think I told you, and the French service is by no means as partial to foreigners as they were in the days of the 1st Irish Brigade. Moreover, one simply does not rise in that service unless one is a gentleman of quarterings, and that he could hardly claim. But the passion of his life has been India, and that is what interests me. And, upon my honour, he was rather astonishing about it. As soon as, by a lucky chance, I hit upon the subject, his eyes lit up and his sickness dropped away. Pretty soon he began to take maps from a cabinet in the wall and ply me with questions about my own small experiences. And very soon indeed, I am abashed to state, I found myself stumbling in my answers. It was all book knowledge on his part, of course, but where the devil he could have got some of it I do not know. Indeed, he would even correct me now and then, as cool as you please. 8 12-pounders, I think, on the north wall of the old fortifications of Madras, and the deuce of it is, he would be right. Finally, I could contain myself no longer. "Major, this is incredible," I said. "I have served 20 years with John Company, and thought that I had some knowledge, but one would say you had fought over every inch of Bengal." He gave me a quick look, almost of anger, and began to roll up his maps. "So I have in my mind," he said shortly. "But, as my superiors have often informed me, my hobby is a tedious one." "It is not tedious to me," I said boldly. "Indeed, I have often marvelled at your government's neglect of their opportunities in India. True, the issue is settled now." "It is by no means settled," he said, interrupting me rudely. I stared at him. "It was settled, I believe, by Baron Clive at a spot named Plassey," I said frigidly, "and afterwards by my own old general, Eyre Coote, at another spot named Wandawash." "Oh, yes, he said impatiently. "I grant you Clive. Clive was a genius, and met the fate of geniuses. He steals an empire for you, and your virtuous English Parliament holds up its hands in horror, because he steals a few lakhs of rupees for himself as well. So he blows out his brains in disgrace. You inexplicable English, and you lose your genius. A great pity. I would not have treated Clive so. But then, if I had been my Lord Clive, I would not have blown out my brains." "And what would you have done, had you been Clive?" I said, for the man's calm, staring conceit amused me. His eyes were dangerous for a moment, and I saw why the worthy Mrs. McGregor Jenkins had called him a bandit. "Oh," he said coolly, "I would have sent a file of grenadiers to your English Parliament, and told it to hold its tongue, as Cromwell did. Now there was a man. But your Clive, faugh! He had the ball at his feet, and he refused to kick it. I withdraw the word genius. He was a nincompoop. At the least, he might have made himself a Rajah. This was a little too much, as you may imagine. General Clive had his faults, I said icily, but he was a true Briton and a patriot. He was a fool, said my puffy little major flatly, his lower lip stuck out. As big a fool as Dupleix, and that is saying much. Oh, some military skill, some talent for organization, yes. But a genius would have brushed him into the sea. It was possible to hold Arcole. It was possible to win Plassey. Look! And with that he ripped another map from his cabinet and began to expound to me eagerly exactly what he would have done in command of the French forces in India in 1757, when he must have been but a lad in his 20s. He thumped the paper. He strewed corks along the table for his troops. Corks taken from a supply in a tin box, so it must be an old game with him. And as I listened, my irritation faded, for the man's monomania was obvious. Nor was it, to tell the truth, an ill-designed plan of campaign, for corks on a map. Of course, these things are different in the field. I could say with honesty that his plan had features of novelty, and he gulped the words down hungrily. He has a great appetite for flattery. Yes, he said. That is how it should be done. The thickest skull can see it. And, ill as I am, with a fleet and 10,000 picked men—" He dreamed, obviously the sweat of his exertions on his waxy face. It was absurd and yet touching to see him dream. "You would find a certain amount of opposition," I said, in an amused voice. "Oh, yes, yes," he said quickly. "I do not underrate the English. Excellent horse, solid foot, but no true knowledge of cannon, and I am a gunner." I hated to bring him down to earth, and yet I felt that I must. "Of course, Major," I said, "you have had great experience in the field." He looked at me for a moment, his arrogance quite unshaken. "I have had very little," he said quietly. "But one knows how the thing should be done, or one does not know, and that is enough." He stared at me for an instant with his big eyes, a little mad, of course, and yet I found myself saying, "But surely, Major, what happened?" "Why," he said still quietly, "what happens to folk who have naught but their brains to sell? I staked my all on India when I was young. I thought that my star shone over it. I ate dirty puddings, corpo di bacco, to get there. I was no de Rohan or Soubise to win the king's favour, and I reached there indeed in my youth just in time to be included in the surrender of Pondicherry." He laughed rather terribly and sipped at his glass. "You English were very courteous captors," he said, "but I was not released till the 7 Years' War had ended. That was in 63. Who asks for the special exchange of an unknown artillery lieutenant? And then 10 years odd of garrison duty at Mauritius. It was there that I met Madame. She is a Creole. A pleasant spot, Mauritius. We used to fire the cannon at the seabirds when we had enough ammunition for target practice," and he chuckled drearily. "By then I was 37. They had to make me a captain. They even brought me back to France. To garrison duty. I have been on garrison duty at Toulon, at Brest, at—" He ticked off the names on his fingers. I did not like his voice. "But surely," I said, "the American War, though a small affair, there were opportunities." "And who did they send?" he said quickly. "Lafayette? Rochambeau? De Grasse? The sprigs of the nobility. Oh, at Lafayette's age I would have volunteered like Lafayette. But one should be successful in youth. After that, the spring is broken. And when one is over 40, one has responsibilities. I have a large family, you see, though not of my own begetting," and he chuckled as if at a secret joke. "Oh, I wrote the Continental Congress," he said reflectively, "but they preferred a dolt like von Steuben. A good dolt, an honest dolt, but there you have it. I also wrote your British War Office," he said in an even voice. "I must show you that plan of campaign sometime. They could have crushed General Washington with it in 3 weeks. I stared at him a little appalled. For an officer who has taken his king's shilling to send to an enemy nation a plan for crushing his own country's ally, I said stiffly, "Well, in England we would call that treason." "And what is treason?" he said lightly. "If we call it unsuccessful ambition, we shall be nearer the truth." He looked at me keenly. "You are shocked, General Escort," he said. "I am sorry for that. But have you never known the curse?" And his voice vibrated. "The curse of not being employed when you should be employed. The curse of being a hammer with no nail to drive. The curse of sitting in a dusty garrison town with dreams that would split the brain of a Caesar, and no room on earth for those dreams?" "Yes," I said unwillingly, but there was something in him that demanded the truth. "I have known that." "Then you know hell is undreamed of by the Christian," he said with a sigh. "And if I committed treason, well, I have been punished for it. I might have been a brigadier otherwise. I had Choiseul's ear for a few weeks after great labour. As it is, I am here on half pay, and there will not be another war in my time. Moreover, the Sieur de Ségur has proclaimed that all officers now must show 16 quarterings. Well, I wish them joy of those officers in the next conflict. Meanwhile, I have my corks, my maps, and my family ailment." He smiled and tapped his side. "It killed my father at 39. It has not treated me quite so ill, but it will come for me soon enough." And indeed, when I looked at him, I could well believe it, for the light had gone from his eyes, and his cheeks were flabby. We chatted a little on indifferent subjects after that. Then I left him, wondering whether to pursue the acquaintance. He is indubitably a character, but some of his speeches leave a taste in my mouth. Yet he can be greatly attractive, even now with his mountainous failure like a cloak upon him. And yet, why should I call it mountainous? His conceit is mountainous enough, but what else could he have expected of his career? Yet I wish I could forget his eyes. ... To tell the truth, he puzzles me, and I mean to get to the bottom of him. ... February 12th, 1789. ... I have another sidelight on the character of my friend the Major. As I told you, I was half of a mind to break off the acquaintance entirely, but he came up to me so civilly the following day that I could find no excuse. And since then he has made me no embarrassingly treasonable confidences, though whenever we discuss the art of war his arrogance is unbelievable. He even informed me the other day that while Frederick of Prussia was a fair general, his tactics might have been improved upon. I merely laughed and turned the question. Now and then I play a war game with him, with his corks and maps, and when I let him win he is as pleased as a child. ... His illness increases visibly, despite the waters, and he shows an eagerness for my company which I cannot but find touching. ... After all, he is a man of intelligence, and the company he has had to keep must have galled him at times. ... Now and then I amuse myself by speculating what might have happened to him had he chosen some other profession than that of arms. He has, as I have told you, certain gifts of the actor, yet his stature and figure must have debarred him from tragic parts, while he certainly does not possess the humours of the comedian. Perhaps his best choice would have been the Romish Church, for there the veriest fisherman may hope at least to succeed to the keys of St. Peter. ... And yet, heaven knows, he would have made a very bad priest. ... But to my tale. I had missed him from our accustomed walks for some days, and went to his house. St. Helen's it is called. We lived in a pother of saints' names hereabouts, one evening to inquire. I did not hear the quarrelling voices till the tousle-haired servant had admitted me, and then it was too late to retreat. Then my friend bounced down the corridor, his sallow face bored and angry. "Ah, General Escort," he said, with a complete change of expression as soon as he saw me. "What fortune? I was hoping you would pay us a call. I wish to introduce you to my family." He had told me previously of his pair of stepchildren, my madame's first marriage, and I must confess I felt curious to see them. But it was not of them he spoke, as I soon gathered. "Yes," he said, "my brothers and sisters, or most of them, are here for a family council. You come in the nick of time." He pinched my arm, and his face glowed with the malicious naivete of a child. "They do not believe that I really know an English general. It will be a great blow to them," he whispered, as we passed down the corridor. "Ah, if you had only worn your uniform and your garters! But one cannot have everything in life." Well, my dear sister, what a group when we entered the salon! It is a small room, tawdrily furnished in the worst French taste, with a jumble of Madame's femininities and souvenirs from the island of Mauritius, and they were all sitting about in the French after-dinner fashion, drinking tisane and quarrelling. And indeed, had the room been as long as the nave of St. Peter's, it would yet have seemed too small for such a crew. An old mother, straight as a ramrod and as forbidding, with the burning eyes and the bitter dignity one sees on the faces of certain Italian peasants. You could see that they were all a little afraid of her, except my friend, and he, I must say, treated her with a filial courtesy that was greatly to his credit. Two sisters, one fattish, swarthy, and spiteful, the other with the wreck of great beauty, and the evident marks of a certain profession on her shabby fine toilette and her pinkened cheeks. An innkeeper brother-in-law called Bourrat or Durer, with a jowlish, heavily handsome face and the manners of a cavalry sergeant. He is married to the spiteful sister. And two brothers, one sheep-like, one fox-like, yet both bearing a certain resemblance to my friend. The sheep-like brother is at least respectable, I gathered, a provincial lawyer in a small way of business whose great pride is that he has actually appeared before the Court of Appeals at Marseille. The other, the fox-like one, makes his living more dubiously. He seems the sort of fellow who orates windily in tap-rooms about the rights of man and other nonsense of Monsieur Rousseau's. I would certainly not trust him with my watch, though he is trying to get himself elected to the States General. And as regards family concord, it was obvious at first glance that not one of them trusted the others. And yet that is not all of the tribe. There are, if you will believe me, 2 other brothers living, and this family council was called to deal with the affairs of the next to youngest, who seems, even in this melange, to be a black sheep. I can assure you my head swam, and when my friend introduced me, proudly, as a Knight of the Garters, I did not even bother to contradict him, for they admitted me to their intimate circle at once. There was no doubt about that. Only the old lady remained aloof, saying little and sipping her chamomile tea as if it were the blood of her enemies. But one by one the others related to me, with an unasked-for frankness, the most intimate and scandalous details of their brothers' and sisters' lives. They seemed united only on 2 points, jealousy of my friend, the Major, because he is his mother's favourite, and dislike of Madame Josephine, because she gives herself airs. Except for the haggard beauty, I must say that while her remarks anent her sister-in-law were not such as I would care to repeat, she seemed genuinely fond of her brother, the Major, and expounded his virtues to me through an overpowering cloud of scent. It was like being in a nest of Italian smugglers, or a den of quarrelsome foxes, for they all talked, or rather barked, at once, even the brother-in-law, and only Madame Mare could bring silence among them. And yet my friend enjoyed it. It was obvious he showed them off before me as he might have displayed the tricks of a set of performing animals, and yet with a certain fondness, too. That is the inexplicable part of it. I do not know which sentiment was upmost in my mind, respect for this family feeling, or pity for his being burdened with such a clan. For though not the eldest, he is the strongest among them, and they know it. They rebel, but he rules their family conclaves like a petty despot. I could have laughed at the farce of it, and yet it was nearer tears. For here, at least, my friend was a personage. I got away as soon as I could, despite some pressing looks from the haggard beauty. My friend accompanied me to the door. "Well, well," he said, chuckling and rubbing his hands, "I am infinitely obliged to you, General. They will not forget this in a hurry. Before you entered, Joseph is a sheep-like one, was boasting about his acquaintance with a sous-intendant, but an English general, blah! Joseph will have green eyes for a fortnight." And he rubbed his hands again in a perfect paroxysm of delight. It was too childlike to make me angry. "I am glad, of course, to have been of any service," I said. "Oh, you have been a great service," he said. "They will not plague my poor Josie for at least half an hour. Ah, this is a bad business of Louis's, a bad business. Louis is the black sheep. But we will patch it up somehow. Hortense is worth 3 of him. He must go back to Hortense." "You have a numerous family, Major," I said, for want of something better to say. "Oh, yes," he said cheerfully, "pretty numerous. I am sorry you could not meet the others, though Louis is a fool. I pampered him in his youth. Well, he was a baby, and Jerome a mule. Still, we haven't done so badly for ourselves. Not badly. Joseph makes a go of his law practice. There are fools enough in the world to be impressed by Joseph. And if Lucien gets to the States General, you may trust Lucien to feather his nest. And there are the grandchildren and a little money. Not much," he said quickly. "They mustn't expect that from me. But it's a step up from where we started. If Papa had lived, he wouldn't have been so ill-pleased. Poor Elise is gone, but the rest of us have stuck together, and while we may seem a little rough to strangers, our hearts are in the right place. When I was a boy," and he chuckled again, "I had other ambitions for them. I thought with luck on my side I could make them all kings and queens. Funny, isn't it, to think of a numbskull like Joseph as a king? Well, that was the boy of it. But even so, they'd all be eating chestnuts back on the island without me, and that's something." He said it rather defiantly, and I did not know which to marvel at most, his preposterous pride in the group or his cool contempt of them. So I said nothing, but shook his hand instead. I could not help doing the latter, for surely if anyone started in life with a millstone about his neck... ... And yet they are none of them ordinary people... ... March 13th, 1789. ... My friend's complaint has taken a turn for the worse, and it is I who pay him visits now. It is the act of a Christian to do so, and, to tell the truth, I have become oddly attached to him, though I can give no just reason for the attachment. He makes a bad patient, by the way, and is often abominably rude to both myself and Madame, who nurses him devotedly, though unskilfully. I told him yesterday that I could have no more of it, and he looked at me with his strangely luminous eyes. So, he said, even the English desert the dying. ... Well, I stayed. After that, what else might a gentleman do? ... Yet I cannot feel that he bears me any real affection. He exerts himself to charm on occasion, but one feels he is playing a game. ... Yes, even upon his deathbed he plays a game. ... A complex character. ... April 28th, 1789. ... My friend the Major's malady approaches its term. The last few days find him fearfully enfeebled. He knows that the end draws nigh. Indeed, he speaks of it often with remarkable calmness. I had thought it might turn his mind towards religion. While he has accepted the ministrations of his church, I fear it is without the sincere repentance of a Christian. When the priest had left him yesterday, he summoned me, remarking, "Well, all that is over with," rather more in the tone of a man who has just reserved a place in a coach than one who will shortly stand before his Maker. "It does no harm," he said reflectively, "and after all it might be true. Why not?" And he chuckled in a way that repelled me. Then he asked me to read to him, not the Bible, as I had expected, but some verses of the poet Gray. He listened attentively, and when I came to the passage, "Hands that the rod of empire might have swayed," and its successor, "Some mute, inglorious Milton here may rest," he asked me to repeat them. When I had done so, he said, "Yes, yes, that is true, very true. I did not think so in boyhood. I thought genius must force its own way. But your poet is right about it." I found this painful, for I had hoped that his illness had brought him to a juster, if less arrogant, estimate of his own abilities. "Come, Major," I said soothingly, "we cannot all be great men, you know. And you have no need to repine. After all, as you say, you have risen in the world." "Risen?" he said, and his eyes flashed. "Risen? Oh, God, that I should die alone with my one companion, an Englishman with the soul of suet. Fool, if I had had Alexander's chance, I would have bettered Alexander. And it will come, too, that is the worst of it. Already Europe is shaking with a new birth. If I had been born under the Sun King, I would be a Marshal of France. If I had been born 20 years ago, I would mould a new Europe with my fists in the next half-dozen years. Why did they put my soul in my body at this infernal time? Do you not understand, imbecile? Is there no one who understands?" I called Madame at this, as he was obviously delirious, and after some trouble we got him quieted. May 8th, 1789. ... My poor friend is gone, and peacefully enough at the last. His death, oddly enough, coincided with the date of the opening of the States General at Versailles. The last moments of life are always painful for the observer, but his end was as relatively serene as might be hoped for, considering his character. I was watching at one side of the bed, and a thunderstorm was raging at the time. No doubt, to his expiring consciousness, the cracks of the thunder sounded like artillery, for while we were waiting the death struggle, he suddenly raised himself in the bed and listened intently. His eyes glowed. A beatific expression passed over his features. "Army! Head of the army!" he whispered ecstatically. And when we caught him, he was lifeless. ... I must say that, while it may not be very Christian, I am glad that death brought him what life could not, and that in the very article of it he saw himself at the head of victorious troops. Ah, famed, elusive spectre, ... Bracket. A page of disquisition by General Escourt on the vanities of human ambition is here omitted. Bracket. ... The face after death was composed, with a certain majesty even. ... One could see that he might have been handsome as a youth. ... May 26th, 1789. ... I shall return to Paris by easy stages, and reach Stokely sometime in June. My health is quite restored, and all that has kept me here this long has been the difficulty I have met with in attempting to settle my poor friend's the Major's affairs. For one thing, he appears to have been originally a native of Corsica, not of Sardinia, as I had thought. And while that explains much in his character, it has also given occupation to the lawyers. I have met his rapacious family, individually and in conclave, And if there are further grey hairs on my head, you may put it down to them. ... However, I have finally assured the Major's relict of her legitimate rights in his estate, and that is something. My one ray of comfort in the matter being the behaviour of her son by the former marriage, who seems an excellent and virtuous young man. ... You will think me a very soft fellow, no doubt, for wasting so much time upon a chance acquaintance, who was neither, in our English sense, a gentleman, nor a man whose Christian virtues counterbalanced his lack of true breeding. Yet there was a tragedy about him beyond his station, and that verse of Gray's rings in my head. I wish I could forget the expression on his face when he spoke of it. Suppose a genius born in circumstances that made the development of that genius impossible. Well, all this is the merest moonshine. ... To revert to more practical matters, I discover that the Major has left me his military memoirs, papers, and commentaries, including his maps. Heaven knows what I shall do with them. I cannot in courtesy burn them sur le champ, and yet they fill 2 huge packing cases, and the cost of transporting them to Stokely will be considerable. Perhaps I will take them to Paris, and quietly dispose of them there to some waste-paper merchant. ... In return for this unsought legacy, Madame has consulted me in regard to a stone and epitaph for her late husband, and, knowing that otherwise the family would squabble over the affair for weeks, I have drawn up a design which I hope meets with their approval. It appears that he particularly desired that the epitaph should be writ in English, saying that France had had enough of him, living, a freak of dying vanity for which one must pardon him. However, I have produced the following, which I hope will answer. Here lies Napoleon Bonaparte, Major of the Royal Artillery of France, born August 15th, 1737, at Ajaccio, Corsica. Died May 5th, 1789, at Saint-Philippe-de-Bains. Rest, perturbed spirit. ... I had thought, for some hours, of excerpting the lines of Gray's, the ones that still ring in my head. But, on reflection, though they suit well enough, they yet seem too cruel to the dust. The State of Grace, by Marcel Ayme. What would Napoleon have been had he not had access to power? Stephen Vincent Benet plays the game of what would have happened if, a device used many times in short stories and novels, particularly thrillers. Kipling, in A St. Helena Lullaby, pictures Napoleon as a child still capable of choosing his future. How far is St. Helena from a little child at play? What makes you want to wander there with all the world between? Oh, mother, call your child again, or else he'll run away. No one thinks of winter when the grass is green. But becoming Napoleon is perhaps not a choice, but a gift. The State of Grace is about such a gift, about a man selected by God to bear the mark of his appreciation. Marcel Ayme is probably the best loved of French humorists. His sardonic style and his brilliant imagination combine in his work to produce some of the finest fantastic literature of our time. After the success of his novel The Green Mare in 1933, he dedicated himself entirely to writing. When he died in 1967, he had published over 30 novels, many plays, and several collections of short stories. In the year 1939, the best Christian in the Rue Gabrielle, and indeed in all Montmartre, was a certain Monsieur Duperrier, a man of such piety, uprightness, and charity that God, without awaiting his death, and while he was still in the prime of life, crowned his head with a halo which never left it by day or by night. Like those in Paradise, this halo, although made of some immaterial substance, manifested itself in the form of a whitish ring, which looked as though it might have been cut out of fairly stiff cardboard, and shed a tender light. Monsieur Duperrier wore it gratefully, with devout thanks to heaven for a distinction which, however, his modesty did not permit him to regard as a formal undertaking in respect of the hereafter. He would have been unquestionably the happiest of men had his wife, instead of rejoicing in this signal mark of the divine approval, not received it with outspoken resentment and exasperation. "Well, really, upon my word," the lady said, "what do you think you look like going round in a thing like that? And what do you suppose the neighbours and the tradespeople will say, not to mention my cousin Leopold? I never in my life saw anything so ridiculous. You'll have the whole neighbourhood talking." Madame du Perrier was an admirable woman, of outstanding piety and impeccable conduct, but she had not yet understood the vanity of the things of this world. Like so many people whose aspirations to virtue are marred by a certain lack of logic, she thought it more important to be esteemed by her concierge than by her creator. Her terror lest she should be questioned on the subject of the halo by one of the neighbours, or by the milkman, had from the very outset an embittering effect upon her. She made repeated attempts to snatch away the shimmering plate of light that adorned her husband's cranium, but with no more effect than if she had tried to grasp a sunbeam, and without altering its position by a hair's breadth. Girdling the top of his forehead, where the hair began, the halo hung low over the back of his neck, with a slight tilt which gave it a coquettish look. The foretaste of beatitude did not cause du Perrier to overlook the consideration he owed to his wife's peace of mind. He himself possessed too great a sense of discretion and modesty not to perceive that there were grounds for her disquiet. The gifts of God, especially when they wear a somewhat gratuitous aspect, are seldom accorded the respect they deserve, and the world is all too ready to find in them a subject of malicious gossip. Du Perrier did his utmost, so far as the thing was possible, to make himself at all times inconspicuous. Regretfully putting aside the bowler hat, which he had hitherto regarded as an indispensable attribute of his accountant's calling, he took to wearing a large felt hat, light in colour, of which the wide brim exactly covered the halo, provided he wore it rakishly on the back of his head. Thus clad, there was nothing startlingly out of the way in his appearance to attract the attention of the passer-by. The brim of his hat merely had a slight phosphorescence, which by daylight might pass for the sheen on the surface of smooth felt. During office hours he was equally successful in avoiding the notice of his employer and fellow workers. His desk in the small shoe factory in Ménilmontant, where he kept the books, was situated in a glass-paned cubbyhole between two workshops, and his state of isolation saved him from awkward questions. He wore the hat all day, and no one was sufficiently interested to ask him why he did so. But these precautions did not suffice to allay his wife's misgivings. It seemed to her that the halo must already be a subject of comment among the ladies of the district, and she went almost furtively about the streets adjoining the Rue Gabrielle, her buttocks contracted and her heart wrung with agonizing suspicions, convinced that she heard the echo of mocking laughter as she passed. To this worthy woman, who had never had any ambition other than to keep her place in a social sphere ruled by the cult of the absolute norm, the glaring eccentricity with which her husband had been afflicted rapidly assumed catastrophic proportions. Its very improbability made it monstrous. Nothing would have induced her to accompany him out of doors. The evenings and Sunday afternoons, which they had previously devoted to small outings and visits to friends, were now passed in a solitary intimacy, which became daily more oppressive. In the living-room of light oak, where between meals the long leisure hours dragged by, Madame du Perrier, unable to knit a single stitch, would sit bitterly contemplating the halo, while du Perrier, generally reading some work of devotion and feeling the brush of angels' wings, wore an expression of beatific rapture, which added to her fury. From time to time, however, he would glance solicitously at her, and, noting the expression of angry disapproval on her face, would feel a regret which was incompatible with the gratitude he owed to heaven, so that this, in its turn, inspired him with a feeling of remorse at one remove. So painful a state of affairs could not long continue without imperiling the unhappy woman's mental equilibrium. She began presently to complain that the light of the halo, bathing the pillows, made it impossible for her to sleep at nights. Du Perrier, who sometimes made use of the divine illumination to read a chapter of the Scriptures, was obliged to concede the justice of this grievance, and he began to be afflicted with a sense of guilt.
Finally, certain events, highly deplorable in their consequences, transformed this state of unease into one of acute crisis. Upon setting out for the office one morning, Duperrier passed a funeral in the Rue Gabrielle, within a few yards of their house. He had become accustomed, outrageous though it was to his natural sense of courtesy, to greet acquaintances by merely raising a hand to his hat. But being thus confronted by the near presence of the dead, he decided, after thinking the matter over, that nothing could relieve him of the obligation to uncover himself entirely. Several shopkeepers, yawning in their doorways, blinked at the sight of the halo, and gathered together to discuss the phenomenon. When she came out to do her shopping, Madame Duperrier was assailed with questions, and in a state of extreme agitation uttered denials whose very vehemence appeared suspect. Upon his return home at midday, her husband found her in a state of nervous crisis which caused him to fear for her reason. "Take off that halo!" she cried. "Take it off instantly! I never want to see it again!" Duperrier gently reminded her that it was not in his power to remove it, whereupon she cried still more loudly, "If you had any consideration for me, you'd find some way of getting rid of it. You're simply selfish, that's what you are." These words, to which he prudently made no reply, gave Duperrier much food for thought. And on the following day a second incident occurred to point to the inevitable conclusion. Duperrier never missed early morning mass, and since he had become endowed with the odor of sanctity, he had taken to hearing it at the Basilica of the Sacre-Cœur. Here he was obliged to remove his hat, but the church is a large one, and at that hour of the morning the congregation was sufficiently sparse to make it a simple matter for him to hide behind a pillar. On this particular occasion, however, he must have been less circumspect than usual. As he was leaving the church after the service, an elderly spinster flung herself at his feet, crying, "Saint Joseph! Saint Joseph!" and kissed the hem of his overcoat. Duperrier beat a hasty retreat, flattered but considerably put out at recognizing his adorer, who lived only a few doors away. A few hours later the devoted creature burst into the apartment, where Madame Duperrier was alone, uttering cries of, "Saint Joseph! I want to see Saint Joseph!" Although somewhat lacking in brilliant and picturesque qualities, Saint Joseph is nevertheless an excellent saint. But his unsensational merits, with their flavor of solid craftsmanship and passive goodwill, seem to have brought upon him some degree of injustice. There are indeed persons, some of the utmost piety, who, without even being conscious of it, associate the notion of naive complacence with the part he played in the Nativity. This impression of simple-mindedness is further enhanced by the habit of superimposing upon the figure of the saint the recollection of that other Joseph who resisted the advances of Potiphar's wife. Madame Duperrier had no great respect for the presumed sanctity of her husband, but this fervor of adoration, which with loud cries invoked him by the name of Saint Joseph, seemed to her to add the finishing touch to his shame and absurdity. Goaded into a state of almost demented fury, she chased the visitor out of the apartment with an umbrella, and then smashed several piles of plates. Her first act upon her husband's return was to have hysterics, and when finally she had regained her self-control, she said in a decided voice, "For the last time, I ask you to get rid of that halo. You can do it if you choose. You know you can." Duperrier hung his head, not daring to ask how she thought he should go about it, and she went on, "It's perfectly simple. You only have to sin." Uttering no word of protest, Duperrier withdrew to the bedroom to pray. "Almighty God," he said in substance, "you have granted me the highest reward that man may hope for upon earth, excepting martyrdom. I thank you, Lord, but I am married, and I share with my wife the bread of tribulation, which you deign to send us, no less than the honey of your favor. Only thus can a devout couple hope to walk in your footsteps. And it so happens that my wife cannot endure the sight or even the thought of my halo, not at all because it is a gift bestowed by heaven, but simply because it's a halo. You know what women are. When some unaccustomed happening does not chance to kindle their enthusiasm, it is likely to upset all the store of rules and harmonies which they keep lodged in their little heads. No one can prevent this, and though my wife should live to be 100, there will never be any place for my halo in her scheme of things. O God, you who see into my heart,
You know how little store I set by my personal tranquillity and the evening slippers by the fireside. For the rapture of wearing upon my head the token of your goodwill, I would gladly suffer even the most violent domestic upheavals. But alas, it is not my own peace of mind that is imperilled. My wife is losing all taste for life. Worse still, I can see the day approaching when her hatred of my halo will cause her to revile him who bestowed it upon me. Am I to allow the life companion you chose for me to die and damn her soul for all eternity without making an effort to save her? I find myself today at the parting of the ways, and the safe road does not appear to me to be the more merciful. That your spirit of infinite justice may talk to me with the voice of my conscience is the prayer which in this hour of my perplexity I lay at your radiant feet, O Lord. Scarcely had Duperrier concluded this prayer than his conscience declared itself in favor of the way of sin, making of this an act of duty demanded by Christian charity. He returned to the living-room, where his wife awaited him, grinding her teeth. "God is just," he said, with his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat. "He knew what he was doing when he gave me my halo. The truth is that I deserve it more than any man alive. They don't make men like me in these days. When I reflect upon the vileness of the human herd, then consider the manifold perfections embodied in myself, I am tempted to spit in the faces of the people in the street. God has rewarded me, it is true, but if the Church had any regard for justice, I should be an archbishop at the very least." Duperrier had chosen the sin of pride, which enabled him, while exalting his own merits, in the same breath to praise God who had singled him out. His wife was not slow to realize that he was sinning deliberately, and at once entered into the spirit of the thing. "My angel," she said, "you will never know how proud I am of you. My cousin Leopold, with his car and his villa at Le Vésinet, is not worthy to unloose the latchet of your shoe." "That is precisely my own opinion. If I had chosen to concern myself with sordid matters, I could have amassed a fortune as easily as any man, and a much bigger one than Leopold's. But I chose to follow a different road, and my triumph is of another kind. I despise his money as I despise the man himself, and all the countless other half-wits who are incapable of perceiving the grandeur of my modest existence. They have eyes and see not." The utterance of sentiments such as these, spoken at first from half-closed lips, his heart rent with shame, became within a short time a simple matter for Duperrier, a habit costing him no effort at all. And such is the power of words over the human mind that it was not long before he accepted them as valid currency. His wife, however, anxiously watching the halo, and seeing that its lustre showed no sign of diminishing, began to suspect that her husband's sin was lacking in weight and substance. Duperrier readily agreed with this. "Nothing could be more true," he said. "I thought I was giving way to pride, when in fact I was merely expressing the most simple and obvious of truths. When a man has attained to the uttermost degree of perfection, as I have done, the word pride ceases to have any meaning." This did not prevent him from continuing to extol his merits, but at the same time he recognized the necessity for embarking upon some other form of sin. It appeared to him that gluttony was, of the deadly sins, the one most suited to his purpose, which was to rid himself of the halo without too far forfeiting the goodwill of heaven. He was supported in this conclusion by the recollection, from his childhood days, of gentle scoldings for excessive indulgence in jam or chocolate. Filled with hope, his wife set about preparation of rich dishes, whose variety enhanced their savour. The Duperriers' dinner table was loaded with game, pâté, river trout, lobsters, sweets, pastries, and vintage wines. Their meals lasted twice as long as hitherto, if not 3 times. Nothing could have been more hideous and revolting than the spectacle of Duperrier, his napkin tied round his neck, his face crimson, and his eyes glazed with satiation, loading his plate with a 3rd helping, washing down roast and stuffing with great gulps of claret, belching, dribbling sauce and gravy, and perspiring freely under his halo. Before long he had developed such a taste for good cooking and rich repasts that he frequently rebuked his wife for an overcooked joint or an unsuccessful mayonnaise. One evening, annoyed by his incessant grumbling, she said sharply, "Your halo seems to be flourishing. Anyone would think it was growing fat on my cooking, just as you are. It looks to me as though gluttony isn't a sin after all. The only thing against it is that it costs money, and I can see no reason why I shouldn't put you back on vegetable soup and spaghetti."
"That's enough of that," roared Duperrier. "Put me back on vegetable soup and spaghetti, will you? By God, I'd like to see you try. Do you think I don't know what I'm doing? Put me back on spaghetti, indeed. The insolence! Here am I, wallowing in sin just to oblige you, and that's the way you talk. Don't let me hear another word. It would serve you right if I slapped your face."
One sin leads to another, in short, and thwarted greed, no less than pride, promotes anger. Duperrier allowed himself to fall into this new sin without knowing whether he was doing it for his wife's sake or because he enjoyed it. This man, who had hitherto been distinguished by the gentleness and equability of his nature, now became given to thunderous rages. He smashed the crockery, and on occasions went so far as to strike his wife. He even swore, invoking the name of his Creator. But his outbursts, growing steadily more frequent, did not save him from being both arrogant and gluttonous. He was, in fact, now sinning in 3 different ways. Madame Duperrier mused darkly on God's infinite indulgence. The fact is that the noblest of virtues can continue to flourish in a soul sullied by sin. Proud, gluttonous, and choleric, Duperrier nevertheless remained steeped in Christian charity, nor had he lost anything of his lofty sense of duty as a man and a husband. Finding that heaven remained unmoved by his anger, he resolved to be envious as well. To tell the truth, without his knowing it, envy had already crept into his soul. Rich feeding, which puts a burden on the liver, and pride, which stirs the sense of injustice, may dispose even the best of men to envy his neighbour, and anger lent a note of hatred to Duperrier's envy. He became jealous of his relations, his friends, his employer, the shopkeepers of the neighbourhood, and even the stars of sport and screen whose photographs appeared in the papers. Everything infuriated him, and he was known to tremble with ignoble rage at the thought that the people next door possessed a cutlery service with silver handles, whereas his own were only of bone. But the halo continued to glow with undiminished brightness. Instead of being dismayed by this, he concluded that his sins were lacking in reality, and he had no difficulty in reasoning that his supposed gluttony did not in fact exceed the natural demands of a healthy appetite, while his anger and his envy merely bore witness to a lofty craving for justice. It was the halo itself, however, which furnished him with the most solid arguments. "I'm bound to say I would have expected heaven to be a little more fussy," his wife said. "If all your gluttony and boasting and brutality and malice have done nothing to dim your halo, it doesn't look as though I need worry about my place in paradise."
"Hold your tongue," roared the furious man. "How much longer have I got to listen to you nagging? I'm fed up with it. You think it funny, do you, that a saintly character like myself should have to plunge into sin for the sake of your blasted peace of mind? Stow it, do you hear me?"
The tone of these replies was clearly lacking in that suavity which may rightly be looked for in a man enhaloed by the glory of God. Since he had entered upon the paths of sin, Duperrier had become increasingly given to strong language. His formerly ascetic countenance was becoming bloated with rich food. Not only was his vocabulary growing coarse, but a similar vulgarity was invading his thoughts. His vision of paradise, for example, had undergone a notable transformation. Instead of appearing to him as a symphony of souls in robes of cellophane, the dwelling-place of the elect came to look more and more like a vast dining-room. Madame Duperrier did not fail to observe the changes that were overtaking her husband, and even to feel some anxiety for the future. Nevertheless, the thought of his possible descent into the abyss still did not outweigh in her mind the horror of singularity. Rather than an enhaloed Duperrier, she would have preferred a husband who was an atheist, a debauchee, and as crude of speech as her cousin Leopold. At least she would not then have to blush for him before the milkman. No especial decision was called for on the part of Duperrier for him to lapse into the sin of sloth. The arrogant belief that he was required at the office to perform tasks unworthy of his merits, together with the drowsiness caused by heavy eating and drinking, made him naturally disposed to be idle. And since he had sufficient conceit to believe that he must excel in all things, even the worst, he very soon became a model of indolence. The day his indignant employers sacked him, he received the sentence with his hat in his hand. "What's that in your head?" his employer asked. "A halo," said Duperrier. "Is it indeed? And I suppose that's what you've been fooling around with when you were supposed to be working." When he told his wife of his dismissal, she asked him what he intended to do next. "It seems to me that this would be a good moment to try the sin of avarice," he answered gaily. Of all the deadly sins, avarice was the one that called for the greatest effort of will-power on his part. To those not born avaricious, it is the vice offering the fewest easy allurements, and when it is adopted on principle, there is nothing to distinguish it, at least in the early stages, from that most sterling of all virtues, thrift. Duperrier subjected himself to severe disciplines, such as confining himself to gluttony, and thus succeeded in gaining a solid reputation for avarice among his friends and acquaintances. He really liked money for its own sake, and was better able than most people to experience the malicious thrill which misers feel at the thought that they control a source of creative energy and prevent it from functioning. Counting up his savings, the fruit of a hitherto laborious existence, he came by degrees to know the hideous pleasure of harming others by damming a current of exchange and of life. This outcome, simply because it was painfully achieved, filled Madame Duperrier with hope. Her husband had yielded so easily to the seductions of the other sins that God, she thought, could not condemn him very severely for an innocent, animal surrender which made him appear rather a victim deserving of compassion. His deliberate and patient progress along the road of avarice, on the other hand, could only be the fruit of a perverse desire which was like a direct challenge to heaven. Nevertheless, although Duperrier became miserly to the point of putting trouser buttons in the collection bag, the brilliance and size of the halo remained unimpaired. This new setback, duly noted, plunged husband and wife into despair. Proud, gluttonous, angry, envious, slothful, and avaricious, Duperrier felt that his soul was still perfumed with innocence. Deadly though they were, the 6 sins he had thus far practised were nevertheless such as a first communicant may confess to without despairing. The deadliest of all, lust, filled him with horror. The others, it seemed to him, might be said to exist almost outside the sphere of God's notice. In the case of each, sin or peccadillo, it all depended on the size of the dose. But lust, the sin of the flesh, meant unqualified acceptance of the devil's work. The enchantments of the night were a foretaste of the burning shades of hell. The darting tongues were like the flames of eternity. The moans of ecstasy, the writhing bodies, these did but herald the wailing of the damned, and the convulsions of flesh racked by endless torment. Duperrier had not deliberately reserved the sin of the flesh to the last. He had simply refused to contemplate it. Madame Duperrier herself could not think of it without disquiet. For many years the pair had lived in a state of delicious chastity, their nightly rest attended, until the coming of the halo, by dreams as pure as the driven snow. As she thought of it, the recollection of those years of continence was a source of considerable annoyance to Madame Duperrier, for she did not doubt that the halo was the result. Plainly, that lily-white nimbus could be undone by lust alone. Duperrier, after obstinately resisting his wife's persuasions, at length allowed himself to be overborne. Once again his sense of duty cast out fear. Having reached the decision, he was embarrassed by his ignorance, but his wife, who thought of everything, bought him a revolting book in which all the essentials were set forth in the form of plain and simple instruction. The night-time spectacle of that saintly man, the halo encircling his head, reading a chapter of the abominable work to his wife, was a poignant one indeed. Often his voice trembled at some infamous word, or some image more hideously evocative than the rest. Having thus achieved a theoretical mastery of the subject, he still delayed while he considered whether this last sin should be consummated in domestic intimacy or elsewhere. Madame du Perrier took the view that it should be done at home, adducing reasons of economy which did not fail to weigh with him. But having considered all the pros and cons, he concluded that he had no need to involve her in vile practices which might be prejudicial to her own salvation. As a loyal husband, he valiantly resolved that he alone should run the risks. Thereafter, du Perrier spent most of his nights in disreputable hotels, where he pursued his initiation in company with the professionals of the quarter. The halo, which he could not conceal from these wretched associates, led to his finding himself in various odd situations, sometimes embarrassing and sometimes advantageous. In the beginning, owing to his anxiety to conform to the instructions in his manual, he sinned with little exaltation, but rather with the methodical application of a dancer learning a new step or figure of choreography. However, the desire for perfection to which his pride impelled him soon achieved its lamentable reward in the notoriety which he gained among the women with whom he consorted. Although he came to take the liveliest pleasure in these pursuits, du Perrier nevertheless found them expensive, and was cruelly afflicted in his avarice. One evening, on the Place Pigalle, he made the acquaintance of a creature 20 years of age, already a lost soul, whose name was Marie Janek. It was for her, it is believed, that the poet Maurice Fombert wrote the charming lines, "It's Marie Janek of land of Vissou, who kills mosquitoes with her shoe." Marie Janek had come from Brittany 6 months previously to go into service as maid-of-all-work in the home of a municipal councillor who was both a socialist and an atheist. Finding herself unable to endure the life of this godless household, she had given notice, and was now courageously earning her living in the Boulevard de Clichy. As was to be expected, the halo made a deep impression on that little religious soul. To Marie Janek, du Perrier seemed the equal of Saint-Yves and Saint-Ronan, and he, on his side, was not slow to perceive the influence he had over her, and to turn it to profit. Thus it is that on this very day, the 22nd of February of the year 1944, amid the darkness of winter and of war, Marie Janek, who will shortly be 25, may be seen walking her beat on the Boulevard de Clichy. During the blackout hours, the stroller between the Place Pigalle and the Rue des Martyrs may be startled to observe, floating and swaying in the darkness, a mysterious circle of light that looks rather like a ring of Saturn. It is du Perrier, his head adorned with the glorious halo, which he no longer seeks to conceal from the curiosity of all and sundry. Du Perrier, burdened with the weight of the 7 deadly sins, who, lost to all shame, supervises the labours of Marie Janek, administering a smart kick in the pants when her zeal flags, and waiting at the hotel door to count her takings by the light of the halo. But from the depths of his degradation, through the dark night of his conscience, a murmur yet arises from time to time to his lips, a prayer of thanksgiving for the absolute gratuity of the gifts of God. Translated from the French by Norman Denny. The Story of a Panic by E.M. Forster. With 6 novels, notably A Passage to India, 3 volumes of short stories, and a few volumes of essays and biographies, Edward Morgan Forster established himself as one of the greatest modern English writers. He was a member of the Bloomsbury Group, but his writing is highly personal. Although the group's Bible was G.E. Moore's Principia Ethica, shortly before his death Forster confessed to never having read it. A powerful characteristic of his novels and short stories, The Story of a Panic, for example, is the contrast between the freedom of paganism and the restrained codes of civilized England, the world of telegrams and anger. I would have liked to include a certain story Forster never published. An uncorrected version appeared posthumously, because it could have been fantastic. Forster heard it in Cornwall, and then waited too long to write it, and when he did it was a total disaster. No editor would look at it, he said. It was about a man who was saved from drowning by some fishermen, and knew not how to reward them. What is your life worth? £5, £5,000? He ended by giving nothing, and lived among them hated and despised. Chapter 1. Eustace's career, if career it can be called, certainly dates from that afternoon in the chestnut woods above Ravello. I confess at once that I am a plain, simple man, with no pretensions to literary style. Still, I do flatter myself that I can tell a story without exaggerating, and I have therefore decided to give an unbiased account of the extraordinary events of 8 years ago. Ravello was a delightful place, with a delightful little hotel, in which we met some charming people. There were the 2 Miss Robinsons, who had been there for 6 weeks with Eustace, their nephew, then a boy of about 14. Mr. Sandbach had also been there some time. He had held a curacy in the north of England, which he had been compelled to resign on account of ill health, and while he was recruiting at Ravello, he had taken in hand Eustace's education, which was then sadly deficient, and was endeavouring to fit him for one of our great public schools. Then there was Mr. Leyland, a would-be artist, and finally there was the nice landlady, Signora Scaffetti, and the nice English-speaking waiter, Emmanuel, though at the time of which I am speaking Emmanuel was away, visiting a sick father. To this little circle I, my wife, and my 2 daughters made, I venture to think, a not unwelcome addition. But though I liked most of the company well enough, there were 2 of them to whom I did not take at all. They were the artist, Leyland, and the Miss Robinson's nephew, Eustace. Leyland was simply conceited and odious, and, as those qualities will be amply illustrated in my narrative, I need not enlarge upon them here. But Eustace was something besides. He was indescribably repellent. I am fond of boys as a rule, and was quite disposed to be friendly. I and my daughters offered to take him out. No, walking was such a fag. Then I asked him to come and bathe. No, he could not swim. Every English boy should be able to swim, I said. I will teach you myself. There, Eustace dear, said Miss Robinson. Here is a chance for you. But he said he was afraid of the water. A boy afraid. And of course I said no more. I would not have minded so much if he had been a really studious boy, but he neither played hard nor worked hard. His favourite occupations were lounging on the terrace in an easy chair, and loafing along the high road, with his feet shuffling up the dust and his shoulders stooping forward. Naturally enough, his features were pale, his chest contracted, and his muscles undeveloped. His aunts thought him delicate. What he really needed was discipline. That memorable day we all arranged to go for a picnic up in the chestnut woods. All, that is, except Janet, who stopped behind to finish her watercolour of the cathedral. Not a very successful attempt, I'm afraid. I wander off into these irrelevant details because in my mind I cannot separate them from an account of the day. And it is the same with the conversation during the picnic. All is imprinted on my brain together. After a couple of hours' ascent, we left the donkeys that had carried the Miss Robinsons and my wife, and all proceeded on foot to the head of the valley. Bellone Fontana Caroso is its proper name, I find. I have visited a good deal of fine scenery before and since, but have found little that has pleased me more. The valley ended in a vast hollow, shaped like a cup, into which radiated ravines from the precipitous hills around. Both the valley and the ravines and the ribs of hill that divided the ravines were covered with leafy chestnut, so that the general appearance was that of a many-fingered green hand, palm upwards, which was clutching convulsively to keep us in its grasp. Far down the valley we could see Ravello and the sea, but that was the only sign of another world. "Oh, what a perfectly lovely place," said my daughter Rose. "What a picture it would make!" "Yes," said Mr. Sandbach. "Many a famous European gallery would be proud to have a landscape a tithe as beautiful as this upon its walls." "On the contrary," said Leyland, "it would make a very poor picture. Indeed, it is not paintable at all." "And why is that?" said Rose, with far more deference than he deserved. "Look, in the first place," he replied, "how intolerably straight against the sky is the line of the hill. It would need breaking up and diversifying. And where we are standing, the whole thing is out of perspective. Besides, all the colouring is monotonous and crude." "I do not know anything about pictures," I put in, "and I do not pretend to know. But I know what is beautiful when I see it, and I am thoroughly content with this." "Indeed, who could help being contented?" said the elder Miss Robinson, and Mr. Sandbach said the same. "Ah!" said Leyland, "you all confuse the artistic view of nature with the photographic." Poor Rose had brought her camera with her, so I thought this positively rude.
I did not wish any unpleasantness, so I merely turned away and assisted my wife and Miss Mary Robinson to put out the lunch. Not a very nice lunch. "Eustace, dear," said his aunt, "come and help us here." He was in a particularly bad temper that morning. He had, as usual, not wanted to come, and his aunts had nearly allowed him to stop at the hotel to vex Janet. But I, with their permission, spoke to him rather sharply on the subject of exercise, and the result was that he had come, but was even more taciturn and moody than usual. Obedience was not his strong point. He invariably questioned every command, and only executed it grumbling. I should always insist on prompt and cheerful obedience if I had a son. "I'm coming, Aunt Mary," he at last replied, and dawdled to cut a piece of wood to make a whistle, taking care not to arrive till we had finished. "Well, well, sir," said I, "you stroll in at the end and profit by our labours." He sighed, for he could not endure being chaffed. Miss Mary, very unwisely, insisted on giving him the wing of the chicken, in spite of all my attempts to prevent her. I remember that I had a moment's vexation when I thought that, instead of enjoying the sun and the air and the woods, we were all engaged in wrangling over the diet of a spoilt boy. But after lunch he was a little less in evidence. He withdrew to a tree-trunk, and began to loosen the bark from his whistle. I was thankful to see him employed for once in a way. We reclined and took a dolce far niente. Those sweet chestnuts of the south are puny striplings compared with our robust northerners, but they clothed the contours of the hills and valleys in a most pleasing way, their veil being only broken by 2 clearings, in one of which we were sitting. And because these few trees were cut down, Leyland burst into a petty indictment of the proprietor. "All the poetry is going from nature," he cried. "Her lakes and marshes are drained, her seas banked up, her forests cut down. Everywhere we see the vulgarity of desolation spreading." I have had some experience of estates, and answered that cutting was very necessary for the health of the larger trees. Besides, it was unreasonable to expect the proprietor to derive no income from his lands. If you take the commercial side of landscape, you may feel pleasure in the owner's activity, but to me the mere thought that a tree is convertible into cash is disgusting. "I see no reason," I observed politely, "to despise the gifts of nature because they are of value." It did not stop him. "It is no matter," he went on. "We are all hopelessly steeped in vulgarity. I do not accept myself. It is through us and to our shame that the Nereids have left the waters and the Oreads the mountains, that the woods no longer give shelter to Pan." "Pan!" cried Mr. Sandbach, his mellow voice filling the valley as if it had been a great green church. "Pan is dead. That is why the woods do not shelter him." And he began to tell the striking story of the mariners who were sailing near the coast at the time of the birth of Christ, and 3 times heard a loud voice saying, "The great god Pan is dead." "Yes, the great god Pan is dead," said Leyland, and he abandoned himself to that mock misery in which artistic people are so fond of indulging. His cigar went out, and he had to ask me for a match. "How very interesting," said Rose. "I do wish I knew some ancient history." "It is not worth your notice," said Mr. Sandbach. "Eh, Eustace?" Eustace was finishing his whistle. He looked up, with the irritable frown in which his aunts allowed him to indulge, and made no reply. The conversation turned to various topics, and then died out. It was a cloudless afternoon in May, and the pale green of the young chestnut leaves made a pretty contrast with the dark blue of the sky. We were all sitting at the edge of the small clearing for the sake of the view, and the shade of the chestnut saplings behind us was manifestly insufficient. All sounds died away, at least that is my account. Miss Robinson says that the clamour of the birds was the first sign of uneasiness that she discerned. All sounds died away, except that, far in the distance, I could hear 2 boughs of a great chestnut grinding together as the tree swayed. The grinds grew shorter and shorter, and finally that sound stopped also. As I looked over the green fingers of the valley, everything was absolutely motionless and still, and that feeling of suspense which one so often experiences when nature is in repose began to steal over me. Suddenly we were all electrified by the excruciating noise of Eustace's whistle. I never heard any instrument give forth so ear-splitting and discordant a sound. "Eustace, dear," said Miss Mary Robinson, "you might have thought of your poor Aunt Julia's head." Leland, who had apparently been asleep, sat up. "It is astonishing how blind a boy is to anything that is elevating or beautiful," he observed. "I should not have thought he could have found the wherewithal out here to spoil our pleasure like this."
Then the terrible silence fell upon us again. I was now standing up and watching a cat's paw of wind that was running down one of the ridges opposite, turning the light green to dark as it travelled. A fanciful feeling of foreboding came over me, so I turned away, to find to my amazement that all the others were also on their feet, watching it too. It is not possible to describe coherently what happened next, but I, for one, am not ashamed to confess that, though the fair blue sky was above me, and the green spring woods beneath me, and the kindest of friends around me, yet I became terribly frightened, more frightened than I ever wished to become again, frightened in a way I never have known either before or after. And in the eyes of the others, too, I saw blank, expressionless fear, while their mouths strove in vain to speak and their hands to gesticulate. Yet all around us were prosperity, beauty, and peace, and all was motionless, save the cat's paw of wind, now travelling up the ridge on which we stood. Who moved first has never been settled. It is enough to say that in 1 second we were tearing away along the hillside. Leland was in front, then Mr. Sandbach, then my wife. But I only saw for a brief moment, for I ran across the little clearing and through the woods and over the undergrowth and the rocks and down the dry torrent beds into the valley below. The sky might have been black as I ran, and the trees short grass and the hillside a level road, for I saw nothing and heard nothing and felt nothing, since all the channels of sense and reason were blocked. It was not the spiritual fear that one has known at other times, but brutal, overmastering physical fear, stopping up the ears and dropping clouds before the eyes and filling the mouth with foul tastes. And it was no ordinary humiliation that survived, for I had been afraid, not as a man, but as a beast. Chapter 2. I cannot describe our finish any better than our start, for our fear passed away as it had come without cause. Suddenly I was able to see and hear and cough and clear my mouth. Looking back, I saw that the others were stopping too, and in a short time we were all together, though it was long before we could speak and longer before we dared to. No one was seriously injured. My poor wife had sprained her ankle. Leland had torn one of his nails on a tree trunk, and I myself had scraped and damaged my ear. I never noticed it till I had stopped. We were all silent, searching one another's faces. Suddenly Miss Mary Robinson gave a terrible shriek. "Ah, merciful heavens, where is Eustace?" And then she would have fallen if Mr. Sandbach had not caught her. "We must go back. We must go back at once," said my Rose, who was quite the most collected of the party. "But I feel he is safe." Such was the cowardice of Leland that he objected. But, finding himself in a minority, and being afraid of being left alone, he gave in. Rose and I supported my poor wife, Mr. Sandbach and Miss Robinson helped Miss Mary, and we returned, slowly and silently, taking 40 minutes to ascend the path that we had descended in 10. Our conversation was naturally disjointed, as no one wished to offer an opinion on what had happened. Rose was the most talkative. She startled us all by saying that she had very nearly stopped where she was. "Do you mean to say that you didn't feel compelled to go?" said Mr. Sandbach. "Oh, of course I did feel frightened," she was the first to use the word, "but I somehow felt that if I could stop on, it would be quite different, that I shouldn't be frightened at all, so to speak." Rose never did express herself clearly. Still, it is greatly to her credit that she, the youngest of us, should have held on so long at that terrible time. "I should have stopped, I do believe," she continued, "if I had not seen Mamma go." Rose's experience comforted us a little about Eustace, but a feeling of terrible foreboding was on us all as we painfully climbed the chestnut-covered slopes and neared the little clearing. When we reached it, our tongues broke loose. There, at the farther side, were the remains of our lunch, and close to them, lying motionless on his back, was Eustace. With some presence of mind, I at once cried out, "Hey, you young monkey, jump up!" But he made no reply, nor did he answer when his poor aunts spoke to him. And, to my unspeakable horror, I saw one of those green lizards dart out from under his shirt cuff as we approached. We stood watching him as he lay there so silently, and my ears began to tingle in expectation of the outbursts of lamentations and tears. Miss Mary fell on her knees beside him and touched his hand, which was convulsively entwined in the long grass. As she did so, he opened his eyes and smiled. I have often seen that peculiar smile since, both on the possessor's face and on the photographs of him that are beginning to get into the illustrated papers. But, till then, Eustace had always worn a peevish, discontented frown, and we were all unused to this disquieting smile, which always seemed to be without adequate reason. His aunt showered kisses on him, which he did not reciprocate, and then there was an awkward pause. Eustace seemed so natural and undisturbed, yet if he had not had astonishing experiences himself, he ought to have been all the more astonished at our extraordinary behaviour. My wife, with ready tact, endeavoured to behave as if nothing had happened. "Well, Mr. Eustace," she said, sitting down as she spoke to ease her foot, "how have you been amusing yourself since we have been away?" "Thank you, Mrs. Tyler. I have been very happy." "And where have you been?" "Here." "And lying down all the time, you idle boy?" "No, not all the time." "What were you doing before?" "Oh, standing or sitting." "Stood and sat, doing nothing? Don't you know the poem, 'Satan finds some mischief still for—'" "Oh, my dear madam, hush, hush!" Mr. Sandbach's voice broke in, and my wife, naturally mortified by the interruption, said no more and moved away. I was surprised to see Rose immediately take her place, and, with more freedom than she generally displayed, ran her fingers through the boy's tousled hair. "Eustace, Eustace," she said hurriedly, "tell me everything, every single thing." Slowly he sat up. Till then he had lain on his back. "Oh, Rose," he whispered, and, my curiosity being aroused, I moved nearer to hear what he was going to say. As I did so, I caught sight of some goats' footmarks in the moist earth beneath the trees. "Apparently you have had a visit from some goats," I observed. "I had no idea they fed up here." Eustace laboriously got onto his feet and came to see, and when he saw the footmarks he lay down and rolled on them, as a dog rolls in dirt. After that there was a grave silence, broken at length by the solemn speech of Mr. Sandbach. "My dear friends," he said, "it is best to confess the truth bravely. I know that what I am going to say now is what you are all now feeling. The evil one has been very near us in bodily form. Time may yet discover some injury that he has wrought among us, but at present, for myself at all events, I wish to offer up thanks for a merciful deliverance." With that he knelt down, and as the others knelt, I knelt too, though I do not believe in the devil being allowed to assail us in visible form, as I told Mr. Sandbach afterwards. Eustace came too, and knelt quietly enough between his aunts, after they had beckoned to him. But when it was over, he at once got up and began hunting for something. "Why, someone has cut my whistle in two," he said. I had seen Leland with an opal knife in his hand, a superstitious act which I could hardly approve. "Well, it doesn't matter," he continued. "And why doesn't it matter?" said Mr. Sandbach, who has ever since tried to entrap Eustace into an account of that mysterious hour. "Because I don't want it any more." "Why?" At that he smiled, and, as no one seemed to have anything more to say, I set off as fast as I could through the wood, and hauled up a donkey to carry my poor wife home. Nothing occurred in my absence, except that Rose had again asked Eustace to tell her what had happened, and he, this time, had turned away his head and had not answered her a single word. As soon as I returned, we all set off. Eustace walked with difficulty, almost with pain, so that when we reached the other donkeys, his aunts wished him to mount one of them and ride all the way home. I make it a rule never to interfere between relatives, but I put my foot down at this. As it turned out, I was perfectly right, for the healthy exercise, I suppose, began to thaw Eustace's sluggish mood and loosen his stiffened muscles. He stepped out manfully for the first time in his life, holding his head up and taking deep draughts of air into his chest. I observed with satisfaction to Miss Mary Robinson that Eustace was at last taking some pride in his personal appearance. Mr. Sandbach sighed and said that Eustace must be carefully watched, for we none of us understood him yet. Miss Mary Robinson being overmuch, I think, guided by him, sighed too. "Come, Miss Robinson," I said, "there's nothing wrong with Eustace. Our experiences are mysterious, not his. He was astonished at our sudden departure. That's why he was so strange when we returned. He's right enough, improved, if anything." "And is the worship of athletics, the cult of insensate activity, to be counted as an improvement?" put in Leyland, fixing a large, sorrowful eye on Eustace, who had stopped to scramble onto a rock to pick some cyclamen. "The passionate desire to rend from nature the few beauties that have been still left her, that is to be counted as an improvement, too?" It is mere waste of time to reply to such remarks, especially when they come from an unsuccessful artist suffering from a damaged finger. I changed the conversation by asking what we should say at the hotel. After some discussion, it was agreed that we should say nothing, either there or in our letters home. Importunate truth-telling, which brings only bewilderment and discomfort to the hearers, is, in my opinion, a mistake, and after a long discussion I managed to make Mr. Sandbach acquiesce in my view. Eustace did not share in our conversation. He was racing about like a real boy in the wood to the right. A strange feeling of shame prevented us from openly mentioning our fright to him. Indeed, it seemed almost reasonable to conclude that it had made but little impression on him. So it disconcerted us when he bounded back with an armful of flowering acanthus, calling out, "Do you suppose Gennaro will be there when we get back?" Gennaro was the stopgap waiter, a clumsy, impertinent fisher lad, who had been had up from Minori in the absence of the nice English-speaking Emmanuel. It was to him that we owed our scrappy lunch, and I could not conceive why Eustace desired to see him, unless it was to make mock with him of our behaviour. "Yes, of course he will be there," said Miss Robinson. "Why do you ask, dear?" "Oh, I thought I'd like to see him." "And why?" snapped Mr. Sandbach. Because I do. Because I do." He danced away into the darkening wood to the rhythm of his words. "This is very extraordinary," said Mr. Sandbach. "Did he like Gennaro before?" "Gennaro has been here only 2 days," said Rose, "and I know that they haven't spoken to each other a dozen times." Each time Eustace returned from the wood his spirits were higher. Once he came whooping down on us as a wild Indian, and another time he made believe to be a dog. The last time he came back with a poor dazed hare, too frightened to move, sitting on his arm. He was getting too uproarious, I thought. We were all glad to leave the wood and start upon the steep staircase path that leads down into Ravello. It was late and turning dark, and we made all the speed we could, Eustace scurrying in front of us like a goat. Just where the staircase path debouches on the white high road, the next extraordinary incident of this extraordinary day occurred. 3 old women were standing by the wayside. They, like ourselves, had come down from the woods, and they were resting their heavy bundles of fuel on the low parapet of the road. Eustace stopped in front of them, and after a moment's deliberation stepped forward and kissed the left-hand one on the cheek. "My good fellow," exclaimed Mr. Sandbach, "are you quite crazy?" Eustace said nothing, but offered the old woman some of his flowers and then hurried on. I looked back, and the old woman's companions seemed as much astonished at the proceeding as we were. But she herself had put the flowers in her bosom, and was murmuring blessings. This salutation of the old lady was the first example of Eustace's strange behaviour, and we were both surprised and alarmed. It was useless talking to him, for he either made silly replies, or else bounded away without replying at all. He made no reference on the way home to Gennaro, and I hoped that that was forgotten. But when we came to the piazza in front of the cathedral, he screamed out, "Gennaro! Gennaro!" at the top of his voice, and began running up the little alley that led to the hotel. Sure enough, there was Gennaro at the end of it, with his arms and legs sticking out of the nice little English-speaking waiter's dress suit, and a dirty fisherman's cap on his head. For, as the poor landlady truly said, however much she superintended his toilette, he always managed to introduce something incongruous into it before he had done. Eustace sprang to meet him, and leapt right up into his arms, and put his own arms round his neck. And this in the presence not only of us, but also of the landlady, the chambermaid, the facchino, and of 2 American ladies who were coming for a few days' visit to the little hotel. I always make a point of behaving pleasantly to Italians, however little they may deserve it, but this habit of promiscuous intimacy was perfectly intolerable, and could only lead to familiarity and mortification for all.
Taking Miss Robinson aside, I asked her permission to speak seriously to Eustace on the subject of intercourse with social inferiors. She granted it, but I determined to wait till the absurd boy had calmed down a little from the excitement of the day. Meanwhile, Gennaro, instead of attending to the wants of the two new ladies, carried Eustace into the house, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Ho capito!" I heard him say as he passed me. Ho capito is the Italian for I have understood. But as Eustace had not spoken to him, I could not see the force of the remark. It served to increase our bewilderment, and by the time we sat down at the dinner-table, our imaginations and our tongues were alike exhausted. I omit from this account the various comments that were made, as few of them seem worthy of being recorded, but for 3 or 4 hours 7 of us were pouring forth our bewilderment in a stream of appropriate and inappropriate exclamations. Some traced a connection between our behavior in the afternoon and the behavior of Eustace now. Others saw no connection at all. Mr. Sandbach still held to the possibility of infernal influences, and also said that he ought to have a doctor. Leyland only saw the development of that unspeakable Philistine, the boy. Rose maintained, to my surprise, that everything was excusable, while I began to see that the young gentleman wanted a sound thrashing. The poor Miss Robinson swayed helplessly about between these diverse opinions, inclining now to careful supervision, now to acquiescence, now to corporal chastisement, now to Eno's fruit salt. Dinner passed off fairly well, though Eustace was terribly fidgety. Gennaro, as usual, dropping the knives and spoons, and hawking and clearing his throat. He only knew a few words of English, and we were all reduced to Italian for making known our wants. Eustace, who had picked up a little somehow, asked for some oranges. To my annoyance, Gennaro, in his answer, made use of the second-person singular, a form only used when addressing those who are both intimates and equals. Eustace had brought it on himself, but an impertinence of this kind was an affront to us all, and I was determined to speak, and to speak at once. When I heard him clearing the table, I went in, and, summoning up my Italian, or rather Neapolitan, the southern dialects are execrable, I said, "Gennaro, I heard you address Signor Eustace with tu. It is true. You are not right. You must use lei or voi, more polite forms. And remember that, though Signor Eustace is sometimes silly and foolish, this afternoon, for example, yet you must always behave respectfully to him, for he is a young English gentleman, and you are a poor Italian fisher-boy. I know that speech sounds terribly snobbish, but in Italian one can say things that one would never dream of saying in English. Besides, it is no good speaking delicately to persons of that class. Unless you put things plainly, they take a vicious pleasure in misunderstanding you. An honest English fisherman would have landed me one in the eye in a minute for such a remark, but the wretched, downtrodden Italians have no pride. Gennaro only sighed and said, "It is true." "Quite so," I said, and turned to go. To my indignation, I heard him add, "But sometimes it is not important." "What do you mean?" I shouted. He came close up to me with horrid, gesticulating fingers. "Signor Titler, I wish to say this. If Eustacio asks me to call him voi, I will call him voi. Otherwise, no." With that he seized up a tray of dinner things and fled from the room with them, and I heard 2 more wine-glasses go on the courtyard floor. I was now fairly angry, and strode out to interview Eustace, but he had gone to bed, and the landlady, to whom I also wished to speak, was engaged. After more vague wonderings, obscurely expressed owing to the presence of Janet and the 2 American ladies, we all went to bed, too, after a harassing and most extraordinary day. Chapter 3. But the day was nothing to the night. I suppose I had slept for about 4 hours when I woke suddenly, thinking I heard a noise in the garden. And immediately, before my eyes were open, cold, terrible fear seized me. Not fear of something that was happening, like the fear in the wood, but fear of something that might happen. Our room was on the 1st floor, looking out onto the garden, or terrace. It was rather a wedge-shaped block of ground, covered with roses and vines, and intersected with little asphalt paths. It was bounded on the small side by the house. Round the 2 long sides ran a wall, only 3 feet above the terrace level, but with a good 20-foot drop over it into the olive yards. for the ground fell very precipitously away. Trembling all over, I stole to the window. There, pattering up and down the asphalt paths, was something white. I was too much alarmed to see clearly, and in the uncertain light of the stars the thing took all manner of curious shapes. Now it was a great dog, now an enormous white bat, now a mass of quickly travelling cloud. It would bounce like a ball, or take short flights like a bird, or glide slowly like a wraith. It gave no sound, save the pattering sound of what, after all, must be human feet. And at last the obvious explanation forced itself upon my disordered mind, and I realized that Eustace had got out of bed, and that we were in for something more. I hastily dressed myself and went down into the dining-room which opened upon the terrace. The door was already unfastened. My terror had almost entirely passed away, but for quite 5 minutes I struggled with a curious cowardly feeling, which bade me not interfere with the poor, strange boy, but leave him to his ghostly patterings, and merely watch him from the window to see he took no harm. But better impulses prevailed, and, opening the door, I called out, "Eustace, what on earth are you doing? Come in at once." He stopped his antics and said, "I hate my bedroom. I could not stop in it. It is too small." "Come, come, I'm tired of affectation. You've never complained of it before. Besides, I can't see anything. No flowers, no leaves, no sky. Only a stone wall." The outlook of Eustace's room certainly was limited, but, as I told him he had never complained of it before, "Eustace, you talk like a child. Come in. Prompt obedience, if you please." He did not move. "Very well, I shall carry you in by force," I added, and made a few steps towards him. But I was soon convinced of the futility of pursuing a boy through a tangle of asphalt paths, and went instead to call Mr. Sandbach and Leyland to my aid. When I returned with them, he was worse than ever. He would not even answer us when we spoke, but began singing and chattering to himself in a most alarming way. "It's a case for the doctor now," said Mr. Sandbach, gravely tapping his forehead. He had stopped his running and was singing, first low, then loud, singing 5-finger exercises, scales, hymn tunes, scraps of Wagner, anything that came into his head. His voice, very untuneful voice, grew stronger and stronger, and he ended with a tremendous shout, which boomed like a gun among the mountains, and awoke everyone who was still sleeping in the hotel. My poor wife and the 2 girls appeared at their respective windows, and the American ladies were heard violently ringing their bell. "Eustace!" we all cried. "Stop! Stop, dear boy, and come into the house!" He shook his head and started off again, talking this time. Never have I listened to such an extraordinary speech. At any other time it would have been ludicrous, for here was a boy with no sense of beauty and a puerile command of words, attempting to tackle themes which the greatest poets have found almost beyond their power. Eustace Robinson, aged 14, was standing in his nightshirt, saluting, praising, and blessing the great forces and manifestations of nature. He spoke first of night and the stars and planets above his head, of the swarms of fireflies below him, of the invisible sea below the fireflies, of the great rocks covered with anemones and shells that were slumbering in the invisible sea. He spoke of the rivers and waterfalls, of the ripening bunches of grapes, of the smoking cone of Vesuvius and the hidden fire channels that made the smoke, of the myriads of lizards who were lying curled up in the crannies of the sultry earth, of the showers of white rose-leaves that were tangled in his hair. And then he spoke of the rain and the wind by which all things are changed, of the air through which all things live, and of the woods in which all things can be hidden. Of course, it was all absurdly highfalutin, yet I could have kicked Leyland for audibly observing that it was a diabolical caricature of all that was most holy and beautiful in life. And then, Eustace was going on in the pitiable conversational doggerel which is his only mode of expression, "And then there are men, but I can't make them out so well." He knelt down by the parapet and rested his head on his arms. "Now's the time," whispered Leyland. I hate stealth, but we darted forward and endeavoured to catch hold of him from behind. He was away in a twinkling, but turned round at once to look at us. As far as I could see in the starlight, he was crying. Leyland rushed at him again, and we tried to corner him among the asphalt paths, but without the slightest approach to success. We returned, breathless and discomfited, leaving him to his madness in the farther corner of the terrace. But my Rose had an inspiration. "Papa," she called from the window, "if you get Gennaro, he might be able to catch him for you." I had no wish to ask a favour of Gennaro, but, as the landlady had by now appeared on the scene, I begged her to summon him from the charcoal bin in which he slept, and make him try what he could do. She soon returned, and was shortly followed by Gennaro, attired in a dress coat, without either waistcoat, shirt, or vest, and a ragged pair of what had been trousers cut short above the knees for purposes of wading. The landlady, who had quite picked up English ways, rebuked him for the incongruous and even indecent appearance which he presented. "I have a coat and I have trousers. What more do you desire?" "Never mind, Signora Scarfetti," I put in. "As there are no ladies here, it is not of the slightest consequence." Then, turning to Gennaro, I said, "The aunts of Signor Eustace wish you to fetch him into the house." He did not answer. "Do you hear me? He is not well. I order you to fetch him into the house." "Fetch, fetch," said Signora Scarfetti, and shook him roughly by the arm. "Eustacio is well where he is." "Fetch, fetch," Signora Scarfetti screamed, and let loose a flood of Italian, most of which I am glad to say I could not follow. I glanced up nervously at the girls' window, but they hardly know as much as I do, and I am thankful to say that none of us caught one word of Gennaro's answer. The two yelled and shouted at each other for quite 10 minutes, at the end of which Gennaro rushed back to his charcoal bin, and Signora Scarfetti burst into tears, as well she might, for she greatly valued her English guests. "He says," she sobbed, "that Signor Eustace is well where he is, and that he will not fetch him. I can do no more." But I could, for in my stupid British way I have got some insight into the Italian character. I followed Mr. Gennaro to his place of repose, and found him wriggling down onto a dirty sack. "I wish you to fetch Signor Eustace to me," I began. He hurled at me an unintelligible reply. "If you fetch him, I will give you this." And out of my pocket I took a new 10-lira note. This time he did not answer. "This note is equal to 10 lira in silver," I continued, for I knew that the poor-class Italian is unable to conceive of a single large sum. "I know it. That is 200 soldi. I do not desire them. Eustacio is my friend." I put the note into my pocket. "Besides, you would not give it me." "I am an Englishman. The English always do what they promise." "That is true." It is astonishing how the most dishonest of nations trust us. Indeed, they often trust us more than we trust one another. Gennaro knelt up on his sack. It was too dark to see his face, but I could feel his warm, garlicky breath coming out in gasps, and I knew that the eternal avarice of the South had laid hold upon him. "I could not fetch Eustacio to the house. He might die there." "You need not do that," I replied patiently. "You need only bring him to me, and I will stand outside in the garden." And to this, as if it was something quite different, the pitiable youth consented. "But give me first the 10 lira." "No," for I knew the kind of person with whom I had to deal. Once faithless, always faithless. We returned to the terrace, and Gennaro, without a single word, pattered off towards the pattering that could be heard at the remoter end. Mr. Sandbach, Leland, and myself moved away a little from the house, and stood in the shadow of the white climbing roses, practically invisible. We heard "Eustacio" called, followed by absurd cries of pleasure from the poor boy. The pattering ceased, and we heard them talking. Their voices got nearer, and presently I could discern them through the creepers, the grotesque figure of the young man, and the slim little white-robed boy. Gennaro had his arm round Eustace's neck, and Eustace was talking away in his fluent, slipshod Italian. "I understand almost everything," I heard him say. "The trees, hills, stars, water, I can see all. But isn't it odd? I can't make out Ben a bit. Do you know what I mean?" "Oh, capito," said Gennaro gravely, and took his arm off Eustace's shoulder. But I made the new note crackle in my pocket, and he heard it. He stuck his hand out with a jerk, and the unsuspecting Eustace gripped it in his own. "It is odd," Eustace went on. They were quite close now. "It almost seems as if— I darted out and caught hold of his arm, and Leland got hold of the other arm, and Mr. Sandbach hung on to his feet. He gave shrill, heart-piercing screams,
and the white roses, which were falling early that year, descended in showers on him as we dragged him into the house. As soon as we entered the house, he stopped shrieking, but floods of tears silently burst forth and spread over his upturned face. "Not to my room," he pleaded. "It is so small." His infinitely dolorous look filled me with strange pity. But what could I do? Besides, his window was the only one that had bars to it. "Never mind, dear boy," said kind Mr. Sandbach. "I will bear you company till the morning." At this his convulsive struggles began again. "Oh, please, not that. Anything but that. I will promise to lie still and not to cry more than I can help if I am left alone." So we laid him on the bed and drew the sheets over him, and left him, sobbing bitterly and saying, "I nearly saw everything, and now I can see nothing at all." We informed the Miss Robinsons of all that had happened, and returned to the dining-room, where we found Signora Scafetti and Gennaro whispering together. Mr. Sandbach got pen and paper and began writing to the English doctor at Naples. I at once drew out the note and flung it down on the table to Gennaro. "Here is your pay," I said sternly, for I was thinking of the 30 pieces of silver. "Thank you very much, sir," said Gennaro, and grabbed it. He was going off when Leland, whose interest and indifference were always equally misplaced, asked him what Eustace had meant by saying he could not make out men a bit. "I cannot say. Signor Eustasio," I was glad to observe a little deference at last, "has a subtle brain. He understands many things." "But I heard you say you understood," Leland persisted. "I understand, but I cannot explain. I am a poor Italian fisher lad. Yet, listen. I will try." I saw to my alarm that his manner was changing and tried to stop him, but he sat down on the edge of the table and started off with some absolutely incoherent remarks. "It is sad," he observed at last. "What has happened is very sad. But what can I do? I am poor, it is not I." I turned away in contempt. Leland went on asking questions. He wanted to know who it was that Eustace had in his mind when he spoke. "That is easy to say," Gennaro gravely answered. "It is you, it is I. It is all in this house and many outside it. If he wishes for mirth, we discomfort him. If he asks to be alone, we disturb him. He longed for a friend, and found none for 15 years. Then he found me, and the first night I, who have been in the woods and understood things too, betray him to you and send him in to die. But what could I do?" "Gently, gently," said I. "Oh, assuredly he will die. He will lie in the small room all night, and in the morning he will be dead. That I know for certain." "There, that will do," said Mr. Sandbach. "I shall be sitting with him." "Philomena Giusti sat all night with Caterina, but Caterina was dead in the morning. They would not let her out, though I begged and prayed and cursed and beat the door and climbed the wall. They were ignorant fools and thought I wished to carry her away. And in the morning she was dead." "What is all this?" I asked Signora Scafetti. "All kinds of stories will get about," she replied, "and he, least of any one, has reason to repeat them. And I am alive now," he went on, "because I had neither parents nor relatives nor friends, so that, when the first night came, I could run through the woods and climb the rocks and plunge into the water until I had accomplished my desire." I heard a cry from Eustace's room, a faint but steady sound, like the sound of wind in a distant wood, heard by one standing in tranquillity. "That," said Gennaro, "was the last noise of Caterina. I was hanging on to her window then, and it blew out past me." And, lifting up his hand, in which my 10-lira note was safely packed, he sullenly cursed Mr. Sandbach and Leland and myself, and fate, because Eustace was dying in the upstairs room. Such is the working of the southern mind, and I verily believe that he would not have moved even then, had not Leland, that unspeakable idiot, upset the lamp with his elbow. It was a patent self-extinguishing lamp bought by Signora Scafetti, at my special request, to replace the dangerous thing that she was using. The result was that it went out, and the mere physical change from light to darkness had more power over the ignorant animal nature of Gennaro
than the most obvious dictates of logic and reason. I felt, rather than saw, that he had left the room, and shouted out to Mr. Sandbach, "Have you got the key to Eustace's room in your pocket?" But Mr. Sandbach and Leland were both on the floor, having mistaken each other for Gennaro, and some more precious time was wasted in finding a match. Mr. Sandbach had only just time to say that he had left the key in the door, in case the Miss Robinson wished to pay Eustace a visit, when we heard a noise on the stairs, and there was Gennaro carrying Eustace down. We rushed out and blocked up the passage, and they lost heart and retreated to the upper landing. "Now they are caught," cried Signora Scaffetti. "There is no other way out." We were cautiously ascending the staircase, when there was a terrific scream from my wife's room, followed by a heavy thud on the asphalt path. They had leapt out of her window. I reached the terrace just in time to see Eustace jumping over the parapet of the garden wall. This time I knew for certain he would be killed, but he alighted in an olive tree, looking like a great white moth, and from the tree he slid onto the earth. And as soon as his bare feet touched the clods of earth, he uttered a strange, loud cry, such as I should not have thought the human voice could have produced, and disappeared among the trees below. "He has understood, and he is saved," cried Gennaro, who was still sitting on the asphalt path. "Now, instead of dying, he will live." "And you, instead of keeping 10 lire, will give them up," I retorted, for at this theatrical remark I could contain myself no longer. "The 10 lire are mine," he hissed back in a scarcely audible voice. He clasped his hand over his breast to protect his ill-gotten gains, and as he did so, he swayed forward and fell upon his face on the path. He had not broken any limbs, and a leap like that would never have killed an Englishman, for the drop was not great. But those miserable Italians have no stamina. Something had gone wrong inside him, and he was dead. The morning was still far off, but the morning breeze had begun, and more rose-leaves fell on us as we carried him in. Signora Scaffetti burst into screams at the sight of the dead body, and far down the valley towards the sea there still resounded the shouts and the laughter of the escaping boy. An Invitation to the Hunt by George Hitchcock. The laws of heaven and hell are versatile, says Silvina Ocampo. Going to one place or the other depends on the tiniest detail. I know people who because of a broken key or a wicker cage have gone to hell, and others who because of a bit of newspaper or a cup of milk have gone to heaven. Punishment that we cannot understand, reprisal for unknown sin, is one of the themes of Kafka's In the Penal Colony, and also of George Hitchcock's An Invitation to the Hunt. The ending is perhaps expected, but not for that reason less frightening and horrible. His first impulse upon receiving it had been to throw it in the fire. They did not travel in the same social set, and he felt it presumptuous of them, on the basis of a few words exchanged in the shopping centre and an occasional chance meeting on the links, to include him in their plans. Of course he had often seen them, moving behind the high iron grill-work fence that surrounded their estates, the women in pastel tea-gowns serving martinis beneath the striped lawn umbrellas, and the men suave and bronzed in dinner-jackets or sailing togs, but it had always been as an outsider, almost as a peeping Tom. The most charitable interpretation, he told Emily, would be to assume that it is a case of mistaken identity. "How could it be?" his wife answered, holding the envelope in her slender, reddened fingers. "There is only one Fred Perkins in Marine Gardens, and the house number is perfectly accurate. But there's no earthly reason for it. Why me, of all people?" "I should think," said Emily, helping him on with his coat and fitting the 2 sandwiches neatly wrapped in aluminum foil into his pocket, "that you would be delighted. It's a real step upward for you. You've often enough complained of our lack of social contact since we moved out of the city." "It's fantastic," Perkins said. "And of course I'm not going." And he ran out of his 1-story shingled California ranch cottage to join the carpool which waited for him at the curb. All the way to the city, like a dog with a troublesome bone, he worried and teased at the same seemingly insoluble problem. How had he attracted their notice? What was there in his appearance or manner which had set him apart from all the rest? There had been, of course, that day the younger ones had come in off the bay on their racing cutter, when by pure chance, as it now seemed, he had been the one man on the pier within reach of the forward mooring line. He recalled the moment with satisfaction. The tanned, blonde girl leaning out from the bowsprit with a coil of manila in her capable hand. "Catch!" she had cried, and at the same instant spun the looping rope towards him through the air. He had caught it deftly and snubbed it about the bit, easing the cutter's forward motion. "Thanks," she had called across the narrowing strip of blue water, but there had been no sign of recognition in her eyes, nor had she, when a moment later the yacht was securely tied to the wharf, invited him aboard, or even acknowledged his continuing presence on the pier. No, that could hardly have been the moment he sought. Once at the agency, and there bedded down in a day of invoices, he tried to put the problem behind him, but it would not rest. At last, victim of a fretful, pervasive anxiety which ultimately made concentration impossible, he left his desk and made his way to the hall telephone. Years ago a written reproof from Andersen had left him forever scrupulous about using the agency phone for private business, where he deposited a dime and rang his golf partner, the Yankee. They met for lunch at a quiet restaurant on Maiden Lane. The Yankee was a young man recently out of law school, and still impressed by the improbable glitter of society. This will give him a thrill, Perkins thought. He's a second-generation Italian, and it isn't likely that he's ever laid eyes on one of these. "The problem is," he said aloud, "that I'm not sure why they invited me. I hardly know them. At the same time, I don't want to do anything that might be construed as, defiance," the Yankee supplied. "Perhaps, or call it unnecessary rudeness. We can't ignore their influence." "Well, first let's have a look at it," the Yankee said, finishing his vermouth. "Do you have it with you?" "Of course." "Well, let's see it." Poor Bianchi. It was obvious that he was dying for an invitation himself, and just as obvious from his slurred, uncultivated English and his skin acne that he would never receive one. Perkins took the envelope from his note-case and extracted the stiff, silver-edged card which he lay face up on the table. "It's engraved," he pointed out. "They always are," the Yankee said, putting on his shell-rimmed reading glasses. "But that doesn't prove a thing. They aren't the real article without the watermark." He held the envelope up against the table lamp, hoping, Perkins imagined, that the whole thing would prove fraudulent. "It's there," he admitted. "By God, it's there." And Perkins detected a note of grudging respect in his voice as he pointed out the two lions rampant and the neatly quartered shield. "It's the real McCoy, and no mistake." "What do I do now?" Perkins asked with a hint of irritation. "First, let's see the details." The Yankee studied the engraved Old English script. "The pleasure of your company at the hunt is requested on August 16th of this year. RSVP. Appropriate attire OB." "The OB," he explained, "is for obligatory." "I know that." "Well?" "The problem is," Perkins said in an unnecessarily loud voice, "that I have no intention of going." He was aware that Bianchi was staring at him incredulously, but this merely strengthened his own stubbornness. "It's an imposition. I don't know them, and it happens I have other plans for the 16th. All right, Bianchi said soothingly. "No need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well." With a flash of embarrassment, Perkins looked about the restaurant and caught the reproving gaze of the waiters. Obviously he had become emotionally involved in his predicament to the extent of losing control. He hastily reinserted the invitation in his envelope and returned it to his note-case. Bianchi had arisen and was folding his napkin. "Do as you like," he said, "but I know a dozen men around town who would give their right arm for that invitation." "But I don't hunt." "You can always learn," Bianchi said coldly, and signaling for the waiter, paid his check and left. Meanwhile, word of the invitation had apparently gotten round the agency, for Perkins noticed that he was treated with new interest and concern. Miss Nethersoul, the senior librarian, accosted him by the water-cooler in deep, thrush-like tones. "I'm so thrilled for you, Mr. Perkins. There is no one else in the whole office who deserves it more." "That's very sweet of you," he answered, attempting to hide his embarrassment by bending over the faucet. "But the truth is, I'm not going." "Not going?" The rich pear-shaped tones, the product of innumerable diction lessons, broke into a cascade of rippling laughter. "How can you say that with a straight face? Have you seen the rotogravure section?" "No," Perkins said shortly. "It's all there. The guests, the caterers, even a map of the course. I should give anything to be invited." "No doubt you would," Perkins thought, looking at her square, masculine, breastless figure,
It's just the sort of sport which would entertain you. But aloud he merely said, "I have other commitments," and went back to his desk. After lunch, he found the rotogravure section stuck under the blotter on his desk. Aware that every eye in the office was secretly on him, he did not dare unfold it, but stuck it in his coat pocket, and only later, after he had arisen casually and strolled down the long row of desks to the men's room, did he, in the privacy of a locked cubicle, and with trembling hands, spread it out on his knees. Miss Nethersoul had been right. The guest list was truly staggering. It filled 3 columns in 6-point type. Titles gleamed like diamonds in the newsprint. There were generals, statesmen, manufacturers, and university presidents, editors of great magazines, movie queens and polar explorers, radiocasters, regents, prize-winning novelists. But Perkins could not begin to digest the list. His eyes ferreted among the jumbled syllables, and at last, with a little catch of delight, he came upon the one he had unconsciously sought. Mr. Fred Perkins. That was all. No identification, no LID, nor Pres, United, etc., Corporation. He read his one name over 4 times, and then neatly folded the paper and put it back in his pocket. "Well," he said with a thin-lipped smile, "I'm not going, and that's that." But apparently Emily, too, had seen the paper. "The phone has been ringing all day," she informed him as soon as he entered the house and deposited his briefcase on the cane-bottomed chair by the TV set. "Of course, everyone is furiously envious, but they don't dare admit it, so I've been receiving nothing but congratulations." She helped him off with his coat. "Come into the dining room," she said mysteriously. "I've a little surprise for you." The telephone rang. "No, wait. You mustn't go in without me. It'll only be a minute." He stood uneasily, shifting from one foot to the other until she returned. "It was the Corrigans," she announced. "Beth wants us to come to a little dinner party on the 17th. Naturally," she added, "the date isn't accidental. They expect to pump you for all the details before anyone else in the subdivision hears about it. Now come on." And like a happy child on Christmas morning, she took his hand and led him into the dining room. Perkins followed her with mumbled protestations. "Isn't it gorgeous?" There, spread out on the mahogany table, not yet fully paid for, were a pair of tan whipcord breeches, a tattersall vest, and a bright pink coat with brass buttons. In the center of the table, where the floral piece usually stood, was a gleaming pair of boots. "And here's the stock," she said, waving a bright bit of yellow silk under his eyes. "You can wear one of my stick pins. The one with the onyx in the jade setting I think would be best. And I've ordered a riding crop with a silver handle. It's to be delivered tomorrow." "You're taking a great deal for granted," Perkins said. He picked up the boots and felt the soft, pliable waxed leather. "They must be very expensive. Where did you get the money for them?" Emily laughed. "They're on time, silly. We have 12 months to pay. I'll look ridiculous in that coat. No, you won't. You're a very handsome man, and I've always said you would cut a fine figure anywhere." "Well," said Perkins hesitantly, "I suppose we can send them back if I decide not to go." After dinner, the Yankee drove by in his old Studebaker, and obviously a bit fuzzy from too many cocktails. Emily opened the door for him. "Fred is in the bedroom trying on his new hunting outfit," she said. "He'll be out in a moment." "Who is it?" Perkins shouted, and when she answered, he hastily took off the pink coat, which was a bit tight under the arms anyway, and slipped on his smoking jacket. He remembered the scene in the restaurant, and felt ashamed to let the Yankee see that his resolution was wavering. "Look, Fred," the Yankee said when they were seated in the living room over their old fashions, "I hope you've finally changed your mind about, He glanced at Emily to see how much she knew of the invitation. "Go ahead, I've told her everything," Perkins said. "Well, you can certainly decline if you feel strongly about it," said Bianchi in his best legal manner, "but I don't advise it. If they once get the idea you're snubbing them, they can make things pretty unpleasant for you, and in more ways than one." "This is ridiculous," Emily interrupted. "He's not going to decline, are you, darling?" "Well," Perkins said. She caught the indecision in his voice and went on vehemently. "This is the first social recognition you've ever had, Fred. You can't think of declining. Think what it will mean for the children. In a few years they'll be ready for college, and you know what that means. And do you seriously plan to remain in this house for the rest of your life?" "There's nothing wrong with this house," Perkins said defensively, reflecting that the house was not yet paid for, but already Emily was finding fault with it. Suppose the invitation was a mistake, Emily continued. I'm not saying that it was, but suppose it just for a minute. Is that any the less reason why you shouldn't accept? But I don't like hunting, Perkins interjected weakly, and I'll look ridiculous on a horse. No more ridiculous than 90% of the other guests. Do you suppose Senator Gorman will exactly look like a centaur? And what about your boss, Mr. Henderson? He's certainly no polo player. Is he going? Perkins asked in surprise. He certainly is. If you had paid the slightest attention to the guest list, you would have noticed it. All right, Perkins said. Then I'll go. I think that's the wisest course, said Bianchi, with a slightly blurry attempt at the judicial manner. He wrote his acceptance that evening in pen and ink on a plain, stiff card with untinted edges. It's all right for them to use silvered edges, Emily pointed out, but they're apt to think it shows too much swank if you do. She phoned a messenger service, explaining it's not the sort of thing you deliver by mail, and the next morning a uniformed messenger dropped his acceptance off at the gatekeeper's lodge. The ensuing week passed swiftly. Emily fitted the pink coat and the tan breeches, marked them with chalk, and sent them out for alterations. The yellow stock, she decided, would not do after all. A bit too flashy, she observed, so it was replaced by one in conservative cream. The alteration necessitated a change in stick-pin and cuff-links to simple ones of hammered silver, which she selected in the village. The expense was ruinous, but she overrode his objections. So much depends upon your making a good impression. And after all, if it goes well, you'll be invited again, and can always use the same clothes. And the cuff-links will be nice with a dinner jacket, she added as an afterthought. At the agency, he found that he basked in a new glow of respect. On Monday, Mr. Presby, the office manager, suggested that he might be more comfortable at a desk nearer the window. Of course, with air conditioning, it doesn't make as much difference as it did in the old days, but still there's a bit of a view, and it helps break the monotony. Perkins thanked him for his thoughtfulness. Not at all, Presby answered. It's a small way of showing it, but we appreciate your services here, Mr. Perkins. And on Friday afternoon, Henderson himself, the agency chief and reputedly high in the councils of Intercontinental Guarantee and Trust, stopped by his desk on his way home. Since in a dozen years he had received scarcely a nod from Henderson, Perkins was understandably elated. I understand we'll be seeing each other tomorrow, Henderson said, resting one buttock momentarily on the corner of Perkins' desk. Looks like it, Perkins said noncommittally. I damn well hope they serve whiskey, Henderson said. I suppose hot punch is strictly in the old hunting tradition, but it gives me gas. I think I'll take a flask of my own, said Perkins, as if it were his long-standing habit at hunts. Good idea, Henderson said, getting up. And as he left the office, he called back over his shoulder. Save a nip for me, Fred. After dinner that evening, Emily put the children to bed, and the two of them then strolled to the edge of Marine Gardens, and gazed across the open fields towards the big houses behind their iron grills. Even from that distance they could see signs of bustle and activity. The driveway under the elms seemed full of long, black limousines, and on the spreading lawns they could make out the caterers' assistants, setting up green tables for the morrow's breakfast. As they watched, an exercise boy on a chestnut mare trotted by outside the fence, leading a string of some 40 sleek brown and black horses toward the distant stables. The weather will be gorgeous, Emily said as they turned back. It's just a hint of autumn in the air already. Perkins did not answer her. He was lost in his own reflections. He had not wanted to go. Part of him still did not want to go. He realized that he was trembling with nervous apprehension. But, of course, that might have been expected. The venture into new surrounding, the fear of failure, of committing some social gaffe, of not living up to what they must certainly expect of him. These were causes enough for his trembling hands and the uneven palpitations of his heart. Let's go to bed early, Emily said. You'll need a good night's sleep. Perkins nodded, and they went into their house. But despite the obvious necessity, Perkins slept very little that night. He tossed about, envisaging every conceivable social humiliation, until his wife at last complained, You kick and turn so that I can't get a bit of sleep, and took her pillow and a blanket and went into the children's room. He had set the alarm for 6. An early start was called for, but it was long before that when he was awakened. Perkins? Fred Perkins? He sat bolt upright in bed. Yes? It was light, but the sun had not yet risen. There were 2 men standing in his bedroom.
The taller of them, he who had just shaken his shoulder, was dressed in a black leather coat, and wore a cap divided into pie-shaped slices of yellow and red. "Come on, get up," the man said. "Hurry along with it," added the second man, shorter and older, but dressed also in leather. "What is it?" Perkins asked. He was fully awake now, and the adrenaline charged his heart so that it pumped with a terrible urgency. "Get out of bed," said the larger man, and seizing the covers with one hand, jerked them back. As he did so, Perkins saw the two lions rampant, and the quartered shield stamped in gilt on the breast of his leather coat. Trembling and naked except for his shorts, he rose from his bed into the cool, crisp morning. "What is it?" he repeated senselessly. The hunt is for the hunt," said the older man. "And let me get my clothes," Perkins stammered, and moved towards the dresser, where in the dim light he could see the splendid pink coat and whipcord breeches spread out awaiting his limbs. But as he turned, he was struck a sharp blow by the short-taped club, which he had not observed in the large man's hand. "You won't be needing them," his attacker laughed, and out of the corner of his eye Perkins saw the older man pick up the pink coat and, holding it by the tails, rip it up the center. "Look here," he began, but before he could finish, the heavy man in black leather twisted his arm sharply behind his back and pushed him out of the French doors into the cold, clear, sunless air. Behind him he caught a glimpse of Emily in night-clothes appearing suddenly in the door, heard her terrified scream and the tinkle of glass from one of the panes which broke as the short man slammed the door shut. He broke loose and ran in a frenzy across the lawn, but the two gamekeepers were soon up with him. They seized him under the armpits and propelled him across the street to the point where Marine Gardens ended and the open country began. There they threw him onto the stubbled ground, and the short one drew out a whip. "Now, run, you son of a bitch, run!" screamed the large man. Perkins felt the sharp agony of the whip across his bare back. He stumbled to his feet and began to lope across the open fields. The grass cut his bare feet. Sweat poured down his naked chest, and his mouth was filled with incoherent syllables of protest and outrage. But he ran, he ran, he ran. For already, across the rich summery fields, he heard the hounds baying, and a clear alto note of the huntsman's horn. From The American Notebooks by Nathaniel Hawthorne. For many years Hawthorne wrote down his impressions and comments, details of things that had struck him and ideas for stories, in a number of small notebooks. His wife published a selection in 1868, 4 years after his death, and the complete collection was published in 1932. These notebooks are a very singular series of volumes, wrote Henry James in his book on Hawthorne. I doubt whether there is anything exactly corresponding to them in the whole body of literature. I am at a loss to perceive how they came to be written. The reader is struck by the powerful imagination of his ideas. His outlines make up a wonderful collection of never-written tales, though Poe used one as a basis for his story Hop Frog. Reading someone else's stories, we become accomplices in the act of creation. Hawthorne's outlines allow us, more generously than a finished work, an even greater sense of freedom. To write a dream which shall resemble the real course of a dream, with all its inconsistency, its eccentricities and aimlessness, with nevertheless a leading idea running through the whole. Up to this old age of the world, no such thing has ever been written. Some man of powerful character to command a person, morally subjected to him, to perform some act. The commanding person to suddenly die, and for all the rest of his life the subjected one continues to perform that act. The situation of a man in the midst of a crowd, yet as completely in the power of another, life and all, as if they too were in the deepest solitude. In an old house, a mysterious knocking might be heard on the wall, where had formerly been a doorway, now bricked up. A person to be writing a tale, and to find that it shapes itself against his intentions, that the characters act otherwise than he thought, that unforeseen events occur, and a catastrophe comes which he strives in vain to avert.
It might shadow forth his own fate, he having made himself one of the personages. An old looking-glass. Somebody finds out the secret of making all the images that have been reflected in it pass back again across its surface. A steam engine in a factory, to be supposed to possess a malignant spirit. It catches one man's arm and pulls it off, seizes another by the coat-tails, and almost grapples him bodily, catches a girl by the hair and scalps her, and finally draws a man and crushes him to death. The Dream by O. Henry. William Sidney Porter, who signed his work O. Henry, was one of America's most prolific writers. He was an orphan, and he worked at his uncle's drugstore, then as a ranch hand, as a singer, and finally as a writer. He served a disputed sentence in the federal penitentiary of Columbus, Ohio, for embezzlement, and in 1899 published his first short story, Whistling Dick's Christmas Stocking, which included what came to be known as the O. Henry twist, or surprise ending. The Dream was O. Henry's last story. He left it unfinished. It was completed by the editor of Cosmopolitan magazine, where it was published in 1910. Murray dreamed a dream. Both psychology and science grope when they would explain to us the strange adventures of our immaterial selves when wandering in the realm of death's twin brother, sleep. This story will not attempt to be illuminative. It is no more than a record of Murray's dream. One of the most puzzling phases of that strange waking sleep is that dreams which seem to cover months or even years may take place within a few seconds or minutes. Murray was waiting in his cell in the ward of the condemned. An electric arc light in the ceiling of the corridor shone brightly upon his table. On a sheet of white paper an ant crawled wildly here and there as Murray blocked its way with an envelope. The electrocution was set for 8 o'clock in the evening. Murray smiled at the antics of the wisest of insects. There were 7 other condemned men in the chamber. Since he had been there, Murray had seen 3 taken out to their fate. 1 gone mad and fighting like a wolf caught in a trap. 1, no less mad, offering up a sanctimonious lip service to heaven. The 3rd, a weakling, collapsed and strapped to a board. He wondered with what credit to himself his own heart, foot, and face would meet his punishment. For this was his evening. He thought it must be nearly 8 o'clock. Opposite his own, in the 2 rows of cells, was the cage of Bonifacio, the Sicilian slayer of his betrothed, and of 2 officers who came to arrest him. With him, Murray had played checkers many a long hour, each calling his move to his unseen opponent across the corridor. Bonifacio's great booming voice, with its indestructible singing quality, called out, "Hey, Mr. Murray! How you feel? All right, yes?" "All right, Bonifacio," said Murray steadily, as he allowed the ant to crawl upon the envelope, and then dumped it gently on the stone floor. "That's good, Maestro Murray. Men like us, we must die like a man. My time come next a week. All right, remember, Maestro Murray. I beat you that last game I did check. Maybe we play again sometime. I don't know. Maybe we have to call it a move damn allowed to play the check where they going to send us." Bonifacio's hardened philosophy, followed closely by his deafening musical peal of laughter, warmed rather than chilled Murray's numbed heart. Yet Bonifacio had until next week to live. The cell-dwellers heard the familiar, loud click of the steel bolts as the door at the end of the corridor was opened. 3 men came to Murray's cell and unlocked it. 2 were prison guards. The other was Len. No, that was in the old days. Now the Reverend Leonard Winston, a friend and neighbor from their barefoot days. "I got them to let me take the prison chaplain's place," he said, as he gave Murray's hand one short, strong grip. In his left hand he held a small Bible with his forefinger marking a page. Murray smiled slightly and arranged 2 or 3 books and some penholders orderly on his small table. He would have spoken, but no appropriate words seemed to present themselves to his mind. The prisoners had christened this cell-house, 80 feet long, 28 feet wide, Limbo Lane. The regular guard of Limbo Lane, an immense, rough, kindly man, drew a pint bottle of whiskey from his pocket and offered it to Murray, saying, "It's the regular thing, you know. All has it who feel like they need a bracer. No danger of it becoming a habit with them, you see."
Murray drank deep into the bottle.
"That's the boy," said the guard. "Just a little nerve tonic, and everything goes smooth as silk."
They stepped into the corridor, and each one of the doomed 7 knew. Limbo Lane is a world on the outside of the world, but it had learned, when deprived of one or more of the 5 senses, to make another sense supply the deficiency. Each one knew that it was nearly 8, that Murray was to go to the chair at 8. There is also in the many Limbo Lanes an aristocracy of crime. The man who kills in the open, who beats his enemy or pursuer down, flushed by the primitive emotions in the ardor of combat, holds in contempt the human rat, the spider, and the snake. So, of the 7 condemned, only 3 called their farewells to Murray as he marched down the corridor between the 2 guards. Bonifacio, Marvin, who had killed a guard while trying to escape from the prison, and Bassett, the train robber, who was driven to it because the express messenger wouldn't raise his hands when ordered to do so. The remaining 4 smouldered, silent, in their cells, no doubt feeling their social ostracism in Limbo Lane society more keenly than they did the memory of their less picturesque offences against the law. Murray wondered at his own calmness and nearly indifference. In the execution room were about 20 men, a congregation made up of prison officers, newspaper reporters, and lookers-on who had succeeded. Here, in the very middle of a sentence, the hand of death interrupted the telling of O. Henry's last story. He had planned to make this story different from his others, the beginning of a new series in a style he had not previously attempted. "I want to show the public," he said, "that I can write something new for me, I mean. A story without slang, a straightforward dramatic plot, treated in a way that will come nearer my idea of real story writing." Before starting to write the present story, he outlined briefly how he intended to develop it. Murray, the criminal accused and convicted of the brutal murder of his sweetheart. A murder prompted by jealous rage. At first faces the death penalty calm and, to all outward appearances, indifferent to his fate. As he nears the electric chair, he is overcome by a revulsion of feeling. He is left dazed, stupefied, stunned. The entire scene in the death chamber, the witnesses, the spectators, the preparations for execution, become unreal to him. The thought flashes through his brain that a terrible mistake is being made. Why is he being strapped to the chair? What has he done? What crime has he committed? In the few moments while the straps are being adjusted, a vision comes to him. He dreams a dream. He sees a little country cottage, bright, sunlit, nestling in a bower of flowers. A woman is there, and a little child. He speaks with them and finds that they are his wife, his child, and the cottage their home. So, after all, it is a mistake. Someone has frightfully, irretrievably blundered. The accusation, the trial, conviction, the sentence to death in the electric chair, all a dream. He takes his wife in his arms and kisses the child. Yes, here is happiness. It was a dream. Then, at a sign from the prison warden, the fatal current is turned on. Murray had dreamed the wrong dream. The authors. Most of the following biographical information has been taken from the Oxford Companions to English, American, Spanish, French, German, and Canadian literature, and from the Penguin Companion to Literature, A.M. Akutagawa, Ryunosuke. Japanese novelist, 1892 to 1927. Translator of many Western writers. His best-known novel is Kappa,
1927. His collected tales include Rashomon, 1915, The Nose, 1916, Hell's Screen, 1918, In a Grove, 1922, and Tobacco and the Devil, 1917. Alarcón, Pedro Antonio Day, Spanish novelist, 1833 to 1891. He achieved popular success with Journal of an Eyewitness of the War in Africa, 1859, and fame with two short novels, The Three-Cornered Hat, 1874, and Captain Poison, 1881. He is the author of several short stories. Andersen, Hans Christian, Danish writer of fairy tales, 1805 to 1875. Among his most famous stories are The Ugly Duckling, The Tinder Box, The Princess and the Pea, The Emperor's New Clothes. He also wrote 6 novels, several travel books, and autobiographies, poems, and plays. Ayme, Marcel, French writer, 1902 to 1967. His novels include The Green Mare, 1933, Other People's Faces, 1952, and The Stowaway Ox, 1939. He was a master of the humorous short story, of which he published several collections, and entertaining plays. His books for children are very popular in France. Beerbohm, Max, English writer and caricaturist, 1872 to 1956. His books include A Christmas Garland, A Book of Parodies, 1912, The Works of Max Beerbohm, 1896, The Happy Hypocrite, 1897, 7 Men, 1919. His only novel is the fantastic comedy Zuleika Dobson, 1911. Belloc, Hilary, English essayist, historian, novelist, and poet, 1870 to 1953. He was born in France of an English mother and a French father, but educated in England. His most famous works are The Bad Child's Book of Beasts, 1896, The 4 Men, 1912, and his biographies of Napoleon, 1932, and Cromwell, 1934. Benet, Stephen Vincent, American writer, 1898 to 1943. His epic poem, John Brown's Body, won him the Pulitzer Prize in 1928. Of his short stories, The Devil and Daniel Webster is the best known. Bioy, Cazares, Adolfo, Argentine novelist and short story writer, 1914 to... His novels include The Invention of Morel, 1940, Hero's Dream, 1954, and Journal of the War of the Pig, 1969. His short stories were published in Spanish in 2 collections, Fantastic Tales and Love Stories. Blois, Léon, French novelist, 1846 to 1917. His many books include The Poor Woman, 1897, The Last Pillars of the Church, 1903, Poor Man's Blood, 1909, and the intimate, beautifully written Journal from 1892 to 1917. Borges, Jorge Luis, Argentine essayist, poet, and short story writer, 1899 to... 2 collections of short stories, Fictions, 1944, and The Aleph, 1949, are among the most important books of this century. He also wrote A Universal History of Infamy, 1935, Dream Tigers, 1960, and Dr. Brody's Report, 1970. Bradbury, Ray, American writer of fantastic literature, 1922. Among his already classic books are The Martian Chronicles, 1950, The Illustrated Man, 1951, Fahrenheit 451, 1953, and Dandelion Wine, 1957. Calvino, Italo, Italian writer born in Cuba, 1923 to... His first books are neo-realistic, The Path of Spiders' Nests, 1947, and Adam One Afternoon, 1949. But from then onwards his style is fantastic. The Cloven Viscount, 1952. The Baron in the Trees, 1957. The Non-Existent Knight, 1959. The Castle of Crossed Destinies, 1969. Invisible Cities, 1972. And If on a Winter's Night a Traveller, 1979. He also collected a volume of Italian folk tales, 1975. Cocteau, Jean. French filmmaker, writer, and painter, 1889 to 1963. His films are brilliant, personal works of art. The Blood of a Poet, 1932. Beauty and the Beast, 1945. Orpheus, 1949. And The Testament of Orpheus, 1959. His plays include The Human Voice, 1930. The Infernal Machine, 1934. The Holy Terrors, 1940. He wrote novels, books of essays, and many collections of poetry. Collier, John. American short story writer and novelist, born in England, 1901 to 2 novels, His Monkey Wife, 1930, and Defy the Foul Fiend, 1934, established his reputation. His short stories have been edited by Anthony Burgess. Comfort, Alexander. English writer and doctor of medicine, 1920 to... He has published France and Other Poems, 1942, A Wreath for the Living, 1943, and The Powerhouse, 1944, as well as the best-selling The Joy of Sex, 1973, and its sequel, More Joy, 1974. Cortázar, Julio. Argentine writer born in Brussels, 1914 to... His novel, Hopscotch, 1965, is his most famous, but not his best book. His collections of short stories are excellent. End of Game, 1964. The Secret Arms, 1964. Bestiary, 1951. All Fires the Fire, 1966. Chronopius and Famus, 1962. Cortázar translated Poe and Marguerite Yourcenar into Spanish. Delamere, Walter. English writer and anthologist, born in Kent of an old Huguenot family, 1873 to 1956. He published some 50 volumes of poetry, tales and fantasies, children's stories, novels, and essays. Denevi, Marco. Argentine novelist, short story writer and playwright, 1922 to... His detective novel, Rose at 10, won the Kraft Prize in 1955, and in 1960 he was awarded the Life Magazine Prize for his short story, Secret Ceremony. Dickens, Charles. English novelist, 1812 to 1870. Among his most famous books are Oliver Twist, 1838, Nicholas Nickleby, 1839, David Copperfield, 1850, A Tale of Two Cities, 1859, Great Expectations, 1861, and the unfinished The Mystery of Edwin Drood, 1870. Dinesen, Isaac. Pseudonym of the Danish writer Baroness Karen Blixen-Finecke, 1885 to 1962. She achieved success with the publication of 7 Gothic Tales, 1934, written in English. Other titles include Winter's Tales, 1942, Anecdotes of Destiny, 1958, and the autobiographical Out of Africa, 1937. Du Maurier, Daphne. English writer, 1907 to... She is the author of many successful novels. Jamaica Inn, 1936. Rebecca, 1938. My Cousin Rachel, 1951. Several collections of short stories and volumes of memoirs. Dunsany, Lord. Irish dramatist and short story writer, 1878 to 1957. He was the 18th Baron Dunsany, ferociously aristocratic, a big game hunter, cricketer, and a master at chess. He is best known for his many volumes of plays and stories. Time and the Gods, 1906. 51 Tales, 1915. The Curse of the Wise Woman, 1933, among others. Fast, Howard. American novelist, 1914 to... After the Depression, he became a leading left-wing activist and his writings often deal with revolutionary situations. He wrote The Unvanquished, 1942, Citizen Tom Paine, 1943, My Glorious Brothers, 1948, Spartacus, 1952, and Power, 1963. Forster, Edward Morgan, English novelist and essayist, 1879 to 1970. Most of his short stories have been collected in The Celestial Omnibus, 1911, and The Eternal Moment, 1928. His novels include Where Angels Fear to Tread, 1905, A Room with a View, 1908, The Longest Journey, 1907, Howard's End, 1910, and A Passage to India, 1924. Garnett, David, English novelist and publisher, 1892 to... Lady into Fox was his first book, published in 1922. Apart from his autobiography in several volumes, he has written A Man in the Zoo, 1924, Go She Must, 1927, The Grasshoppers Come, 1931, A Rabbit in the Air, 1932, and Ulterior Motives, 1966. Greenberg, Joanne, American novelist and short story writer, 1932 to... Under the name Hannah Green, she published I Never Promised You a Rose Garden, 1964. She has written 4 other novels and several collections of short stories. 2 of the best collections are Rites of Passage, 1972, and High Crimes and Misdemeanors, 1980. Green, Graham, English novelist, 1904 to... He has also written short stories, plays, essays, film and literary criticism, and children's stories. Among his best novels are The Power and the Glory, 1940, The End of the Affair, 1951, The Quiet American, 1955, Travels with My Aunt, 1969, The Honorary Consul, 1973, The Human Factor, 1978, and Monsignor Quixote, 1982. Guimarães Rosa, Juan, Brazilian novelist, 1908 to 1967. He studied medicine and served as a diplomat. His books include several collections of short stories, Dance Group, 1956, Sagarana, 1961, and First Tales, 1962, and the ambitious novel Grande Sertã Veredas, 1956, translated into English as The Devil to Pay in the Backlands, New York, 1963. Hartley, Leslie Poles, English novelist, 1895 to 1973. His collected stories appeared in 1968. His novels include Simonetta Perkins, 1925, The Shrimp and the Anemone, 1944, The Sixth Heaven, 1946, Eustace and Hilda, 1947, The Boat, 1949, The Go-Between, 1953, and The Brick Field, 1964. Hawthorne, Nathaniel, American novelist and short story writer, 1804 to 1864. Twice Told Tales, 1837, made him famous, and his novel, The Scarlet Letter, 1850, established his reputation. He also published The Marble Fawn, 1860, The House of the Seven Gables, 1851, and The Blithedale Romance, 1852. Hearn, Lafcadio, American writer, 1850 to 1904. His first book was a translation of Théophile Gautier, one of Cleopatra's Knights, 1882. His work includes Stray Leaves from Strange Literature, 1884, Some Chinese Ghosts, 1887, Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, 1893, In Ghostly Japan, 1899, and Letters from the Raven, posthumously, 1907. Henry Oliver, pseudonym of William Sidney Porter, American short story writer, one of the most prolific authors in the United States, 1862 to 1910. His first book was Cabbages and Kings, 1904, He also wrote The 4 Million, 1906, The Voice of the City, 1908, Roads of Destiny, 1909, and several other collections published posthumously. Hesse, Hermann, German novelist and poet, 1877 to 1962. After a visit to India in 1911, he lived in Switzerland for the rest of his life and was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1946. He wrote Under the Wheel, 1905, Rosholda, 1914, Demian, 1919, Siddhartha, 1922, Steppenwolf, 1927, Narziss und Goldmund, 1930, and Magister Ludi, 1950. Hykins, Robert Smythe, English writer, 1864 to 1950. His novels include The Green Carnation, 1894, The Garden of Allah, 1904, and Belladonna, 1909. Hitchcock, George, American poet, playwright, and novelist, born in 1914. Among his books are Tactics of Survival and Other Poems, 1964, The Dolphin with the Revolver in Its Teeth, 1967, Lessons in Alchemy, 1976, and The Piano Beneath the Skin, 1978. His plays include The Busy Martyr, 1962, and The Counterfeit Rose, 1975. Ireland, I.A., English scholar, 1871 to... Among his books are A Brief History of Nightmares, 1899, Spanish Literature, 1911, The 10th Book of the Annals of Tacitus, newly done into English, 1911, and Visitations, 1919. Jacobs, William Wymark, English short story writer, 1863 to 1943. His first collection, Many Cargoes, 1896, was a popular success, followed by 20 more volumes. Among these are Light Freights, 1901, The Lady of the Barge, 1902, Short Cruises, 1907, and Night Watches, 1914. James Henry, English writer born in America, 1843 to 1916. His many novels include The Europeans, 1878, Daisy Miller, 1879, Washington Square, 1880, The Portrait of a Lady, 1881, The Princess Casamassima, 1886, The Golden Bowl, 1904. At the time of his death, he left 2 unfinished novels, The Ivory Tower and The Sense of the Past. James Montague Rhodes, English scholar and short story writer, 1862 to 1936. He wrote on the Apocrypha and on medieval subjects, but is best known for his ghost stories. Ghost Stories of an Antiquary, 1904 and 1911, A Thin Ghost and Others, 1919, 12 Medieval Ghost Stories, 1922, and The 5 Jars, 1922. Kafka, Franz, Czech novelist who wrote in German, 1883 to 1924. His work, a keystone of modern literature, includes the novels The Trial, posthumously, 1925, The Castle, posthumously, 1926, and America, posthumously, 1927, and many brilliant short stories such as Metamorphosis, 1912. King, Francis, English writer born in Switzerland in 1923. He spent his childhood in India and later studied in Oxford. He is a Fellow of the Royal Society of Literature and has won both the Somerset Maugham Award and the Catherine Mansfield Short Story Award. Kipling, Rudyard, one of the greatest English writers of the turn of the century, born in Bombay in 1865. He published his first stories in India and was hailed as a genius when he arrived in London at the age of 24. His collected works comprise 35 volumes, of which the best are his poems and short stories. Plain Tales from the Hills, 1890. Life's Handicap, 1891. Many Inventions, 1893. The Jungle Books, 1894 to 1895. Traffics and Discoveries, 1904. Actions and Reactions, 1909. And the novel Kim, 1901. Kipling died in London in 1936. Lawrence, David Herbert. English novelist and poet, 1885 to 1930. An explorer of the finer shades of human relationships and feelings. His first poems were published by Ford Madox Ford. His novels include The White Peacock, 1911, Sons and Lovers, 1913, The Rainbow, 1915, Women in Love, 1920, The Plumed Serpent, 1926, and several versions of Lady Chatterley's Lover, of which the final version was privately printed in Florence in 1928. There are several collections of his short stories. Le Guin, Ursula Kroeber, American novelist and short story writer, born in Berkeley, California in 1929. Her best-known books are the Earthsea Trilogy, 1968, 1971, and 1972, Orsinian Tales, 1976, and The Word for World is Forest, 1972. She won the Nebula and Hugo Awards twice, in 1969 for The Left Hand of Darkness, and in 1975 for The Dispossessed. Mandiargues André Pierde, French writer born in Paris in 1909. He has published Le Musée Noir, 1946, Soleil de Loup, 1951, La Marge, Prix Goncourt, 1967, and many others. He entered André Breton's Surrealist group in 1947. Mandiargues has translated into French the works of Mishima and W. B. Yeats. Manuel, Juan, Spanish prince, grandson of King Fernando III, and nephew of King Alfonso X, 1282 to 1348. He was joint regent during the minority of King Alfonso XI, and, being unscrupulous in politics, he made an alliance with the Muslim king of Granada. His most important books, which have survived, are The Book of Examples of Count Lucanor, Treatise on the Assumption and the Manners of Love. He also wrote books on hunting and heraldry. Maugham, William Somerset, English novelist, short story writer and playwright, born in Paris, 1874 to 1965. He studied medicine but never practiced. His first novel, Liza of Lambeth, 1897, makes use of his medical knowledge, but is less successful than his later work. Of Human Bondage, 1915, The Moon and Sixpence, 1919, Cakes and Ale, 1930. His best short stories are extraordinary, and so are the selections of his diaries, published as A Writer's Notebook, 1949. Moore, Brian. Born in Belfast, Northern Ireland, in 1921, he emigrated to Canada in 1948 and lived in Montreal till his departure for the U.S. in 1959. His novels include The Feast of Lupercal, 1957, The Luck of Ginger Coffee, 1960, The Emperor of Ice Cream, 1965, Catholics, 1972, and Cold Heaven, 1983. Mujica Lainez, Manuel, Argentine novelist and short story writer, born in Buenos Aires in 1910. He studied in France and England. Back in Argentina, he set out to chronicle the history of his homeland in 2 collections of related stories. Here They Lived, 1949, and Mysterious Buenos Aires, 1950, and in several novels, including The House, 1954, and Guests in Paradise, 1957. Some of his best novels, however, deal with the history of other countries. The Wandering Unicorn, 1965, Bomarzo, 1962, and The Scarab, 1982. Nabokov, Vladimir, American novelist born in St. Petersburg to an eminent Russian family who went into exile in 1919, 1899 to 1977. His first novels were written in Russian. Maskenka, 1926, King, Queen, Knave, 1928, and others. After The Gift, 1937, Nabokov began to write in English. The Real Life of Sebastian Knight, 1941. Bend Sinister, 1948. Pnin, 1957. Pale Fire, 1962. Ada, 1969. His most popular, though perhaps not his best novel, is Lolita, 1955. O'Brien, Flann, pseudonym of Brian O'Nolan. Irish novelist and humorist, 1911 to 1966. He attended University College in Dublin and gained notoriety after publishing an obscene epic in Old Irish, escaping punishment because the prosecuting authorities, including the president of the college, could not read the ancient tongue. 2 novels secure his fame. At Swim, 2 Birds, 1939, and The Third Policeman, published posthumously in 1967 because he could not find a publisher during his lifetime. Ocampo, Silvina. Argentine poet, short story writer and painter. Born in Buenos Aires in 1906. Her books of poems include Forgotten Journey, 1937. The Garden Sonnets, 1946. Poems of Desperate Love, 1949. Yellow Blue, 1972. Her collections of short stories include Autobiography of Irene, 1948, The Fury, 1959, The Guests, 1961, The Days of Night, 1970. With her husband, Adolfo Bioy Casares, she wrote a detective novel, Those Who Love Hate, 1946, and with J.R. Wilcock, a play in verse, The Traitors, 1956. Ozick, Cynthia. American essayist, novelist, and short story writer. Born 1928. She established her reputation as one of America's finest stylists with her novel Trust, 1966. But her best work lies in her volumes of shorter pieces, The Pagan Rabbi and Other Stories, 1971, Bloodshed and 3 Novellas, 1976, and Levitation, 1982. Papini, Giovanni. Italian essayist and short story writer, 1881 to 1956. He wrote over 60 books on philosophical and religious matters. His best-known titles are Life of Christ, 1921, The Devil, 1954, A Man, Finished, 1912, The Blind Pilot, 1907, Dante, Alive, 1933. Pinera, Virgilio. Cuban playwright, novelist, and short story writer. 1914 to... He spent a long exile in Argentina, where he published his first novel, René's Flesh, 1952, and the collection of short stories, Cold Tales, 1956. After returning to Cuba, he published another novel, Minor Maneuvers, 1963. Poe, Edgar Allan. American poet, short story writer and critic, born in Boston, 1809 to 1849. He invented the detective story and set the rules for the tale of horror. His poetry had a powerful influence both in France and in Latin America. His complete works contain 17 volumes. His only novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, was published in 1838. Priestley, John Boynton. English novelist and dramatist, born in 1894. His many novels include Benighted, 1927, The Good Companions, 1929, Angel Pavement, 1930, The Magician, 1954. Of his many plays, perhaps the most popular is An Inspector Calls, 1945. Pushkin, Alexander Sergeyevich, Russian writer born in Moscow in 1799, died in St. Petersburg in 1837. His main works are a novel in verse, Eugen Onegin, 1833, and an historical drama, Boris Godunov, 1831. Quiroga, Horacio. Uruguayan writer, 1878 to 1937. He lived in the jungles of northeastern Argentina and wrote under the influence of Poe. His books include Tales of Love, Madness, and Death, 1917, Anaconda, 1921, The Exiles, 1926. The Coral Reef, 1901. The Savage, 1920. And Jungle Tales, 1918. Saki, pseudonym of Hector Hugh Munro. English writer and journalist born in Burma, 1870 to 1916. He wrote The Rise of the Russian Empire, 1900, but is best known for his collections of short stories, Reginald, 1904, The Chronicles of Clovis, 1912, Beasts and Super Beasts, 1914, and The Square Egg and Other Sketches, 1924. The Unbearable Bassington, a novel, was published 1912. Schultz, Bruno. Polish writer, 1892 to 1942. He translated Kafka's The Trial into Polish. Two of his works have survived, The Street of Crocodiles, 1934, and Sanatorium Under the Sign of the Hourglass, 1937. At his death, he was working on a novel, The Messiah, of which nothing remains. Stevenson, Robert Louis. Scottish writer born in Edinburgh, 1850 to 1894. His novels combine the thrill of wonderful adventures with the delight of an impeccable literary style. He wrote travel books, An Inland Voyage, 1878, Travels with a Donkey in the Cevennes, 1879. Novels, Treasure Island, 1883. Kidnapped, 1886. The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1886. The Master of Ballantrae, 1889. Catriona, 1893. Essays, Virginibus Purisque, 1881. Familiar Studies of Men and Books, 1882. Verse, A Child's Garden of Verses, 1885. Ballads, 1890. Tanizaki, Hunikiro, Japanese novelist, 1886 to 1965. Under the influence of Edgar Allan Poe and Oscar Wilde, he opposed the naturalist movement in Japan and developed a personal style of fantastic sensuality. Among his books are Some Prefer Nettles, 1928, Ashikari, 1932, Shunkinsho, 1933, The Makioka Sisters, 1943 to 1948. Tanizaki also wrote an adaptation of Genji Monogatari, the famous 11th century Japanese novel. Verne, Jules, French novelist, 1828 to 1905. His many fine adventure stories include 5 Weeks in a Balloon, 1863, Journey to the Center of the Earth, 1864, From the Earth to the Moon, 1865, The Adventures of Captain Hatteras, 1866, The Children of Captain Grant, 1867, 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, 1870, A Floating City, 1871, Around the World in 80 Days, 1873, Michel Strogoff, 1876, 2 Years' Holiday, 1888, Master of the World, 1904. Wells, Herbert George, English novelist and biologist, 1866 to 1946. He wrote more than 100 books, many of them novels. Among the most famous are The Time Machine, 1895, The Invisible Man, 1897, In the Days of the Comet, 1906, The Shape of Things to Come, 1933, The History of Mr. Polly, 1910, Anne Veronica, 1909. In 1919, revised 1930, he published The Outline of History. Wharton, Edith, American writer born in New York, 1862 to 1937. Her themes are taken from the leisured life of the rich, both in the U.S. and in Europe. Her books include The House of Mirth, 1905, Ethan Frome, 1911, The Reef, 1912, The Custom of the Country, 1913, The Age of Innocence, 1920, The World Over, 1936. Her autobiography was published in 1934 under the title A Backward Glance. Wilde, Oscar, Irish dramatist, short story writer, and humorist, 1854 to 1900. Among his plays are Lady Windermere's Fan, 1892, A Woman of No Importance, 1893, The Importance of Being Earnest, 1895. His short stories are included in 3 collections: The Happy Prince, 1888, Lord Arthur Saville's Crime, 1891, and The House of Pomegranates, 1891. His novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, was also published in 1891. Williams, Charles, English writer, 1886 to 1945. He worked as an editor for the Oxford University Press and wrote several novels, which include War in Heaven, 1930, Many Dimensions, 1931, The Place of the Lion, 1932, Descent into Hell, 1937. He also wrote 2 narrative poems, a number of historical plays, and critical works on Dante. Williams, Tennessee. Pseudonym of Thomas Lanier Williams, American playwright and short story writer, 1914 to 1983. His first success came with The Glass Menagerie, 1945. Other plays include A Streetcar Named Desire, 1947, Summer and Smoke, 1948, The Rose Tattoo, 1951, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, 1955, Orpheus Descending, 1957, Sweet Bird of Youth, 1959. Among his novels and collections of short stories are The Roman Spring of Mrs. Stone, 1950, Hard Candy, 1954, 3 Players of a Summer Game, 1960. In the Winter of Cities, 1956, is a collection of poems. Yourcenar, Marguerite, pseudonym of Marguerite de Criaillancourt, French novelist born in Brussels, Belgium, in 1903. In 1980, she became the first woman ever to be elected a member of the French Academy of Letters. Her novels include Alexis, 1929, The New Eurydice, 1931, Coin of Dreams, 1934, Memoirs of Hadrian, 1951. She has translated a selection of Negro spirituals and poems by the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy.
Reproduced by the CNIB Library exclusively for the use of persons with a perceptual disability as defined in the Canadian Copyright Act. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated.